Packhorses in and about the year 1750, the only method of conveying parcels of goods from here to London was by means of packhorses, the charge being at the rate of £7 to £9 per ton. To Liverpool and Bristol, £5. Panorama a circular erection in New Street, and now partly incorporated in the Society of Artists building, where early in the century panoramas of various kinds were exhibited. Panoramic View. A peculiar view of this town was published in 1847 by Ackerman of London, and was thus called, as it purported to give the thoroughfares pictorially, showing the houses as they would appear from a balloon over Mosley Street. The size was 2712 in by 1434 in. As a curiosity it is prizable, but its correctness of delineation is marred very much by the plan adopted. Pantechnetheca, a large place of general business, opened in 1824 at the New Street end of Union Passage. In 1817, there stood on this spot a public house, known as the Old Crown, the entrance to which was in a large, open gateway at its side, through which a path led to the cherry orchard. The Pantechnetheca was one of the sights of the town, the exterior being ornamented with pillars and statues. While the name was not only a puzzle to the Black Country visitors, but quite a subject of dispute as to its etymology among the Greek scholars of the grammar school opposite. Paradise Street. The footpath on the town hall side used to be several feet higher than the causeway, and was supplied with iron railings. If the name had been given in late years, it might be supposed to have been chosen, because the doors of the parish offices are in the street. Parish offices. See public buildings. Parkesine, a material used for knife handles and other purposes, so named after its maker, Alexander Parkes, a well-known local manufacturer, who said it was made from refuse vegetable fiber, pyroxylene, oil, naphtha, and chloride of sulfur. Park Lane. From Aston Cross Tavern to the Birchfield Road, originally being the road outside the wall of Aston Park. The first lots of land for building that were sold were those fronting Church Lane, and they fetched an average price of 2d per yard, each lot being 12 yards by 60 yards. The next were the lots marked out by the side of Park Lane, and it was at about the middle of Park Lane that the first house was built in Aston Park in 1854 or 1855. Park Road, leading over the hill from Aston Cross to Aston Church, was the first laid out, and the first opened to the public Easter Monday, 1855, through the old grounds belonging to the Holts. Park's thanks to the munificence of Miss Ryland, Lord Calthorpe, Sir Charles Adderley, and Mr. W. Middlemore, with the concurrent generosity of the church authorities, in whom the freehold of our churchyards was invested, Birmingham cannot be said to be short of parks and public grounds, though with all put together the area is nothing like that taken from the inhabitants under the Enclosures Acts of last century. The first movement for the acquisition of public parks took the shape of a town's meeting, Dec. 22, 1853, when the burgesses approved the purchase, and in 1854 an act was obtained for the formation thereof. The first to be opened was Adderley Park, Aug. 30, 1856, the gift of Sir Charles Adderley. Its area is 10 or 22 p, and it is held nominally on a 999 years lease at a rental of 5s per year. Calthorpe Park was opened June 1, 1857, its area being 31 1r, 13 p, and it is held under a grant by the Calthorpe family that is equivalent to a conveyance in fee. Aston Park was opened Sept. 22, 1864. Its area is 49 2r, 8p, and it belongs to the town by purchase. Cannon Hill Park, the gift of Miss Ryland, was opened Sept. 1, 1873, its area being 57 1r, 9p. In 1874, the Town Council gave the trustees of Hollier's Charity the sum of £8,300 for the 8r, 28p, of land situated between the Mosley Road and Alcester Street, and after expending over £5,400 in laying out, fencing, and planting, opened it as Highgate Park June 2, 1876. In 1876, Summerfield House and grounds covering 12 0r, 20p, were purchased from Mr. Henry Weiss for £9,000, and after fencing and was thrown open as Summerfield Park, July 29, 1876. In the following year, Mr. William Middlemore presented to the town a plot of ground, 4 1r, 3p. In extent in Burberry Street, having spent about £3,500 in fencing and laying it out, principally as a recreation ground for children, the total value being over £12,000, and it was opened as Hockley Park, December 1, 1877 Small Heath Park, comprising 41A, 3R, 34P. Is another of the gifts of Miss Ryland, who presented it to the town June 2, 1876, and in addition provided £4,000 of the £10,000 the town council expended in laying it out. The formal opening ceremony took place April 5, 1879. There are still several points of the compass directing to suburbs which would be benefited by the appropriation of a little breathing place or two, and possibly in due time they will be acquired. The Nechells people have had laid out for their delectation the waste ground near the gasworks, which may be called Nechells Park for the time being. The Earl of Dartmouth in June, 1878, gave 56 acres out of Sandwell Park to the inhabitants of West Bromwich, and they call it Dartmouth Park. Park Street takes its name from the small park or wood surrounding Park House, once existing somewhere near to the burial ground. Park Street Gardens, as they are now called, comprise the Park Street Burial Ground and St. Bartholomew's Churchyard, the possession of which, under a nominal lease for 999 years, was given by the rectors of St. Martin's and St. Bartholomew's to the corporation according to the provisions of the Closed Burial Grounds Act. The whole area included a little over 5 acres, and the size thus given was valued at £50,000. About half an acre was devoted to the widening of the surrounding streets, the remainder being properly fenced in and laid out as recreating grounds and gardens. The opening ceremony took place June 25, 1880. Parliamentary elections notwithstanding the safeguards provided by the Ballot Act, and all the deterrent measures enacted against bribery and intimidation, and those peculiar tactics known as getting up steam. The period of an election for parliamentary representatives is a time of great excitement even in these days. But it is comparatively not to what it used to be, when the art of kidnapping Tory voters, or bottling Whigs, was considered as only a small part of the education required by aspiring political agents. Leading burly prizefighters to clear the hustings on nomination day, upsetting carriages containing voters going to poll, and such like practical jokes were all en règle, and as such, goings-on were to be found as much on the one side as the other. Neither party's pot had a right to call the opponent's kettle black. Prior to the enfranchisement of the borough, one of the most exciting elections in which the Brums had been engaged was that for the county of Warwick in 1774, when Sir Charles Holt of Aston Hall was returned. The nomination took place Oct. 13, the candidates being Mr. Shipworth, a previous member, Mr. afterwards Lord Mordaunt, and Sir Charles, who for once pleased the Birmingham folks by calling himself an independent. The polling, which commenced on the 20th, was continued for 10 days, closing on the 31st, and as Mr. Mordaunt had the lead for many days, the excitement was intense, and the rejoicings proportionate at the end when the local candidate came in with flying colors. The voting ran: Shipworth 2,954, Holt 1,845, Mordaunt 1,787. A Birmingham man was a candidate at the next great county contest 46 years after. This was Mr. Richard Spooner, then 1820, a young man and of rather radical tendencies. His opponent, Mr. Francis Lawley, was of the old-fashioned Whig party, and the treatment his supporters received at the hands of the Birmingham and Coventry people was disgraceful. Hundreds of special constables had to be sworn in at Warwick during the 14 days polling, business being suspended for days together, but Radical Richard's roughs failed to influence the election, as Mr. Lawley obtained 2,153 votes against Mr. Spooner's 970. As Mr. Spooner grew older, he became more prominent in commercial circles and was peculiarly au fait in all currency matters, but he lost his hold on local electors by turning to the conservative side of politics. Of this he was more than once reminded in after years, when speaking in the town hall, by individuals taking off their coats, turning them inside out, and having put them on again, standing prominently in front of Yellow Dick, as they then called him. That the inhabitants of Birmingham, so rapidly increasing in numbers and wealth, should be desirous of direct representation in the House of Commons, could be no wonder even to the most bigoted politicians of the last and early part of the present century. Possibly, had there been 91 riots, nor quite so much tall talk, the legislature might have vouchsafed us a share in the manufacture of our country's laws a little earlier than they did, and the attempt to force a member through the doors of the House could not have added to any desire that may have existed in the minds of the gentlemen inside to admit the representative of Birmingham. The Newhall Hill meeting of July 12, 1819, may be reckoned as the first pitched battle between the invaders and defenders of the then existing parliamentary constitution. The appointment of Sir Charles Wolsey as legislatorial attorney and representative, with instructions to take his seat as MP for the town, and many so styled him, even though made at a meeting of 20,000 would-be electors, does not appear to have been the wisest way to have gone to work, notwithstanding the fact that Sir Charles himself said he had no doubt of their right to send him up as their member. Prosecution of the leaders followed, as a matter of course, and if the 20-and-odd thousands of the local conservative electors of today were thus to try to obtain their due share of representation in the House, most likely the leaders of such a movement would be as liberally dealt with. The Battle of Freedom, as the great reform movement came to be called, has often been described, and honor been given to all who took part in it. The old soldiers of the campaign should be allowed, if they choose, to fight their battles o'er again, as long as they live. But it is about time that the hatchet of party spite, hitherto so freely used in local political warfare, was buried out of sight, and all sides be as willing to give equal rights as their fathers were to fight for theirs. Birmingham, however, was not without some friends in Parliament, and on the occasion of the disfranchisement of the borough of East Retford in 1827, it was proposed by Mr. Charles Tennyson that the 2 seats thus voided should be given to Birmingham. Mr. George Atwood was High Bailiff at the time, and he at once called a public meeting to support Mr. Tennyson's proposition by petition. The public office was not large enough for those who attended the meeting, June 22, 1827, and they adjourned to Beardsworth's repository, where speeches were delivered by the leading men of all parties. Petitions to both houses were drawn up and signed, the county members, Dugdale Stratford Dugdale and Francis Lawley, Eskers, being asked to introduce the one to the House of Commons, and Lord Dudley and Ward Baron of Birmingham and Lord Calthorpe to support the petitioner's prayer in the upper house. Mr. Tennyson, who afterwards took the name of Dinecourt, brought in his bill, but notwithstanding all that could be said or done by the friends of the town, they were outvoted, March 21, 1828, and the bill was thrown out. The next 4 years were full of trouble, and the news of the passing of the Reform Bill, June 7, 1832, which at last gave Birmingham its long-sought political rights, was most welcome indeed. The first election day was fixed for December 12, and for some time it was rumored that Mr. Richard Spooner would stand in opposition to Messrs. Thomas Atwood and Joshua Schofield, the chosen representatives of the Liberals, but the Conservative Party, deeming it but right that those who had borne the brunt of the constitutional fight should be allowed the first honors of the local victory, declined to oppose those gentlemen, and they were accordingly returned without opposition. The hustings had been erected on a plot of land opposite the public offices, and here the nominations took place at the early hour of 8 a.m. The proceedings were over by 9 o'clock. But the victory, as the popular party chose to consider it, did not satisfy them. And as there was an election on at Walsall the same day, it was determined that the Birmingham Liberals should go there to help Mr. Bosco Atwood in his contest with Mr. Foster. A procession of some thousands, with bands and banners, according marched the whole of the distance so Walsall, and if their behavior there represented what they were prepared to do at home, had they not been allowed to have their own way, it was well for Birmingham they were not opposed. Long before evening, this town was in the most fearful excitement. The passengers and guards of the various coaches, which had passed through Walsall bringing the direst news of fire and riot, mixed with reports of the military being called out and firing on the people, numbers being killed, and fortunately, there was much exaggeration in these tales, and by degrees most of the Birmingham men found their way home, though many were in sad plight through the outrageous behavior of themselves and the victorious crew who went off so gaily with them in the morning. The elections in after years may be briefly chronicled. 1835, at the general election, which occurred this year, the town hall was first used as the place of nomination, Jan. 7th. During the proceedings, the front of the great gallery gave way and precipitated those sitting there on to the heads of the people below, but providentially, the injuries received were not of a serious character. Mr. R. Spooner was most impatiently heard, and the show of hands was decidedly against him. The state of the poll showed. Thomas Atwood, 718 votes, Joshua Schofield 1,660, returned, Richard Spooner. 1837, August. At this election, the late sitting members were opposed by Mr. A. G. Stapleton, but unsuccessfully, the voting being Thomas Atwood, 2,145, Joshua Schofield, 2,114, returned, A. G. Stapleton, 1,046. 1840, January. Mr. Atwood having resigned, Sir Charles Wetherell appeared in the Conservative interest against Mr. G. F. Muntz. Mr. Joseph Sturge, who also issued an address to the electors, retiring on the solicitation of his friends, on the understanding that the whole Liberal party would support him at the next vacancy. The result was in favor of Mr. Muntz, thus: Geo. Fred. Muntz, 1,454 returned, Sir C. Wetherell, 915. 1841, July. Mr. Richard Spooner, who opposed Messrs. Muntz and Schofield, was again defeated, through receiving the suffrages of double the number of electors who voted for him in 1835. The returns were Geo. Fred. Muntz, 2,176, Joshua Schofield, 1,963, returned, Richard Spooner, 1,825. 1857, March. The same gentlemen were again returned without opposition. 1857, August. On the death of Mr. Muntz, though the names of George Dawson and others were whispered, the unanimous choice fell upon Mr. John Bright, the rejected of Manchester, and it may be truly said he was at that time the chosen of the people. Birmingham men of all shades of politics appreciating his eloquence and admiring his sterling honesty, though many differed with his opinions. Addresses were early issued by Baron Dickinson Webster and Mr. M. Geeky, but both were at once withdrawn when Mr. Bright consented to stand and his address appeared. 1859, April. At the election of this year, though defeat must have been a foregone conclusion, Mr. Thomas D. Acland waged battle with Messrs. Schofield and Bright, and the result was William Schofield, 4,425, John Bright, 4,282, returned, T.D. Acland, 1,544. 1864, December. On the death of Mr. Spooner, Mr. Davenport Bromley, afterwards Bromley Davenport, was elected unopposed, and retained his seat until his death, June 15, 1884. 1,864 householders, whose rates were compounded for by their landlords, had hitherto not been allowed to exercise their right of voting, but the decision given in their favor, Feb. 17, 1864, was the means of raising the number of voters' names on the register to over 40,000. 1865, July. Whether from fear of the newly formed Liberal Association, which was inaugurated in February for the avowed purpose of controlling the parliamentary elections in the borough and adjoining county divisions, or the lack of a sufficiently popular local man, there was no opposition offered to the return of Messrs. Schofield and Bright at the election of this year. 1867, July. On the death of Mr. Schofield, Mr. George Dixon was nominated by the Liberals and opposed by Mr. Sampson S. Lloyd. The result was Geo. Dixon, 5,819, returned, S.S. Lloyd, 4,214. 1868, November. This was the first election after the passing of the Reform Bill of 1867, by which Birmingham became entitled to send 3 members to the House of Commons. And as the bill contained a proviso, generally known as the minority clause, that each voter should be limited to giving his support to 2 only of the candidates, an immense amount of interest was taken in the interest that ensued. The Conservatives brought forward Mr. Sampson S. Lloyd and Mr. Sebastian Evans, the Liberal Association nominating Messrs. John Bright, George Dixon, and Philip Henry Muntz, brother to the old member G.F. Muntz. The election has become historical from the cleverly manipulated scheme devised by the Liberal Association and the strict enforcement of their vote as you're told policy, by which, abnegating all personal freedom or choice in the matter, the electors under the influence of the association were moved at the will of the chiefs of their party. That the new tactics were successful is shown by the returns. George Dixon, 15188 ph, months, 14614, returned. John Bright, 14601 ss, Lloyd, 8, 700 s. Evans, 7061. 1868, Dec. 21. Mr. Bright, having been appointed president of the Board of Trade, was re-elected without opposition. He held office till the close of 1870, but for a long time was absent from Parliament through illness. 1873, Aug. 6. Mr. John Jaffray, one of the proprietors of the Daily Post, contested East Staffordshire against Mr. Alsop, but he only obtained 2,893 votes, as against Mr. Alsop's 3,630. 1873, Oct. 18. Soon after recovery of health, Mr. Bright returned to his seat, and being appointed to the office of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, was re-elected in due course. 1874, Jan. 30. No opposition was made to the re-election of Messrs. Bright, Dixon, and Muntz. 1876, June 27, Mr. Joseph Chamberlain was elected without opposition on the resignation of Mr. Dixon. 1880, March 31. Though free from all the rioting and possible bloodshed that would have attended such an occasion 100 years ago, the election of 1880 was the most exciting and hardest-fought battle between the two great political parties of the town yet recorded in local history. The candidates were Messrs. John Bright, Joseph Chamberlain, and Philip Henry Muntz, the previous members and nominees of the Liberal Association, and Major Burnaby and the Hun. A.C.G. Calthorpe, Conservatives. There were 139 polling stations, and no less than 47,776 out of the 63,398 persons whose names were on the register recorded their votes under the protection of the Ballot Act of 1870, now first brought into use at a parliamentary election. The usual courtesies, pertaining to political contests, were indulged in to considerable extent, and personalities of all sorts much too freely bandied about, but the election altogether passed off in the most creditable manner. The returns of the polling stood thus: Philip Henry Muntz, 22,803. John Bright, 21,986. Returned, Joseph Chamberlain, 19,476. Major Burnaby, 15,716. Hahn, ACG. Calthorpe, 14,270. An analysis of the polling issued by the mayor about a week after the election showed that 16,098 voters supported the Conservative candidates and 33,302 the Liberals. Deducting the 2,004, who split their votes between the parties, and 380 whose papers were either rejected or not counted as being doubtful, the total gives 47,396 as the actual number whose votes decided the election. As a curiosity and a puzzle for future politicians, the mayor's analysis is worth preserving, as here reanalyzed. Plumpers: Calthorpe only, Burnaby only, Chamberlain only, Muntz only, Bright only. Split votes: Calthorpe and Muntz, Calthorpe and Chamberlain, Burnaby and Muntz, 239 Burnaby and Chamberlain, Bright and Calthorpe, Bright and Burnaby, 4. Con party votes: Burnaby and Calthorpe, 888,888. Liberal Party votes: Chamberlain and Muntz, 410 Bright and Muntz, 802 Bright and Chamberlain, 751,963. Voting papers rejected and doubtful. Total number of voters polled, 776. Mr. Bright having been again appointed Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and Mr. Chamberlain chosen as President of the Board of Trade, they were re-elected, without opposition, early in May following the election. 3 other local Liberal gentlemen were returned to Parliament during this general election, viz. Mr. Jesse Collings for Ipswich, receiving 3,074 votes, Mr. H. Wigan for East Staffordshire, 4,617 votes, and Mr. J.S. Wright for Nottingham, 8,085 votes. The last named, however, did not live to take his seat, dying very suddenly while attending a committee meeting at the Council House, Birmingham, on the 15th April. See Statues. And see, according to the published returns of January, 1884, Birmingham was then the largest borough constituency in England, the number of electors on the register then in force being 63,221. Liverpool coming next with 61,336. And Lambeth third with 55,588. But Glasgow was the largest in the United Kingdom with 68,025. The largest county constituency in England and Wales was Middlesex, with 41,299 electors, the next being South West Lancashire, with 30,624, the third, South East Lancashire, with 28,728, and the fourth, the Southern Division of the West Riding, with 27,625. The total electorate for England and Wales was 2,660,444. Scotland, 331,264, and Ireland, 230,156. The following statistics have been taken from the returns named, showing in respect of each constituency in this neighborhood, the area of each borough, city, or county division, the population, the number of inhabited houses, the number of voters and their qualifications, and the members sent to Parliament prior to the passing of the Franchise and Redistribution Bills of 1885, and are worth preserving for future local reference. Transcriber's note: this table has been split in order to fit the page width. Borough, city area and population, inhabited houses, or county square, in division miles. 1,871, 1,881, 1,871. 1,881, Birmingham 13,340, 3,787, 400,774, 68,532, 78,301. Bildli 11-1/4 614 8, 678 1, 717. 1,839, Bridgenorth 17, 7 317, 7 212. 1 565 1, 52 Coventry 1041 348 46, 563 9, 334 10,185 Droitwich 43 9, 510 9 858, 1 931 2 006, Dudley 12 82 249. 87 527, 15,985, 16,889, East Staffordshire 218, 101,564, 138,439, 19,960, 26,003, E. Worcestershire. 324, 147,685, 117,257, 30,551, 35,781, Evesham 3-1/2-4, 888 5 112 1 0011 050 Kidderminster 3-3/420 814 25 633 4 292 5062 Lichfield 57 347 8 349 1 543 1 678 Newcastle SDFF 115 948 17 493 3 183 393 N Staffordshire 396 120,217 132,684 24,194 26,403 N Warwickshire 383 134,723 170,086 29,032 35,151 S. Warwickshire, 462.96, 905.99, 592, 20,803, 21,485. Stafford, 115, 946.18, 904.2, 939, 3, 385. Stoke-on-Trent, 14. 130,575. 152,394, 24,582, 28,350. Tamworth 1811, 493 14, 101 2, 357 2, 772 Walsall 11-3/449, 0 1859, 402 9, 566. 11,140 Warwick 8-1/210, 986 11, 802 418 2, 518 Wednesbury 17-3/4, 116,809, 124,437, 22,621, 23,443. W. Staffordshire 434. 100,413, 117,737, 20,134, 23,261. W. Worcestershire 34166, 41967, 139, 13,895, 13,928, Wolverhampton 29-1/2. 156,978, 164,330, 2, 30,424, 31,475. Worcester 538, 11640, 354 8, 0 43 8, 539. City or borough electors. £10 freehold freeman borough, city occupiers and lodgers and or voters or county inhabitant burgage by ancient division householders. Tenants. Rights Birmingham 149, Buildlye, Bridgenorth, Coventry 733, 3995 Droitwich 409, Dudley 833, E. Staffordshire, E. Worcestershire. Evesham, Kidderminster 898, Lichfield 095 Newcastle SDFF, 431, N. Staffordshire, N. Warwickshire, S. Warwickshire, Stafford 764, Stoke-on-Trent 131, Tamworth 220, Walsall 821, Warwick 742, Wednesbury 807. W. Staffordshire, W. Worcestershire, Wolverhampton 559, Worcester 948. County electors. Borough city total no, or county £12 £50 owners, of MP's division occupiers, tenants, electors, returned Birmingham 63 221 3 Buildlye, 1 276 1 Bridgenorth 1 218 1 Coventry, 8 742 Droitwich, 1 410 1 Dudley, 14 834 1 East Staffordshire, 5 106, 6,481, 11 728 2 E Worcestershire, 4 745 6,931 12, 243 2 Evesham, 1 Kidderminster, 3 903 1 Lichfield, 1 242 1 Newcastle SDFF, 3 115 2 N Staffordshire 3 0081 071 7141, 11 222 N Warwickshire 5 878, 5603, 11 997 2 S Warwickshire 2 561, 3253 6, 502 2 Stafford, 3 584 2 Stoke-on-Trent, 21 144 2 Tamworth, 2 229 2 Walsall, 9 824 1 Warwick, 1 761 2 Wednesbury, 19 810 1 W Staffordshire 2 715 8570, 11 946, 2 W Worcestershire 1 142 1 033 4426, 6 601 2 Wolverhampton, 23 592 Worcester, 6 362 1. Parsonage. The old parsonage, at the corner of Smallbrook Street and Pershore Street, an old-fashioned two-story gabled house, was moated round and almost hidden by trees, and has been preserved for future historians in one of David Cox's sketches, which remains as a curious memento of the once rural appearance of what are now some of the busiest spots in town. The house was pulled down in 1826. Parson and Clerk's noted public house on the Old Chester Road is the Royal Oak, better known as the Parson and Clerk. An old pamphlet thus gives the why and wherefore. There had used to be on the top of the house, too, figures one of a parson leaning his head in prayer, while the clerk was behind him with uplifted axe, going to chop off his head. These two figures were placed there by John Gough, Esquire, of Perry Hall, to commemorate a lawsuit between him and the Reverend T. Lane, each having annoyed the other. Mr. Lane had kept the squire out of possession of this house, and had withheld the licenses, while the latter had compelled the clergyman to officiate daily in the church, by sending his servants to form a congregation. Squire Gough won the day, rebuilt the house in 1788, and put up the figures to annoy Parson Lane, parsons of all sorts being out of his good books. Parsons, preachers, and priests of the past it would be a lengthy list, or make note of all the worthy and reverend gentlemen who have, from pulpit or platform, lectured and preached to the people in our town, or who have aided in the intellectual advancement and education of the rising generation of their time. Church and chapel alike have had their good men and true, and neither can claim a monopoly of talent, or boast much of their superiority in Christian fellowship or love of their kind. Many shepherds have been taken from their so-called flocks, whose places at the time it was thought could never be filled, but whose very names are now only to be found on their tombs, or mentioned in old magazines or newspapers. Some few are here recalled as of interest from their position, peculiarities, and c. John Angel James, a Wiltshire man, was John Angel James, who, after a short course of itinerary preaching, came to Birmingham, and for more than 50 years was the idolized minister of Carr's Lane congregation. He was a good man and eloquent, having a certain attractive way which endeared him to many. He lived and was loved by those who liked him, till he had reached the age of 74, dying Oct. 1, 1859, his remains being buried like those of a saint, under the pulpit from which he had so long preached. Samuel Bach, coming as a Christmas box to his parents in 1804, and early trained for the pulpit, the Reverend Samuel Bach joined the Reverend John Kentish in his ministrations to the Unitarian flock in 1832, and remained with us until 1868. Loved in his own community for faithfully preaching their peculiar doctrines, Mr. Bach proved himself a man of broad and enlightened sympathies, one who could appreciate and support anything and everything that tended to elevate the people in their amusements as well as in matters connected with education. George Croft, the lectureship of St. Martin's in the first year of the present century, was vested in Dr. George Croft, one of the good old sort of church and king parsons, orthodox to the backbone, but from sundry peculiarities not particularly popular with the major portion of his parishioners. He died in 1809. George Dawson, born in London, February 24, 1821, George Dawson studied at Glasgow for the Baptist ministry, and came to this town in 1844 to take the charge of Mount Zion Chapel. The cribbed and crabbed restraints of denominational church government failed, however, to satisfy his independent heart, and in little more than 2 years his connection with the Mount Zion congregation ceased, June 24, 1846. The Church of the Savior was soon after erected for him, and here he drew together worshippers of many shades of religious belief, and ministered unto them till his death. As a lecturer, he was known everywhere, and there are but few towns in the kingdom that he did not visit, while his tour in America, in the autumn of 1874, was a great success. His connection with the public institutions of this town is part of our modern history, and no man yet ever exercised such influence or did more to advance the intelligence and culture of the people. And, as John Bright once said of Cobden, it was not until we had lost him that we knew how much we loved him. The sincerity and honesty of purpose right through his life, and exhibited in all his actions, won the highest esteem of even those who differed from him, and the announcement of his sudden death, Nov. 30, 1876, was felt as a blow by men of all creeds or politics who had ever known him or heard him. To him, the world owes the formation of the first Shakespearean library. To have witnessed its destruction would indeed have been bitter agony to the man who, in October 1866, had been chosen to deliver the inaugural address at the opening of the Free Reference Library, to which he, with friends, made such an addition. As a preacher, he was gifted with remarkable powers. As a lecturer, he was unsurpassed, In social matters, he was the friend of all, with ever-open hand to those in need. As a politician, though keen at repartee and a hard hitter, he was straightforward and no time server. And in the word of his favorite author, "Take him all in all, we ne'er shall look on his like again." See Statues and C. W. D. Long. The Reverend W. M. Duncan Long, who died at Godalming, April 12, 1878, according to the record, was a good man and full of the Holy Ghost and of faith. In our local records, he is noted as being distinguished for hard work among the poor of St. Bartholomew's, of which parish he was minister for many years prior to 1851. Thomas Swan, the Reverend Thomas Swan, who came here in January 1829 after a few years' sojourn in India, served the Cannon Street body for 28 years, during which time he baptized 966 persons, admitting into membership a total of 1,233. Mr. Swan had an attack of apoplexy while in Glasgow on Sunday, March 7, 1857, and died 2 days afterwards. His remains were brought to Birmingham and were followed to the grave, March 16, by a large concourse of persons, a number of ministers taking part in the funeral service. W. L. Giles, the Reverend W. Leese Giles, who filled the pulpit in Cannon Street from Oct. 1863 to July 1872, was peculiarly successful in his ministrations, especially among the young. Lewis Chapman, the Reverend Lewis Chapman, taken to his father's Oct. 1877, at the age of 81, after performing the duties and functions of rabbi to the local Jewish community for more than 45 years, was, from his amiability and benevolence, characterized by many gentle friends as an Israelite indeed, in whom is no guile. Hun, G. M. York, brother to the late Earl of Hardwicke, and born in 1809, Mr. York, on finishing his university education, entered the army, obtaining a commission in the 4th Dragoons, and, considering his subsequent connection with Birmingham in a widely different character, it is curious that his first visit here should have been paid as an officer of dragoons in the Chartist riots of 1839. Mr. York's personal tastes, however, led him to prefer the church to the army, and he entered into holy orders, the Bishop of Worcester, in 1814, presenting him to the rectory of St. Philip's, and at a later period, he was nominated rural dean. Mr. York held the living of St. Philip's for the long period of 30 years until 1874, when the Prime Minister appointed him Dean of Worcester. During his residence in Birmingham, Mr. York did much public service in connection with various educational institutions. He promoted good schools in St. Philip's Parish and was an active member of the Committee of the Educational Prize Scheme and then of the Education Aid Society, both of them institutions which were of great value in their day. He also took a strong interest in the affairs of Queen's College, of which he was for many years the vice president. In the Diocesan Training College at Saldie, he likewise took part as a member of the managing body, and he was interested in the School of Art and the Midland Institute. Wherever, indeed, there was educational work to be done, the rector of St. Philip's was sure to be found helping in it, and though there have been many rectors at the church, it can be truly said that none left more regretted by the poor, notwithstanding the aristocratic handle to his name, than did Mr. York, the Hun. And Reverend gentleman died at Worcester, Oct. 1879. J.C. Miller, the Reverend John Cal Miller, born at Margate in 1814, though only 32, Hale already attracted the notice of the evangelical party in the church, and his appointment to St. Martin's, sept. 1846, gave general satisfaction. His reputation as a preacher had preceded him, and he soon diffused a knowledge of his vigor as a worker and his capacity as an administrator. Few men have entered so quickly into popular favor as Dr. Miller did, which may, perhaps, be accounted for by the fact that he not only showed a sincere desire to live in harmony with the dissenters of all shades, but that he was prepared to take his full share in the public work of the town, and determined to be the minister not of any section of the people, but of the parish altogether. Under his direction, St. Martin's became a model parish. New facilities were afforded for public worship, schools were established, parochial institutions multiplied under his hand, an ample staff of curates and scripture readers took their share of labor, and the energies of the lay members of the congregation were called into active exercise. To the grammar school, the Midland Institute, the free libraries, the hospitals and charities of the town, the volunteer movement, and C, he gave most assiduous attention. And as long as he remained with us, his interest in all public matters never failed. In the early part of 1866, Dr. Miller was presented to the living at Greenwich, taking his farewell of the townspeople of Birmingham at a meeting in the town hall, April 21, when substantial proof of the public goodwill towards him was given by a crowded audience of all creeds and all classes. A handsome service of plate and a purse of 600 guineas were presented to him, along with addresses from the Congregation of St. Martin's, the Charity Collections Committee, the Rifle Volunteers, to whom he had been chaplain, the committees of the hospitals, and from the town at large. The farewell sermon to St. Martin's congregation was preached April 29. In 1871, Dr. Miller was appointed residential canon of Worcester, which preferment he soon afterwards exchanged for a canonry at Rochester as being nearer to his home, other honors also falling to him before his death, which took place on the night of Sunday, July 11, 1880. George Peake, the Reverend G. Peake, vicar of Aston, from 1852 to his death, July 9, 1876, was a ripe scholar and archaeologist, a kind-hearted pastor, and an effective preacher. Isaiah Burt, Mr. Isaiah Burt, a native of Colford, undertook the pastorship of Cannon Street in 1800, holding it until Christmas, 1825, when from ill health he resigned. The congregation allowed Mr. Burt an annuity of £100 until his death, in 1837, when he had reached 80 years of age. Thomas Potts, the Reverend Thomas Potts, who died in the early part of December, 1819, at the age of 66, was, according to the printed funeral oration pronounced at the time, an accurate, profound, and cautious theologian, who had conducted the classical studies at Oscott College for 25 years with vigor and enthusiasm, and a grandeur of ability peculiarly his own. Sacheverell, Dr. Sacheverell, the noted and noisy worthy who kicked up such a rumpus in the days of Queen Anne, was a native of Sutton Coldfield, and his passing through Birmingham in 1709 was considered such an event of consequence that the names of the fellows who cheered him in the streets were reported to government. Pierce, ordained pastor of Cannon Street, Aug. 18, 1790. Mr. Pierce, in the course of a short life, made himself one of the most prominent Baptist divines of the day, the church under his charge increasing so rapidly that it became the source of great uneasiness to the deacons. Mr. Pierce took great interest in the missionary cause, preaching here the first sermon on behalf of the Baptist Missionary Society Oct. 1792, on which occasion £70 was handed in. He also volunteered to go to India himself. Suffering from consumption, he preached his last sermon Dec. 2, 1798, lingering on till the 10th of October following, and dying at the early age of 33. He was buried at the foot of the pulpit stairs. Slater, Hutton says that an apothecary named Slater made himself rector of St. Martin's during the days of the Commonwealth, and that when the authorities came to turn him out, he hid himself in a dark corner. This is the individual named in Haughton's History of Religion in England, as being brought before the Court of Arches charged with having forged his letters of orders, with preaching among the Quakers, railing in the pulpit at the parishioners, swearing, gambling, and other more scandalous offenses. Schofield, the pastor of the Old Meeting congregation in 1787, was named Schofield, and he was the first to properly organize Sunday schools in connection with dissenting places of worship. Robert Taylor, the horrible title of the Devil's Chaplain, was given the Reverend Robert Taylor, B.A., who in 1819-20 was for short periods curate at Yardley and at St. Paul's in this town. He had been educated for the church and matriculated well, but adopted such deistical opinions that he was ultimately expelled the church, and more than once after leaving here was imprisoned for blasphemy. Charles Vince was the son of a carpenter and was a native of Surrey, being born at Farnham in 1823. For some years after reaching manhood, Mr. Vince was a Chartist lecturer, but was chosen minister of Mount Zion Chapel in 1851 and remained with us till Oct. 22, 1874, when he was removed to the world above. His death was a loss to the whole community, among whom he had none but friends. John Webb, the Reverend John Webb, who about 1802 was appointed lecturer at St. Martin's and minister of St. Bartholomew's, was an antiquarian scholar of some celebrity, but was specially valued here, though his stay was not long, on account of his friendship with Mendelssohn and Newcomb, and for the valued services he rendered at several festivals. He wrote the English adaptation of Winter's Timoteo, or Triumph of Gideon, performed at the Festival of 1823, and other effective pieces before and after that date, interesting himself in the success of the triennials for many years. He died February 18, 1869, in Herefordshire. William Wollaston. That eminent English divine, the Reverend William Wollaston, who was born in the neighboring county of Stafford, in 1659, was for several years assistant, and afterwards head master at our free grammar school, but coming into a rich inheritance, retired. He died in 1724. And so the list might go on, with such names as the Reverend Charles Curtis, of St. Martin's, 1784, the Reverend E. Byrne of St. Mary's, 1818, the Reverend John Cook of St. Bartholomew's, 1820, the Reverend W. F. Hook of Moseley, 1822, afterwards Dean of Christ Church, Dr. Outram of St. Philip's, who died in 1821, Ran Kennedy of St. Paul's, G. S. Bull of St. Thomas's, with I. C. Barrett of St. Mary's, and many other clergymen and ministers, who have departed in these later years. Pat's the first patent granted to a Birmingham inventor is dated May 22, 1722, it being granted to Richard Baddeley for having, with much pains, labor, and expense, invented and brought to perfection, an art for making streaks for binding cart and wagon wheels and box smoothing irons, never yet practiced in this our kingdom, which will be more durable and do 3 times the service of those made of bar iron. And C. It is not particularly wonderful that the Toy Shop of England should stand first on the list as regards the number of patent grants applied for and taken out. As Bisset said, inventions curious, various kinds of toys, engage the time of women, men, and boys, and royal patents here are found in scores for articles minotaur ponderous ores. By the end of 1799, the list shows that 92 patents had been granted to Birmingham men after Richard Baddeley had brought out his patent streaks. And during the present century, there have been many hundreds of designs patented or registered, scores of fortunes being made and thousands of hands employed. But often the inventors themselves have sold their rights for trifling amounts or succumbed to the difficulties that stood in the way of bringing their brainwork into practical use. Could the records of our county asylums be thoroughly inspected, it is to be feared that disappointed inventors would be found more numerous than any other class of inmates. The costs of taking out, renewing, and protecting patents were formerly so enormous as practically to prevent any great improvements where capital was short, and scores of our local workers emigrated to America and elsewhere for a clearer field, wherein to exercise their inventive faculties without being so weighted down by patent laws. The Patent Law Amendment Act of 1852 was hailed with rejoicing, but even the requirements of that act were found much too heavy. The act, which came into force Jan. 1, 1884, promises to remedy many of the evils hitherto existing. By this act, the fees payable on patents are as follows: on application for provisional specification, £1, on filing complete specification, £3, or on filing complete specification with the first application, £4. These are all the fees up to the date of granting a patent. After granting, the following fees are payable: before 4 years from date of patent, £50, and before the end of 8 years from the date of patent, £100. In lieu of the £50 and the £100 payments, the following annual fees may be paid: before the end of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th years, £10 each year; before the end of the 8th and 9th years, £15 each year; and before the end of the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th years, £20 each year. If the number of words contained in the specifications constitutes the value of a patent, that taken out by our townsman, James Hardy, March 28, 1844, for an improvement in tube rolling must have been one of the most valuable ever known. The specifications filled 176 folios, in addition to a large sheet of drawings, the cost of an office copy being no less than £12.18. The Mechanics magazine said it could have all been described in 176 words. Patriotic Fund, The local collection for this fund was commenced October 25, 1854, and closed February 22, 1858, with a total of 12,936 17s. 3d. Paving a patent was obtained in 1319, 12th Edwa. Roman II, to take toll on all vendable commodities for 3 years to pave the town of Birmingham, and as the funds thus raised were not sufficient for such a town improvement, another patent for the purpose was procured in 1333, 7th Edwa. Roman III, the toll being fixed at 1 farthing on every 8 bushels of corn. What the paving was in the early part of the present century is best told in the following extract from Bissett's Magnificent Directory, published in 1800. The streets are paved, 'tis true, but all the stones are set the wrong end up, in shape of cones, and strangers limp along the best paved street, as if parched peas were strewed beneath their feet, whilst custom makes the natives scarcely feel sharp-pointed pebbles press the toe or heel. About 1819-20, the roadways were stoned with the aid of a steam paving engine, supplied with a row of 6 heavy rammers, which dropped on the uneven stones and drove them into the roads, the engine moving about a foot after each series of blows. A wood roadway was laid in Moore Street in April 1873, and in June 1874, the council decided also so to pave New Street, High Street, and Bull Street. At their meeting, June 1876, it was resolved to spend £30,000 a year for 6 years in paving streets, and they have done all that. Pawnbrokers in December 1789, a bill was prepared for presentation to Parliament to suppress all pawnbrokers within the town, and to establish in lieu a general office for pledges. Wonder what our uncles thought of it. Peace A branch of the Workmen's Peace Association was formed December 18, 1871. Pebble Mill Pool the last few years, a favorite spot for suicides, no less than 39 persons having drowned themselves there since 1875. Strangely enough, there was not a single similar case in the 4 years preceding, and only 3 cases of accidental drownings in the last 27 years. Peck Lane, originally called Feck Lane, leading out of New Street, next to the grammar school, was closed and cleared for the railway station. Steep and narrow as the old thoroughfare was, it was at one time thought quite as much of as Bull Street. Pearls and pearl fisheries. A few small pearls are occasionally found enclosed in the nacre, or mother of pearl, of shells cut up for buttons and C. But seldom of much value, though it is related that a few years back a pearl thus discovered by a workman and handed over to his employer was sold for £40, realizing £150 afterwards. In March 1884, Mr. James Webb, Porchester Street, had the good fortune to find a pearl weighing 31 grains in an Australian shell he was cutting up, and it has been valued at £100. As there is a good market here for pearls, no doubt many others have been found that have not come to light. A few years back, pearl fisheries of rather an extraordinary kind were here and there to be found in the outskirts, the prices of good workable shell having risen to such an extent that it paid to hunt for and dig up the scrap flung away in former years, as much as 15s to 20s per bag being obtained for some of these finds. One smart little master who recollected where his scrap was deposited some years before, in the neighborhood of St. Luke's, paid the spot a visit, and finding it still unbuilt upon, set to work, and carted most of it back, and having improved tools, made a handsome profit by this resurrection movement. See Trades. Pens. The question as to who made the first steel pen has often been debated, but though Perry and Mason, Mitchell and Gillott, and others besides, have been named as the real original, it is evident that someone had come before them. For, in a letter written at least 200 years back, lately published by the Camden Society, the writer, Mary Hatton, offered to procure some pens made of steel for her brother, as neither the glass pens nor any other sort was near so good. Silver pens were advertised for sale in the Morning Chronicle in June 1788, as well as fountain pens, and it has been claimed that an American supplied his friends with metallic pens a dozen years prior to that date. There was a Sheffield artisan, too, before our local men came to the front, who made some pens on the principle of the quill, a long hollow barrel, pointed and split, but they were considered more in the light of curiosities than for use, and fetched prices accordingly. Mr. James Perry is said to have given his workmen fives, each for making pens as late as 1824, and Mr. Gillott got ones, each for a gross he made on the morning of his marriage. In 1835, the lowest wholesale price was fives per gross. Now they can be had at a trifle over 1d per gross. Even after the introduction of presses for the manufacture of steel pens, in 1829, there was considerable quantities of little machines made here for cutting quill pens. The gray goose quill being in the market for school use as late as 1855, and many bankers and others have not yet discarded them. In May 1853, a quantity of machinery was sent out to America, where many skilled workmen had gone previously. And now our Yankee cousins not only make their own pens and run us close in all foreign markets, but actually send their productions to Birmingham itself. See Trades. People's Hall. The foundation stone of the People's Hall, corner of Loveday and Princep Streets, was laid on Easter Monday, 1841, by General, then Colonel Paranet Thompson. The cost of the building was £2,400, and as its name implies, it was intended, and for a short time used, as a place for assemblies, balls, and other public purposes. Like a number of other institutions for the people, it came to grief, and has long been nothing more than a warehouse. Pershore Road was laid out in 1825. Perry Bar, 3 miles from Birmingham, on the road to Lichfield, is one of the ancient places that can claim a note in Doomsday. Prior to the 18th century, there had been a wooden bridge over the Tame, the present curiously built stone erection, with its recesses to protect the wayfarers from contact with crossing vehicles, being put up in 1711-12 by Sir Henry Gough, who received £200 from the county, and contributions from the neighboring parishes towards the cost. The date of the early church is unknown, the present one being built and endowed by Squire Gough in 1832. Like other suburbs, Perry Bar bids fair to become little more than an offshoot to Birmingham, the road there too fast filling up with villa and other residences, while churches, chapels, and schools may be seen on all hands. The Literary Institute, built in 1874 at a cost of £2,000, contains reading and classrooms, lecture hall, and while not far off is a station on the L and NW line. Ferry Hall, the seat of the Hun. A.C.G. Calthorpe, has been the home of the lords of the manor for many generations. Pest and Plague. The year 1665 is generally given as the date of the Great Plague being here. But the Register of St. Martin's Church does not record any extraordinary mortality in that year. In some of the news sheets of the 17th century, a note has been met with dated Sept. 28, 1631, in which the justices of the peace inform the sheriff that the plague had broken out in Derrytond, in the parish of Aston, and spread far more dangerously into Birmingham, a great market town. St. Martin's registers of burials are missing from 1631 to 1655, and those of Aston are not get-atable. And as the latter would record the deaths in Derrytond, there does not appear any certain data to go upon, except that the plague was not a casual visitor, having visited Coventry in 1603 and 1625, Tamworth in 1606 and 1625, and Worcester in 1825 and 1645, the date generally given, 1665, being that of the year when the most deaths, 68,596, occurred in London. The tradition is that the plague contagion was brought here in a box of clothes conveyed by a carrier from London. It is said that so many persons died in this town that the churchyard would not hold the bodies, and the dead were taken to a 1-acre piece of waste land at Ladywood Green, hence known for many generations as the Pest Ground. The site has long been built over, but no traces of any kind of sepulture were found when house foundations were being laid. Pewter. To have bright pewter plates and dishes ranged on their kitchen shelves was once the delight and the pride of all well-to-do housewives, and even the tables of royalty did not disdain the pewter. At the grand dinner on George Roman IV's coronation day, though gold and silver plate was there in abundance for the most noble of the noble guests, the majority were served on brightly burnished pewter, supplied from Thomasons of Birmingham. The metal is seldom seen now, except in the shape of cups and measures used by publicans. Philanthropic collections. The following are a few not mentioned in previous pages. A local fund for the relief of sufferers by famine in Asia Minor was opened May 6, 1875, the amount collected being £682. In 1875, a little over £1,700 was gathered to aid the sufferers from the inundations in France that year November 25, 1878. At a meeting held to sympathize with the losers through the failure of the Glasgow Bank, more than £1,000 was subscribed, £750 being gathered afterwards. The Mayor's Relief Fund, in the wintertime of 1878-79, totaled up to £10,242, of which £9,500 was expended in relief, £537 in expenses, and the balance divided between the hospitals. The number of separate gifts or donations to the poor was 500,187, equivalent to relieving once 630 families. Philanthropic societies are as numerous as they are various, and the amount of money and money's worth distributed each year is something surprising. The following are the principal ones. Aged Women Society was commenced here in 1824 for the relief of poor women over 60 years of age, and there are now on the books the names of nearly 200 who receive, during the year, in small amounts, an average of 17s to 18s each. Miss Southall, 73 Wellington Road, is one of the Hun. C's, who will be pleased to receive additional subscriptions. 50 other aged women are yearly benefited through Fentham's Trustee, Blue Coat School. Architects there is a benevolent society in connection with the Royal Institute of British Architects for relieving poor members of the profession, their widows, or orphans. The local representative is Mr. F. Cross, 14A, Temple Row. Aunt Judy's Work Society on the plan of one started in London a few years back, the object being to provide clothes for poor children in the hospitals. The secretary is Mrs. W. Lord, Brakendale, Farquhar Road, Edgbaston. Bibles, etc. The Birmingham Depository of the British and Foreign Bible Society is at 40 Paradise Street, and that of the Christian Knowledge Society is at 92 New Street. Boarding Out Poor Children, a ladies' society for befriending pauper children by taking them from the workhouse and boarding them out among cottagers and others in the country, had been quietly at work for some dozen years before the Marston Green homes were built. But whether the latter rule-of-thumb experiment will prove more successful than that of the ladies, though far more costly, the coming generation must decide. Boatmen's Friends Society, a branch of the British Seamen's and Boatmen's Friends Society, principally for the supply of religious education to the boatmen and their families on the canals, the distribution among them of healthy literature, and the support of the work carried on at the Boatmen's Hall, Worcester Wharf, where the superintendent, Reverend R.W. Cusworth, may be found. The subscriptions in 1882 amounted to £416. Church Pastoral Aid Society, the name, tells what subscriptions are required for, and the Reverend J.G. Dixon, rector of St. George's, will be glad to receive them. The grants of the Parent Society to Birmingham in 1882 amounted to £3,560, while the local subscriptions were only £1,520. Clergymen's Widows, the Society for Necessitous Clergy within the Archdeaconry of Coventry, whose office is at 10 Cherry Street, has an income from subscriptions, and c. of about £320 per year, which is mainly devoted to grants to widows and orphans of clergymen, with occasional donations to disabled wearers of the cloth. De Ryton Visiting and Parochial Society, established in 1856, meeting at the Mission Hall, Heathmill Lane, where Sunday schools, Bible classes, mothers' meetings, and c. are conducted. The income for 1883 was £185.7, 4d, and the expenditure £216.16, 7d, leaving a balance to be raised. District Nursing Society, 56, Newhall Street, has for its object the nursing of sick poor at their own homes in cases of necessity. In 1883, the number of cases attended by the Society's nurses was 312, requiring 344 visits. Domestic missions, of one kind and another, are connected with all the principal places of worship, and it would be a difficult task to enumerate them. One of the earliest is the Hurst Street Unitarian, dating from 1839. Flower Missionette Number 3, Great Charles Street. Ladies attend every Friday to receive donation of flowers. And C, for distribution in the wards of the hospitals, suitable texts and passages of scripture accompanying the gifts to the patients. Girls' Friendly Society, the local branch, of which there are several sub- or parochial branches, has on its books near upon 1,400 names of young women in service. And C, whose welfare and interests are looked after by a number of clergymen and ladies in connection with the Church of England. Humane Society, a branch on the plan of the London Society, was established here in 1790, but it was found best to incorporate it with the General Hospital in 1803. India, a branch of the Christian Vernacular Education Society for India, was formed here in 1874. There are several branches in this town and neighborhood of the Indian Female Normal School and Instruction Society for making known the gospel to the women of India, and about £600 per year is gathered here. Iron, Hardware and Metal Trades Pension Society was commenced in this town in 1842. Its head offices are now in London, the local collector being Mr. A. Forrest, 32, Union Street. Jews and Gentiles there are local auxiliary branches here of the Anglo-Jewish Association, the Society for Promoting Christianity among the Jews, and the British Society for Propagating the Gospel among Jews, the amounts subscribed to each in 1882 being £72, £223, and £29 respectively. Kindness to Animals mainly, by the influence and efforts of Miss Julia Goddard, in 1875, a plan was started of giving prizes among the scholars and pupil teachers of the board schools for the best written papers tending to promote kindness to animals. As many as 3,000 pupils and 60 teachers send papers in every year, and the distribution of 500 prizes is annually looked forward to with interest. Among the prizes are several silver medals, one, the champion being given in memory of Mr. Charles Darwin, another in memory of Mr. E. F. Flower, a third given by Mr. J. H. Chamberlain in memory of Mr. George Dawson, and a fourth given by the mayor. Ladies' Useful Work Association established in 1877 for the inculcating habits of thrift and the improvement of domestic life among mothers of families and young people commencing married life. A start was made Oct. 4 in the shape of a series of cookery lessons, which were exceedingly well attended. Series of useful lectures and lessons have followed since, all bearing on home life, and as it has been shown that nearly one-half of the annual number of deaths in Birmingham are those of children under 5 years of age, it is to be hoped that the useful work the ladies of the association have undertaken may be resultive in at least decreasing such infantile mortality. Office, No. 1, Broad Street Corner. In March 1883, the ladies had a balance in hand of £88. Needlework Guild, another ladies' association of a similar character to the above, was established April 30, 1883. Negroes' Friends. When slavery was as much a British as American institution, it was not surprising that a number of lady residents should form themselves, in 1825, into a Negroes' Friends Society. The funds now collected, nearly £170 a year, are given in grants to schools on the west coast of Africa and the West Indies, and in donations to the Freedmen's Aid Society, the Anti-Slavery Society, and C. Old Folks' Tea Party. In 1857, a few old people were given a treat just prior to Christmas, and the good folks who got it up determined to repeat it. The next gatherings were assembled at the Priory Rooms, but in a few years it became needful to engage the town hall, and there these treats, which are given biennially, are periodically held. At the last gathering there attended over 700, not one of whom was under 60 years of age, while some were long past their 70, and a few bordered on 90. The funds are raised by the sale of tickets, to be given by the purchasers to such old people they think deserve it, and by subscriptions, the recipients of the treat not only having that enjoyment, but also take home with them warm clothing and other usefuls suited to their time of life. Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Birmingham Society for this purpose was established in 1852, and its officers have frequently been the means of punishing inhuman brutes who cruelly treated the animals entrusted to their care. Cases of this kind should be reported to Mr. B. Scott, the Society's secretary, 31, Bennett's Hill. In 1882, 125 persons were summoned, and 107 of them convicted, the year's expenditure being £344. Religious Tract Society, a local auxiliary, was established here in 1853, in which year £409 were realized, by the sale of books, tracts, and religious periodicals. In 1863, that amount was quadrupled. In 1873, the receipts were nearly £2,000. Last year, 1883, the value of the sales reached £2,597, and in addition, there had been free grants made of more than 13,000 tracts and magazines. The hospitals, lunatic asylums, workhouses, police stations, cabmen's rests, and being supplied gratuitously. St. John Ambulance Association, the Birmingham branch of this association, was organized in 1881, and some hundreds of both sexes have since then passed the examination and obtained certificates of their proficiency in ambulance work and in the treatment of ordinary cases of accident or sudden illness. It would be a good thing if every man and woman in the town had similar knowledge and would make use of it when occasions require quick thought and ready hand. The secretary is Mr. J. K. Patton, 105 Colmore Row. St. Thomas's Day Charity, a very old custom in Edgbaston, has been the collection of donations for a Christmas distribution to the poor and old of the parish. Regular accounts have been booked for over 50 years, but how much longer the custom has existed is uncertain. At first, money only was given, afterwards part was given in bread and packets of tea, while of later years, a stock of about 500 blankets has been provided for lending out. The receipts per year are about £200. True Blues. In 1805, a number of young men who had been brought up at the Blue Coat School and who called themselves the Grateful Society united their contributions and presented that charity with £52.10. 3d. In gratitude for the benefits they had received, a worthy plan which was followed for several years. These same young men originated the United Society of True Blues, composed of members who had been reared in the school, for the purpose of forming a fund for the relief of such of their number as might be in distress, and further to raise periodical subscriptions for their old school, part of which is yearly expended in prizes among the children. Philanthropic and benevolent institutions. Birmingham cannot be said ever to have wanted for charitable citizens, as the following list of philanthropic institutions, societies, and trusts will show. Blind Institution, Carpenter Road, Edgbaston. The first establishment in this town for teaching the blind was opened at 113 Broad Street in March 1847 with 5 boarders and 12-day pupils. At midsummer, in the following year, Islington House was taken, with accommodation for 13 resident and 12-day scholars. But so well did the public meet the wishes of the patrons and committee of the institution, that the latter were soon in a position to take upon lease a site for a permanent building, 2 acres, at £40 a year for 99 years. And on the 23rd of April, 1851, the cornerstone was laid of the present handsome establishment near to Church Road. The total cost of completion being about £7,000. Nearly another £7,000 has since been expended in the erection of workrooms, master's residence, in furniture, musical instruments, tools, and and the institution may be considered in as flourishing a condition as any in the town. The 37th Annual Report, to Lady Day, 1884, stated that the number of indoor pupils during the past year had been 86 viz. 51 males and 35 females. In the same period, 4 paid teachers, 15 outdoor blind teachers and workmen, and 4 females had been employed. The number of adult blind residing at their own homes and visited by the blind teachers engaged in this department of the work was 253. The total number of persons benefited by the institution was therefore 362. The financial statement showed that the expenditure had been £6,067.02, 7d, of which £1,800 had been invested in Birmingham Corporation stock. The receipts amounted to £6,437, 9d, leaving a balance of £336.05, 2d, in the treasurer's hands. The statement of receipts and payments on behalf of the adult blind home teaching branch, which are kept separately, showed a balance due to the treasurer of £71.05, 9d. Bloomsbury Institution commencing in 1860 with a small school, Mr. David Smith has gradually founded at Bloomsbury an institution which combines educational, evangelistic, and missionary agencies of great value to the locality. The premises include a mission hall, lecture room, classrooms, and in addition to cottage homes for orphan and destitute children, who are taught and trained in a manner suited to the future intended for them in Canada. The expenditure of the institution is now about £1,500 a year, but an amount equal to that is wanted for enlargement of buildings, and other philanthropists will do well to call upon their brother Smith. Children's Day Nursery, The Terrace, Bishopgate Street, was first opened in 1870 to take care of the children in cases where the mothers or other guardians have to go to work. About 6,000 of the little ones are yearly looked after, at a cost of somewhat under £200. Parties wishing to thus shelter their children must prove the latter's legitimacy and bring a recommendation from employer or someone known to the manager. Children's Emigration Homes, St. Luke's Road, though ranking among our public institutions, the philanthropic movement of picking up the human waifs and strays of our dirty back streets may be said to have hitherto been almost solely the private work of our benevolent townsman, Mr. Middlemore. The first inmate received at the homes, in 1872, was a boy who had already been in prison 3 times, and the fact that that boy is now a prosperous man and the owner of a large farm in Canada should be the best of all claims to the sympathy and co-operation of the public in the beneficent work of placing out street Arabs in new homes where they will have equal chances of getting on in the world. The batch of children leaving this town, June 11, 1884, comprised 110 boys and 50 girls, making the total number of 912 sent out by Mr. Middlemore in the 12 years in connection with the Bloomsbury Institution. There is also a children's home, from which 23 children have been sent to Canada, and at which some 30 others are at present being trained ready to go. Deaf and Dumb Institution, Church Road, Edgbaston. This is the only institution of its kind within a radius of 100 miles and was the second established in England. Its founder was Dr. Delise, an eminent physician, resident here in 1810, in which year a society was established for its formation. The first house occupied was in Calthorpe Road, 1812, Lord Calthorpe giving the use of the premises until the erection of the institution in Church Road in 1814. The school at first would accommodate only a score of pupils, but from time to time additions were made, and in 1858 the whole establishment was remodeled and enlarged at a cost of £3,000, so that now there is room for 120. The number on the books at midsummer, 1883, was 109 boys and 45 girls. The year's receipts amounted to £3,152.12. 4D, and the expenditure to £2,932.12, 8D. The children, who are elected at the annual meeting of subscribers in September, are received from all parts of the kingdom, but must not be under 8 or over 13 years of age. Subscribers of a guinea have the right of voting at the elections, and the committee have also power to admit children on an annual payment of £25. The parents or guardians of the elected candidates must pay £6 per year towards clothing, and see the office of the secretary is at City Chambers, 82 New Street. Friendless Girls, the Ladies' Association, established 1878, for the recovery of girls who have given way to temptation for a short time, or who have been convicted of a first offense, has been the means of rescuing many from the streets and from a life of crime. The home is in Spring Road, and Mrs. Pike, Sir Harry's Road, is the treasurer, to whom contributions can be sent, and that they will be welcome is shown by the fact that there is a balance at present against the institution's funds. Girls' Home, Bath Row, established in 1851 to provide shelter for young women of good character when out of situations. A free registry is kept, and over 300 girls avail themselves of the home every year. Girls' Training Institution, George Road, Edgbaston, was opened in 1862 to prepare young girls from 12 to 15 for domestic service. Industrial and Reformatory Schools, Gems Street Industrial School, for the recovery of boys who had began a life of crime, was opened in 1850, and at the close of 1883 it contained 149 boys, under the charge of 9 officers. According to the report of Her Majesty's inspector, the boys cost 7s, 8d, per head per week, but there was an industrial profit of £601 11s, 4d, £309 zeros, 11d, having been received for hire of boys' labour. The Treasury paid £1,350 £14s, the rates no less than £1,007 18s, 11d, and subscriptions brought in £83 13s. Of 125 discharges, only 40% were reported to be doing well, 4% convicted, 16% doubtful, and as many as 40% unknown. Penn Street School, an establishment of a similar character, was certified in Jan. 1863. There were 60 boys and 5 officers. The boys cost only 5s, 6d, per head per week. The school received 67 £16s, 11d. From the Treasury, £275 zeros, 10d. From the rates, 93 £2s. From subscriptions, and 109 £, 3d. From the hire of boy labor. There is an industrial profit of 136 £19s, 11d pounds. Of 37 discharges, 70% are said to be doing well, 6% to be reconvicted, 3% dead, and 21% unknown. At Shustoke School, certified in February 1868, there were 130 boys under 11 officers. The boys cost 6s, 8d, per head per week. £1,580 17s, 11d, had been received from the Treasury, £1,741 16s. From the rates of which, however, £1,100 had been spent in building, and c. industrial profit, 193 £. 7d. Of 27 discharges, 74% were reported to be doing well, 18% to be convicted, 4% to be doubtful, and 4% to be unknown. Saltley Reformatory was established in 1852. There were 91 boys under detention and 16 on license at the time of the inspector's visit, 9 officers. This school received £1,371 14s, 3d. From the Treasury, £254 £19s, 1d pounds, from the rates, and 99 £16s, 6d. From subscriptions. The boys cost 6s 8d, per head per week, and there was 117 £9s, 10d pounds. Industrial profit, representing the produce of their labor. Of 74 boys discharged in 1879-81, 69% are reported to be doing well, 19% to be reconvicted, and 12% unknown. At Stoke Farm Reformatory, established in 1853, there were 78 boys under detention, in charge of 10 officers, and 19 on license. Stoke received £1,182 £19s, 8d. From the Treasury, £102 17s, 6d. From the rates, and £100 from subscriptions. The boys cost 6s, 11d, per head per week, and there was an industrial profit of £18 14s, 11d. Of 62 boys discharged in 1879-81, 76% were reported to be doing well, 16%, to be convicted of crime, 5%, doubtful, 11 2%, dead, 11 2%, unknown. Licensed Victuallers Asylum, Bristol Road, founded in 1848, to receive and maintain for life distressed members of the trade and their wives or widows. The secretary is Mr. H.C. Edwards, the Quadrant, New Street, c. Trade Societies. Little Sisters, home founded in 1864, by 3 French and 2 English members of the Catholic Order of Little Sisters of the Poor. The first home being at one of the large houses in the Crescent, where they sheltered, fed, and clothed about 80 aged or broken-down men and women. In 1874, the sisters removed to their present establishment, at Harborne, where they minister to nearly double the number. The whole of this large family are provided for out of the scraps and odds and ends gathered by the sisters from private houses, shops, hotels, restaurants, and bars of the town, the smallest scraps of material, crusts of bread, remains of meat, even to cigar ends, all being acceptable to the black-robed ladies of charity daily seen in the town on their errand of mercy. Though essentially a Catholic institution, the Little Sisters bestow their charity irrespective of creed, Protestants being admitted and allowed freely to follow their own religious notions, the only preference made being in favor of the most aged and destitute. Magdalen Asylum and Refuge first established in 1828, the chapel in Broad Street being opened in 1839. Removed to Clarendon Road, Edgbaston in 1860. There are usually from 35 to 40 inmates, whose labor provides for great part of the yearly expenditure. And it is well that it is so, for the subscriptions and donations from the public are not sent in so freely as could be wished. The treasurer is Mr. S.S. Lloyd. Medical Mission opened in Floodgate Street, Dryghton, in 1875. While resembling other medical charities for the relief of bodily sickness, this mission has for its chief aim the teaching of the gospel to the sick poor, and in every house that may be visited. That the more worldly part of the mission is not neglected is shown by the fact that the expenditure for the year ending Michaelmas, 1883, reached £643. Night Refuges Mr. A.V. Fordyce, in July 1880, opened a night asylum in Princess Road for the shelter of homeless and destitute boys who were supplied with bed and breakfast. The necessity for such an institution was soon made apparent by larger premises being required, and the old police station, corner of Bradford Street and Alcester Street, was taken. This has been turned into a home, and it is never short of occupants, other premises being opened in 1883, close to Dryghton Bridge, for the casual night birds, the most promising of whom are transferred to the home after a few days' testing. A somewhat similar refuge for girls has also been established, and if properly supported by the public, these institutions must result in much good. Nursesdom Birmingham and Midland Counties Training Institution for Nurses, organized in 1868, has its home in the Crescent. It was founded for the purpose of bringing skilled nursing to the homes of those who would otherwise be unable to obtain intelligent aid in carrying out the instructions of their medical attendants. The subscription list for 1882 amounted to £282 and the sum to the credit of the Nurses' Pension Fund to £525. The committee earnestly appeal for increased support to enable them to extend the work of the institution, from which at present the services of 4 nurses are granted to the District Nursing Society, Newhall Street, for attendance on the sick poor. The staff included 66 trained nurses, with 18 probationers, the latter passing for their training through the general, children's, and homeopathic hospitals. The nurses from the home attend on an average over 500 families in the year, those from the District Society conferring their services on nearly 200 other families. Protestant Dissenting Charity School, Graham Street. This is one of the oldest of our philanthropical institutions, having been established in 1760, the first general meeting of subscribers being held June 22, 1761. The first house taken for the purposes of the charity was in New Meeting Street, and both boys and girls were admitted, but since 1813 only girls have received its benefits. These are taken from any locality, and of any Protestant denomination, being housed, fed, clothed, educated, and trained for domestic servants. There are usually about 45 to 48 inmates, the cost per child averaging in 1883, for 56 girls, nearly £20 per head. At the centenary in 1861, a fund of nearly £1,500 was raised by public subscription in aid of the institution, which has but a small income from investments. Subscribers of £1 per year have the right of nominating and voting for the admission of 1 child every year. The present home in Graham Street was erected in 1839, and application should be made to the matron for information or for servant girls. Sanatorium, situated at Blackwell near Bromsgrove. This establishment, which cost £15,750, of which £2,000 was given by Miss Ryland, was built to provide a temporary home with pure air, rest, and nourishing diet for convalescent patients, who otherwise might have had to pine away in the close-built quarters of this and neighboring towns. The buildings, which will accommodate 60 persons, were opened April 16, 1873, and take the place of a smaller establishment to which Miss Ryland had devoted for some years a house at Sparkbrook. The average number of inmates is put at 50, and the number who passed through the house in 1883 was 1,052, the expenditure for the year being £1,780.8. The income was derived from annual subscriptions, £901.10, Special subscriptions, £347.11. 6D. Paid by hospitals for maintenance of patients, £192.6. Grant from the General Hospital, £26.5. Share of hospital Saturday collection, £211 os. 4D. The secretary, from whom all information can be received as to terms of special and other tickets, is Mr. E.J. Bigwood, 3, Temple Row West. Servants' Home and Training Institution, established in 1860, finds shelter for a time to as many as 240 young women in the course of a year, many looking upon it as the only home they have when out of a situation. In connection with it is a training school and laundry, where a score or more girls are taught. Both parts of the institution pay their way, receipts, and expenditure, £180 and £350 respectively, generally balancing. The servants' home is at 30 Bath Row, where there is a registry for servants and also for sick and monthly nurses. Town mission established in 1837 and remodeled in 1850. This institution seeks work in a variety of ways, its agents visiting the homes of the poor, the wards of the hospitals, the lodging houses, and even the bedsides of the patients in the smallpox and fever hospitals. In addition to the providing and looking after the cabmen's rests, of which there are 16 in the town, the mission employs a scripture reader specially to deal with the deaf and dumb members of the community, about 200 in number. At the Noel Road Refuge, opened in 1859, about 40 inmates are received yearly, and at Tyndall House, opened in 1864, about half that number, the two institutions having, to end of 1883, sheltered 1,331 females, of whom nearly 1,000 have been brought back to moral and industrious habits. The income of the society for 1883 was £1,697. 3D, the expenditure being a little over that amount, though the laundries connected with the refuges more than pay their way. The office is at the Educational Chambers, 90 New Street. Young Men's Christian Association instituted in 1849, incorporated in 1873. For many years its meetings were held at the Clarendon Chambers, but when the notorious Sultan Divan was closed in Needless Alley, it was taken for the purposes of this institution. The most appropriate change of tenancy that could possibly be desired, the attractions of the glaring dancing rooms and low-lived racket giving place to comfortable reading rooms, a cozy library, and healthy amusements. Young men of all creeds may here find a welcome, and strangers to the town will meet friends to guide them in choice of companions, or in securing comfortable homes. A similar association is that of the Church of England YMCA at 30 Paradise Street, which was commenced in 1849, and numbers several hundred members. At a conference held Nov. 24, 1880, it was decided to form a Midland District Union of YMCAs in this and the surrounding counties. Young Women's Christian Association, 3 Great Charles Street. The idea of forming an institute for young women was first mooted in 1874, a house being taken for the purpose in Colmore Row in 1876, but it was removed to Great Charles Street in 1882, where lodgings may be obtained for twos. 6D. A week. From returns sent in from various branches in connection with the association, it would appear that the number of members in Birmingham was 1,500, which says much, or its popularity among the class it was intended to benefit. Philanthropic trust, funds that our predecessors forgot not. Charity is well proved, though some of the trusts read strangely in these days. Apprenticing poor boys. A favorite bequest in past days was the leaving of funds for apprenticing poor lads to useful trades, and when workmen were so scarce and valuable that the strong arm of the law was brought in to prevent their emigrating or removing. Doubtless, it was a useful charity enough. Nowadays, the majority of masters do not care about the small premiums usually paid out of these trusts, and several such charities have been lost sight of or become amalgamated with others. The funds, however, left by George Jackson, 1696, and by Richard Scott, 1634, are still in the hands of trustees, and to those whom it may concern, Messrs. Horton and Lee, Newhall Street, solicitors to both trusts, will give all needful information. Banner's Charity. Richard and Samuel Banner, in 1716, left some land at Erdington, towards providing clothing for 2 old widows and half a dozen old men. The balance, if any, to be used in apprenticing poor boys in Birmingham. Dudley Trust. Mr. William Dudley, at his decease in 1876, left £100,000 on trust for the purpose of assisting young tradesmen commencing business on their own account, to relieve aged tradesmen of the town who had not succeeded in life, and lastly to benefit the charities of the town. The rules require that applicants must be under 50 years of age, that they must reside within the limits of the borough, that they must not have been set up in business more than 3 years, that they must give satisfactory proof of their honesty, sobriety, and industry, and that they must give satisfactory security to the trustees, either personal, viz., by bond with 2 or more sureties, or upon freehold, copyhold, or leasehold properties. All these conditions being satisfactorily met, the loans, which will be made free of cost, will bear interest at 2.12% per annum, payable half-yearly, and must be repaid within 5 years, and if the money is wanted for more than 2 years, repayments by installments must then commence. The benefactions to aged persons take the shape of grants, annual or otherwise, not exceeding £20 in any 1 year, in favor of persons who fulfill the following requirements. They must be of the age of 60 years at least, they must have been tradesmen within the limits of the borough, and they must be able to show to the satisfaction of the trustees that they are of good character and need assistance, and that they have not received any parochial relief. The trustees have made several large grants to charitable institutions. Offices, 20, Temple Row. Fentham's charity in 1712. George Fentham left about 100 acres of land in Handsworth and Erdington parishes, in trust, to teach poor children to read and to clothe poor widows. The property, when devised, was worth £20 per year. At the end of the century, it was valued at £100 per year, and it now brings in nearly £460. The 20 children receiving the benefits of this charity are admitted to the Blue Coat School and are distinguished by their dress of dark green. Some 50 widows yearly share in the clothing gifts. Food and Clothing. John Crowley, in 1709, bequeathed an annuity o'20s. Chargeable on property in the Lower Priory, to be expended in sixpenny bread, for the poor at Christmas. Some land at Sutton Coldfield was left, in 1681 by John Hopkins, to provide clothing and food for the poor of St. Martin's Palmer's Charity, 1867, finds about £40 per annum, which is distributed among 80 recipients selected by the town council, the majority being poor old women who go for their dole's deck. Th. In addition to the above, there have been a number of minor charities left to the churchwardens for providing food and clothing, which have either been lost sight of or mixed up with others, some dating as far back as 1629-30. George Hill's charity is now of the value of nearly £5,000, bringing in about £120 yearly. Of this, 52s goes to the churchwardens of the parish church to provide bread for the most necessitous and aged poor 20s, to the incumbent of De Righton, and the residue in pensions of not more than £20 to decayed schoolmasters and schoolmistresses. Hollier's charity was devised in 1789, the land now known as Highgate Park, originally 10 acres, being left to clothe, annually, 20 poor persons, 12 from Birmingham and 8 from Aston. The purchase money paid by the corporation has been invested, and, under the direction of the charity commissioners, the income of this charity is appropriated thus: £50 for clothing for 12 poor men or women of Birmingham, and 8 ditto of Aston. £25 for relieving deserving and necessitous persons discharged from Borough Lunatic Asylum. £150 to the dispensaries of Birmingham and Aston. £25 each to the Children's Hospital and the Sanatorium, and the remainder to the General Hospital. James's Trust of 1869, which realizes about £1,000 per year, was left to provide homes and pensions for deserving widows and others, 5 annuities for poor and decayed gentlewomen, and a scholarship at the grammar school. The secretary is the vicar of St. Clement's, Nechells. Kilcup's Charity Sept. 19, 1611. Richard Kilcup devised certain land at Sparkbrook for charitable purposes, the income of which is now handed to the General Hospital and General Dispensary, as nearly as possible following the testator's wishes. Lench's Trust, which dates from 1539, is one of the most important charities of the town, and has an income of over £3,000 a year at present. The original objects of the trust were repairing the streets of the town and relief to poor. From time to time, other charities have been incorporated, and the funds administered with those of Lynch's trust. Among these are the Bell Rope Fund for purchasing ropes for St. Martin's Belfry, the donor of which is not known. Calmore's Charity, dating from 1585, for relieving the poor and repairing streets Redhills and Shiltons, about 1520, for like purposes. Kilcup's 1610, for the poor, and a small sum towards repairing the church, Vesey's 1583, known as the Loveday Croft gift. Ward's 1573 and Wrexham's 1568, both for gifts to the poor on Good Friday. Anne Scott's 1808, providing small amounts to be given to the inmates of the almshouses, and see the trust now maintains 4 sets of almshouses: Caniber Street, Hospital Street, Ravenhurst Street, and Ladywood, accommodating 184 inmates, all women who receive fives a week each, with firing, medical advice and medicines when necessary, and sundry other small comforts beloved by old grannies. The solicitors to the trust are Messrs. Horton and Lee, Newhall Street. The income of Lynch's trust for the year 1883 amounted to £3,321 of which £1,825 went to the almswomen, £749 8d. For matrons, doctors, and expenses at the almshouses, £437 4d. For repairs, insurance, rates, and taxes, and £395 For clerks, collectors, auditors, law and surveyors' charges, printing, and c. Millward's Charity. John Millward, in 1654, left property, then worth £26 per annum, and the Red Lion public house, worth another £26, but which could never be traced out, to be divided between the governors of the free grammar schools of Birmingham and Haverfordwest and Brasenose College, for the support at the said college of one student from the above schools in rotation. The Red Lion having been swallowed up at a gulp, the other property would appear to have been kept as a nibbling cake, for till the Charity Commissioners visited here in 1827, no scholar had ever been sent to college by its means. The railways and canals have taken most of the property of this trust, the invested capital arising from the sales bringing in now about £650 per year, which is divided between the 2 schools and the college above named, the Birmingham portion being sufficient to pay for 2 scholarships yearly. The Nickel Charity provides for the distribution of bread and coals to about 100 people on New Year's Day, by the vicar and churchwardens of St. David's. Old maids and widows about £40 per year are divided by the rector and churchwardens of St. Philip's amongst 10 old maids, or single women of virtuous character, and 12 poor widows attending divine service there. The invested money arising from Shelton's Charity, 1826, and Wilkinson's Charity, 1830. Thomas Pargeter of Foxcote, in 1867, left money in trust to provide annuities of £20 each to unmarried ladies of 55 or more, professing Unitarianism, and about 100 are now reaping the fruit of his charity. Messrs. Harding and Son, Waterloo Street, are the solicitors. Riddoch's Trust for putting poor boys out apprentice was devised in 1728, the property consisting of a farm at Winson Green. By direction of the Court of Chancery, the income is now divided: £70 to Gem Street Free Industrial School and £20 to the British School, Severn Street. The trustees include the mayor, the rectors of St. Martin's, St. Philip's, St. Thomas's, St. George's, several nonconformist ministers, and the registrar of the Society of Friends. Preaching sermons by Salisbury's Charity, 1726. The rectors of St. Martin's and St. Philip's are entitled to the sum of 15s to preach sermons once a year for the benefit of the Blue Coat Schoolingram's Charity, 1818, consisting of the yearly interest of £504 per cent. India stock was intended to ensure the preaching of an annual sermon on the subject of kindness to animals, especially to the horse, by a local clergyman of the established church. But the governors of King Edward's School, who are the trustees, have obtained the sanction of the Charity Commissioner to a scheme under which sermons on kindness to animals may take the form of 1 or more free lectures on the kind treatment of animals, and especially of the horse, to be delivered in any place of public worship, or other building or room approved by the trustees, and not necessarily, as heretofore, by a clergyman of the established church and in a church. Scripture reading in 1858, Admiral Duff left a sum of money, which brings in about £45 per year, for the maintenance of a scripture reader for the town of Birmingham. The trustee of this land is the mayor for the time being, and the scripture reader may be heard of at the town clerk's office. The Whittingham charity, distributed at St. James's, Ashted in March, furnishes gifts to about 80 poor people, principally widows, who receive blankets, sheets, quilts, flannel, and in addition to bread and coal. Philosophical Society. A society, with this name, was formed in 1794 for the promulgation of scientific principles among mechanics. Its meetings were held in an old warehouse in the coachyard, and from the fact that many workmen from the Eagle Foundry attended the lectures, delivered mainly by Mr. Thomas Clark, the members acquired the name of the Cast-Iron Philosophers. Another society was formed in 1800 for the diffusion of scientific knowledge amongst the middle and higher classes, and by the year 1814 it was possessed of a handsome lecture theatre, a large museum, with good collections of fossils and minerals, a library, reading room, and in Cannon Street. Like many other useful institutions of former days, the philosophical has had to give way to the realistic, its library of dead men's writings, and its fossils of the ancient world, vanishing in face of the reporters of today's doings, the ubiquitous throbs of the Walter and Hoe steam presses resounding, where erst the voice of science in chronicling the past foreshadowed the future. Pillory. This ancient machine for the punishment of prigs formerly stood in High Street. The last time it was used was in 1813. We pillory people in print now and pelt them with pen and ink. The act for abolishing this method of punishment was not passed until June 30, 1837. What became of the pillory here is not known, but there is, or was lately, a renovated specimen of the article at Coleshill. Pinfold Street takes its name from the pound, or pinfold, that existed there prior to 1752. There used to be another of these receptacles for straying animals near to the plough and harrow in Hagley Road, and a small corner of Smithfield was railed off for the like purpose when the cattle market was there established. The Jacob Wilsons, of a previous date, held a field under the lords of the manor wherein to graze their captured cattle, but one of the town criers mortgaged it, and his successors lost their right to the land, which was somewhere about Caroline Street. Places of worship. Established church. In 1620, there were 358 churches in Warwickshire, 130 in Staffordshire, and 150 in Worcestershire. But St. Martin's, Edgbaston, Aston, Derryton, and Handsworth churches were all that Birmingham could boast of at the beginning of last century, and the number had not been increased to a very large extent even by the year 1800. As will be seen from the dates given in following pages, however, there was a goodly number of churches erected in the first half of this century, about the end of which period a church extension movement was set on foot. The success was so apparent that a society was formed Jan. 1865, and in March 1867 it was resolved to raise a fund of £50,000 for the purpose of at once erecting 8 other new churches in the borough, Miss Ryland heading the list of donations with the munificent gift of £10,000. It is difficult to arrive at the amount expended on churches previous to 1840, but the annexed list of churches, built, enlarged, or repaired in this neighborhood from 1840 to 1875, will give an approximate idea of the large sums thus invested, the whole of which was raised solely by voluntary contributions. Accox Green, 6405 Aston Brook, 5000 Balsall Heath, 8500 Bishop Riders, Christchurch, 1000 Christchurch, Sparkbrook 163 Edgbaston, 200 Hay Mills, 500 Amanal, 600 Kings Heath, 900 Kings Norton, 092 Moseley, 491 Saltley, 139 St. Albans, 800 St. Andrews, 500 St. Anne's, 700 St. Anne's Moseley, 500 St. Asaph's, 700 St. Augustine's, 800 St. Barnabas, 3. 500 St. Bartholomew's, 1. 260 St. Clement's, 3. 925 St. Cuthbert's, 5. 000 St. David's, 6. 185 St. Gabriel's, 4. 307 St. George's Edgbaston, 1. 583 St. James's Edgbaston, 6. 000 St. John's Ladywood, 7. 200 St. Lawrence's, 4. 380 St. Luke's, 6. 286 St. Martin's, 30. 134 St. Matthew's, 4. 850 St. Matthias's, 5. 361 St. Mary's, 4. 503 St. Mary's Selly Oak, 5. 400 St. Nicholas, 4. 288 St. Paul's, 1. 400 St. Philip's, 9. 987 St. Saviour's, 5. 273 St. Silas's, 4. 677 St. Stephen's, 3. 200 St. Stephen's, Selly Oak 771. To the above total of £228,336 expended on churches in or close to the borough, there should be added £57,640 expended in the erection, and c. of churches close at hand in the adjoining diocese of Lichfield. 25,000 laid out at Coleshill, Northfield, and Solihull, the principal residents being from Birmingham, and a still further sum of £150,000 spent on church school buildings. These figures even do not include the vast amounts invested for the endowments of the several churches and schools, nor is aught reckoned for the value of the land or building materials where given, nor for the ornamental decorations, fonts, pulpits, windows, and furnishings so munificently lavished on our local churches. Since the year 1875, it has been calculated that more than £100,000 has been devoted to similar local church building purposes, so that in less than 50 years, much more than £500,000 has been voluntarily subscribed by the churchmen of the neighborhood for the religious welfare and benefit of their fellow men. Still, there is room for more churches and for more preachers, and the Church Extension Society are hoping that others will follow the example of the landowner, who, in the early part of the year, 1884, placed £10,000 in the hands of the bishop towards meeting the urgent need of additional provision for the spiritual wants of the inhabitants. Short notes of the several churches can alone be given. All Saints in the street of that name, leading out of Lodge Road, is a brick erection of 50 years' date, being consecrated September 28, 1833. It was built to accommodate about 700 and cost £3,850, but in 1881 it was enlarged and otherwise improved at an outlay of over £1,500, and now finds sittings for 1,760, 1,000 of the seats being free. The Reverend P. E. Wilson, M.A., is the rector and surrogate, and the living, value £400, is in the gift of the Birmingham Trust. The Nineveh schoolroom is used for services on Sunday and Thursday evenings in connection with All Saints. All Saints, King's Heath, is built of stone in the Perpendicular Gothic style and cost £3,200, the consecration taking place on April 27, 1860. There are sittings for 620, one half being free. The Reverend J. Webster, M.A., is the vicar, the living, value £220, being in the gift of the Vicar of Moseley, King's Heath Ecclesiastical Parish being formed out of Moseley Parish in 1863. All Saints, Small Heath, Reverend G.F.B. Cross, M.A., Vicar. Soon after the death of the Reverend J. Oldknow, D.D., of Holy Trinity, in 1874, it was resolved to carry out his dying wishes by erecting a church in the fast-filling district of Small Heath. At first, the iron building formerly used as a place of worship in Cannon Hill Park was put up, and the vicar was instituted in October 1875. The foundation stone of a permanent building was laid Sept. 8, 1882, which accommodates over 1,000 worshippers. That part of the future Oldknow Memorial Church at present finished, comprising the nave, north aisle, and north transept, with seating for nearly 700 all free, was consecrated July 28, 1883. The patronage is vested in trustees, the incumbent stipend being £150. All Saints, Steckford, a temporary church of iron and wood, erected at a cost of £620 to accommodate 320 persons, all seats being free, was dedicated Dec. 18, 1877. Aston Churchet is impossible to fix the date of erection of the first church for the parish of Aston, but that it must have been at a very early period is shown by the entry in the Domesday Book relative to the manor. The parish itself formerly included Bordesley and De Rytund, Nechells and Saltley, Erdington and Witton, Castle Bromwich, Ward End, and Water Orton, an area so extensive that the ecclesiastical income was very considerable. In Henry Roman III's reign, the dean and chapter of Lichfield received 20 marks yearly out of the fruits of the rectory, the annual value of which was sufficient to furnish £26 13s, 4d, over and above the 20 marks. Records are in existence showing that the church, which was dedicated to St. Peter and St. Paul, was considerably enlarged about 300 years after the conquest, and a renovation was carried out nearly a century back. But the alterations made during the last few years, 1878-84, have been so extensive that practically it may be said the edifice has been rebuilt. The seating capacity of the old church was limited to about 500, but 3 times that number of persons will, in future, find accommodation, the cost of the extensions and alterations having been nearly £10,000. The ancient monuments, windows, and tablets have all been carefully replaced in positions corresponding to those they filled formerly, with many additions in the shape of colored glass, heraldic emblazonments, and chased carvings in wood and stone. The old church, for generations past, has been the center point of interest with local antiquarians, as it was, in the days far gone, the chosen last resting place of so many connected with our ancient history: the Holts, the Erdingtons, the Devereux, the Ardens, the Harcourts, the Bracebridges, Clodshalls, Baggots, and see here still may be seen the stone and alabaster effigies of lords and ladies who lived in the time of the Wars of the Roses, 2 showing by their dress that while one was Lancasterian, the other followed the fortunes of York. The tablets of the Holt family, Temp, Elizabeth and Charles, and the Devereux monument of the Jacobean era are well preserved, while all around the shields and arms of the ancient families, with their many quarterings, form the best heraldic collection anywhere near Birmingham. The parish registers date from the 16th century, and the churchwarden's accounts are preserved from the year 1652. Among the facts recorded in the former, we may note the burial of the dozen or so royalist soldiers who lost their lives while defending Aston Hall from the attacks made on it by the Birmingham men in December 1643. While in both there are quaint entries innumerable, and full of curious interest to the student and historian. The Reverend W. Eliot, M.A., the present vicar, was instituted in 1876, commencing duty Feb. 25, 1877, the living 1/600 value being in the presentation of trustees. In connection with the church, there are mission rooms in Tower Road and in Alfred Street, with Sunday schools, Bible classes, Dorcas, and other societies. The first portion of the late additions to the church was consecrated July 5, 1880. The new chancel on Sept. 8, 1883. Bishop Ryder's, a square-towered brick edifice in Gem Street, was built in 1837-38, the laying of the foundation stone, August 23, 1837, being characterized by the almost unheard-of conduct of the low denizens of the neighborhood, who pelted the Bishop of Lichfield with mud on the occasion. The consecration took place Dec. 18, 1838, and the building cost £4,600. The living, valued at £300, is in the hands of trustees, the present vicar being the Reverend J.P. Gardiner. The vicarage, which was completed in 1862 at a cost of £2,240, is in Sutton Street, Aston Road 2, near a residence to the church, not being deemed advisable even 25 years after the opening ceremony of 1837. In 1879, the galleries were removed, and the church repewed and otherwise renovated, the reopening taking place July 28, there being now 860 free sittings. Christ Church, New Street, at first known as the Free Church. This edifice was for no less than 10 years in the hands of the builders. The cornerstone was laid July 22, 1805 by Lord Dartmouth in the absence of George Roman III, who had promised but was too ill to be present. His Majesty, however, sent £1,000 towards the building fund. It was consecrated July 13, 1813, finished in 1816, clock put in 1817. The patron is the Bishop of Worcester, and to the living, valued at £350, is attached to prebendary in Lichfield Cathedral. The present vicar, since 1881, is the Reverend E.R. Mason, M.A. There is accommodation for 500, all the seats being free, but at one time the worshippers were limited in their freedom of sitting by the males having to take their places on one side and the females on the other, a custom which gave rise to the following epigram. Our churches and chapels we generally find are the places where men to the women are joined, but at Christ Church, it seems, they are more cruel-hearted, for men and their wives go there and get parted. Mission services in connection with Christ Church are held in the Pinfold Street and Fleet Street schoolrooms. Christ Church, Gillott Road, Summerfield. The foundation stone of a church to be erected to the memory of the late Reverend George Lee, for 43 years connected with Christ Church and St. George's, Edgbaston, was laid Nov. 27, 1883. It is intended to accommodate 850 persons and will cost about £8,000, exclusive of a tower 110 ft. high, which will be added afterwards at a further cost of £1,200. Christ Church, Quinton, was erected in 1841 at a cost of £2,500 and will seat 600, two-thirds being free. The living is valued at £200, is in the gift of the rector of Helzowen, in whose parish Quinton was formerly included, and is held by the Reverend C.H. Oldfield, B.A. Christ Church, Sparkbrook, is a handsome Gothic erection, built on land given by Mr. S.S. Lloyd, the first stone being laid April 5, 1866, and the opening ceremony on October 1, 1867. The living, a perpetual curacy, is in the gift of trustees and is valued at £350 per annum and has been held hitherto by the Reverend G. Tonge, M.A. The building of the church cost nearly £10,000, the accommodation being sufficient for 900 persons, one half the seats being free. The stained window in chancel to the memory of Mrs. S.S. Lloyd is said by some to be the most beautiful in Birmingham, the subject being the resurrection. There are mission rooms and Sunday schools in Dallabrin Road, Montpellier Street, Long Street, and Stratford Road, several thousands having been spent in their erection. Christ Church, Yardley Wood, was built and endowed by the late John Taylor, Esquire, in 1848, the consecration taking place April 4, 1849. Vicarage, value £185. Patrons, trustees, vicar, Reverend C. Beebe, B.A., seats 260, the 60 being free. Edgbaston Old Church. It is not known when the first church was built on the site, some writers having gone so far back as to fix the year 777 as the probable date. The present edifice, though it incorporates some few remains of former erections, and will always be known as the Old Church, really dates but from 1809-10, when it was rebuilt. Opened Sept. 10, 1810, but as the Edgbastonians began to increase and multiply rapidly after that time, it was found necessary to add a nave and aisle in 1857. There is now only accommodation for 670, and but 100 or so of the seats are free, so that possibly in a few more years the renovators and restorers will be busy providing another new old church for us. The patron is Lord Calthorpe, and the living is valued at £542, but the power of presenting has only been exercised 3 times during the last 124 years. The Reverend John Prynne Parks Pixell, who was appointed vicar in 1760, being succeeded by his son in 1794, who held the living 54 years. At his death in 1848, the Reverend Isaac Spooner, who had for the 11 previous years been the first incumbent of St. George's, Edgbaston, was inducted and remained vicar till his death July 1884. In the church there are several monuments to members of the Calthorpe family, and one in memory of Mr. Joshua Schofield, the first MP for Birmingham, and also some richly colored windows and ancient dated tablets connected with the oldest families of the Middlemoors and others. Hall Green Church was built in Queen Anne's reign and has seats for 475 half-free. It is a vicarage, value £175, in the gift of trustees, and now held by the Reverend R. Jones, B.A. Handsworth Church St. Mary's, the mother church of the parish, was probably erected in the 12th century, but has undergone time's inevitable changes of enlargements, alterations, and rebuildings, until little, if any, of the original structure could possibly be shown. Great alterations were made during the 15th and 17th centuries, and again about 1759 and in 1820, the last of all being those of our own days. During the course of the restoration, now completed, an oval tablet was taken down from the pediment over the south porch, bearing the inscription of John Hall and John Hopkins, churchwardens, 1759, whose economizing notions had led them to cut the said tablet out of an old gravestone, the side built into the wall having inscribed on its face the body of Thomas Linden, who departed this life the 10th of April, 1675, and was years of age 88. The cost of the rebuilding has been nearly £11,000, the whole of which has been subscribed, the reopening taking place Sept. 28, 1878. There are several ancient monuments in fair preservation, and also Chantry's celebrated statue of Watts. The living is valued at £1,500, the rector, the Reverend W. Randall, M.A., being his own patron. The sittings in the church are, with a few exceptions only, all free and number over 1,000, Sunday and other services being also held in a mission room at Hampstead. Holy Trinity, the first stone of the Church of the Holy Trinity in Camp Hill, was placed in position Sept. 29, 1820. The building was consecrated Jan. 23, 1823, and opened for services March 16 following. The cost was £14,325, and the number of sittings provided 1,500, half to be free. The services have from the first been markedly of a ritualistic character, and the ornate decorations of the church have been therefore most appropriate. The living, value £230, is a vicarage in the gift of trustees, and is at present held by the Reverend A. H. Watts, who succeeded the Reverend R. W. and Rat after the latter's suspension and imprisonment. See Ritualism. Holy Trinity, Birchfields. First stone placed May 26, 1863, consecrated May 17, 1864. Cost about £5,000. The living, value £320, is a vicarage in the gift of the rector of Handsworth, and is now held by the Reverend P. T. Maitland, who read himself in May 16, 1875. Holy Trinity, North Harborne, was built in 1838-39 at a cost of £3,750, and will seat 700, one half being free. The living, value £300, is in the gift of the Dean and Chapter of Lichfield. Emmanuel Church, Broad Street. The foundation stone was laid July 12, 1864. The consecration took place May 7, 1865. The cost of erection was a little over £4,000. There are seats for 800, of which 600 are free, and the living, valued at £300, has been held until now by the Reverend C. H. Coleman, the presentation being in the hands of trustees. The Magdalen Chapel was formerly on the site. Iron Churches. May 22, 1874, an edifice built of iron was opened for religious purposes in Cannon Hill Park, but the congregation that assembled were so scanty that in July 1875, it was deemed expedient to remove it to Small Heath, where it was used as a temporary Old No Memorial Church. Other iron churches have been utilized in the suburbs since then, and there is now no novelty in such erections, a score of which may be found within half the number of miles. St. Agnes, Moseley, off Wake Green Road. The foundation stone was laid October 3, 1883, and its estimated cost is put at about £8,000. At present only, a part sufficient to accommodate 400 persons is being proceeded with, but when completed the edifice will hold double that number and will be 127 ft. long by 48 ft. wide, a tower and spire rising from the center of the west end to a height of 137 ft. St. Albans, a mission chapel dedicated to St. Alban, was opened in Leopold Street in September 1865. This now forms a school belonging to the adjoining church, which was opened March 7, 1872. The curacy is held by the Revs. J.S. and T.B. Pollock, but the friends of those gentlemen have since ejected a far handsomer edifice, the Church of St. Alban the Martyr, at the corner of Caniber Street and Ryland Street, at a cost estimated at £20,000 500 being paid for the site. The first stone of this magnificent building was laid January 31, 1880, the opening service taking place at 6:03 a.m., May 3, 1881. There is free seating for 1,000 in the new church, for 460 in St. Albans, Leopold Street, and for a further 400 in the mission room, the services being entirely dependent on the gifts to the offertory. And see on the Saints' Day the special collections have for years been most remarkable, seldom less than 1,000 being given, while occasionally the amount has been more than 4 times that sum. The services are high church, with 3 daily celebrations and 7 on Sunday. St. Andrew's, Bordesley. The foundation stone was laid July 23, 1844, and consecration took place Sept. 30, 1846. The cost of the building was about £5,000, the site being given. The value of the living is £320, the bishop and trustees having the right of preferment alternately. There is accommodation for 800, 1/4 of the seats being free. The present vicar is the Reverend J. Williamson, M.A. The iron-built church of S. Oswald, opposite Small Heath Park, Coventry Road, is attached to S. Andrews. St. Anne's, Dudeston, consecrated Oct. 22, 1869, is a brick building giving accommodation for 810, half the seats being free. The bishop presents the living, being of the net value of £260. Reverend T.J. Howarth is the vicar. Services also at the Mission Room, Great Francis Street. St. Anne's, Park Hill, Moseley. This chapel of ease to Moseley was built at the expense of Miss Anderton, of Moseley Wake Green, the consecration taking place Sept. 22, 1874. The living is valued at £150 and is in the gift of the Vicar of Moseley, the present incumbent being the Reverend J. Leverett, M.A. Half the 400 seats are free. St. Asaph's, Great Colmore Street. The freehold of the site was given by Mr. Crego Colmore, and the erection of the church, which yet wants the tower and spire, cost £5,450. The cornerstone was laid Aug. 22, 1867, and the building was consecrated Dec. 8, 1868. There are 950 sittings, of which 500 are free. Trustees present. The living, value £300, being now held by the Reverend R. Fletcher, M.A. St. Augustine's, Hagley Road, the foundation stone of which was laid Oct. 14, 1867, was consecrated September 12, 1868, the first cost being a little over £9,000, but a tower and spire, 185 ft. High, was added in 1876 at a further cost of £4,000. It is a chapel of ease to Edgbaston, in the gift of the bishop. Value £500. Held by Reverend J.C. Blissard, M.A. Seats 650. St. Barnabas, Erdington. This church, originally built in 1823 at a cost of about £6,000, with accommodation for 700 only, has lately been enlarged so as to provide 1,100 sittings, 600 free, £2, 700 being expended on the improvements. The Vicar of Aston is patron, and the living is valued at £300. The reopening took place June 11, 1883. Reverend H. H. Rose, M.A., has been vicar since 1850. St. Barnabas, Ryland Street. First stone laid Aug. 1, 1859, consecrated Oct. 24, 1860, renovated in 1882. Has sittings for 1,050, of which 650 are free. Value £300 in the gift of trustees. Present vicar, Reverend P. Waller. Services also at Mission Room, Sheepcote Street. St. Bartholomew's. The building of this church was commenced in 1749, the site being given by William Jennens, Esquire, and £1,000 towards the building by his mother, Mrs. Anne Jennens. Lord Fielding also gave 120 to pay for an altarpiece, which is greatly admired. Surrounded for very many years by a barren-looking graveyard, the huge brick-built edifice was very unsightly, and being close to the Park Street burial ground, it was nicknamed the Pauper's Church. Since the laying out of the grounds, however, it has much improved in appearance. The rector of St. Martin's presence, and the living is valued at £280. There are 800 sittings, 1,000 being free. Weeknight services are also held in Mission Room, Fox Street. St. Catherine's, Nechells. Foundation stone laid July 27, 1877, consecrated November 8, 1878, cost nearly £7,000, seats 750, more than half being free. Yearly value £230, in the gift of trustees. Present Vicar, Reverend T.H. Knock, M.A. St. Catherine's Rot and Park. The mission room in Coplow St. in connection with St. John's, Ladywood, is the precursor of this church yet to be built. St. Clement's, Nechells, first stone laid October 27, 1857, consecrated August 30, 1859. Seats 850, 475 free. Vicarage, value £300 in the gift of Vicar of St. Matthew's. Present incumbent, Reverend J.T. Butlin, B.A. Services also at Mission Room, High Park Street. St. Cuthbert's, Birmingham Heath, was commenced April 19, 1871, opened March 19, 1872, and has seats for 800, half being free. Yearly value £250, in the hands of trustees. Present incumbent, Reverend W. H. Tarleton, M.A. St. Cyprian's, Hay Mill. The foundation stone of this church, built and endowed by J. Horsfall, Esquire, was laid April 14, 1873, and the opening services were held in the following January. The ceremony of consecration did not take place until April 23, 1878, when a district was assigned to the church. Reverend G. H. Sims is the present vicar, and the living, value £150, is in the gift of the bishop. St. David's, Bissell Street. First stone was laid July 6, 1864, and the building was consecrated in the same month of the following year. The cost of erection was £6,200, and there is accommodation for 955, 785 seats being free. The living, value £300, is in the gift of trustees, and is at present held by Reverend H. Boydon, B.A. Weeknight services also at Mission Room, MacDonald Street. St. Edburgh's, the parish church of Yardley, dating from Henry Roman VII. S. reign, contains monuments relating to several of our ancient families of local note. The living is a vicarage, value £525, in the gift of the Reverend J. Dodd, the present vicar being the Reverend F. S. Dodd, M.A. There is accommodation for 600, a third of the seats being free. St. Gabriel's, Pickford Street. The first stone was laid in September 1867, and the consecration took place Jan. 5, 1869. The sittings number 600, most being free. The living, value £300, is in the gift of the bishop and is held by the Reverend J.T. Tance, vicar. A mission room at the west end of the church was opened Dec. 14, 1878. It is 105 ft. long by 25 ft. wide and will seat 800. The cost was about £3,500, and it is said the vicar and his friends saved £2,500 by building the rooms themselves. St. George's. When first built, there were so few houses near Great Hampton Row and Tower Street that this church was known as St. George's in the Fields, and the site for church and churchyard, 965 square yards, was purchased for £200. The foundation stone was laid April 19, 1820, and the consecration took place July 30, 1822. The tower is 114 ft. high, and the first cost of the building was £12,735. Renovated in 1870, the church has latterly been enlarged, the first stone of a new chancel being placed in position, June 1882, by the Bishop of Ballarat, formerly rector of the parish. This and other additions has added £2,350 to the original cost of the church, which provides accommodation for 2,150, all but 700 being free seats. The living, value £500, is in the gift of trustees, and the present rector is the Reverend J. G. Dixon, M.A. The church was reopened March 13, 1883, and services are also conducted in New Summer Street and in Smith Street schoolrooms. St. George's, Edgbaston. First stone laid Aug. 17, 1836, consecrated Nov. 28, 1838, cost £6,000. Perpetual curacy, value £300, in the gift of Lord Calthorpe. 1,000 sittings, of which 1/3 are free, but it is proposed to considerably enlarge the building, and possibly as much as £8,000 will be spent thereon, with proportionate accommodation. St. James's, Ashted. Originally the residence of Dr. Ashe, this building was remodeled and opened as a place of worship, Oct. 9, 1791. As Ashted Chapel, it was sold by auction May 3, 1796. Afterwards, being dedicated to St. James, it was consecrated, the ceremony taking place Aug. 7, 1807. The living, value £300, is in the gift of trustees, the present vicar being the Reverend H.C. Phelps, M.A. of the 1,350 sittings, 450 are free, there being also a mission room in Vauxhall Road. St. James's, Aston. The mission room in Tower Road, in connection with Aston Church, is known as St. James's Church Room, it being intended to erect a church on an adjoining site. St. James's, Edgbaston, which cost about £6,000, was consecrated June 1, 1852, and has 900 sittings, 1/4 being free. Perpetual curacy, value £230 in the gift of Lord Calthorpe. The 25th anniversary of the incumbency of the Reverend P. Brown, M.A., was celebrated June 7, 1877, by the inauguration of a new organ, subscribed for by the congregation. St. James's, Handsworth, was built in 1849 and has 800 sittings, of which 1/2 are free. The living, value £300, is in the gift of the rector of Handsworth, and the present vicar is the Reverend H. L. Randall, B.A. St. John's, de Rytland. The Chapel of St. John's was commenced in 1375. It was licensed in 1381 by the monks of Tickford Priory, who appointed the vicars of Aston, in which parish de Rytland then was. It was repaired in 1677 and rebuilt in 1735. The tower was added in 1762 and clock and bells put in 1776. This is believed to have been the first church in which the teachings of Wycliffe and the Reformers were allowed, the grant given to the inhabitants leaving in their hands the sole choice of the minister. This right was last exercised June 15, 1870, when the present chaplain, the Reverend W.C. Badger, was elected by 3,800 votes against 2,299 given for a rival candidate. There is accommodation for 850, of which 250 seats are free. It is related that when the present edifice was erected, 1735, a part of the small burial ground was taken into the site, and that pew rents are only charged for the sittings covering the ground so occupied. The living is valued at £400. For a most interesting account of this church, reference should be made to Memorials of Old Birmingham by the late Mr. Talman Smith. Services also take place at the schoolroom and at the mission room, Darwin Street. St. John's, Ladywood, built at a cost of £6,000, the site being given by the governors of the Free Grammar School, and the stone for building by Lord Calthorpe, was consecrated March 15, 1854. In 1881, a further sum of £2,350 was expended in the erection of a new chancel and other additions. The rector of St. Martin's is the patron of the living, valued at £330, and the present vicar is the Reverend J. L. Porter, M.A. The sittings number 1,250, of which 550 are free. Services are also conducted at the Mission Room, Coplow Street, and on Sunday evenings in Osler Street Board School. St. John's Perry Bar was built, endowed, and a fund left for future repairs by Squire Go, of Perry Hall, the cost being about £10,000. The consecration took place Aug. 6, 1833, and was a day of great rejoicing in the neighborhood. In 1868, the church was supplied with a peal of 8 bells in memory of the late Lord Calthorpe. The living, valued at £500, is in the gift of the Hun. A.C.G. Calthorpe. St. John the Baptist, East Harborne, which cost rather more than £4,000, was consecrated November 12, 1858. It has sittings for 900, of which number 1/2 are free. Living valued at £115, patron Reverend T. Smith, M.A., vicar, Reverend P. Smith, B.A. St. John the Evangelist, Stratford Road. A temporary iron church which was opened April 2, 1878, at a cost of £680. A mission room in Warwick Road, Greet, is in connection with above. St. Jude's, Tonk Street, which was consecrated July 26, 1851, has 300 sittings, of which 1,000 are free. In the summer of 1879, the building underwent a much-needed course of renovation, and has been still further improved by the destruction of the many rookeries formerly surrounding it. The patronage is vested in the crown and bishop alternately, but the living is one of the poorest in the town, only £150. St. Lawrence's, Dartmouth Street, first stone laid June 18, 1867, consecrated June 25, 1868. has sittings for 745, 400 being free. The bishop is the patron, and the living, value £320, is now held by the Reverend J.F.M. Wish, B.A. St. Luke's, Bristol Road. The foundation stone of this old Norman-looking church was laid July 29, 1841, but it might have been in 1481 to judge by its present appearance, the unfortunate choice of the stone used in the building giving quite an ancient look. It cost £3,700 and was consecrated Sept. 28, 1842. There are 300 free seats out of 800. The trustees are patrons, and the living, value £430, is held by the Reverend W.B. Wilkinson, M.A. Vicar. St. Margaret's, Leadsom Street. The cost of this church was about £5,000. The first stone was laid May 16, 1874. The consecration took place Oct. 2, 1875, and it finds seating for 800, all free. The bishop is the patron of the living, a perpetual curacy, value £300, and it is now held by the Reverend H. A. Nash. The schoolroom in Rand Street is licensed in connection with St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's, Olton, was consecrated Dec. 14, 1880, the first stone having been laid Oct. 30, 1879. St. Margaret's, Ward End, built on the site, and partly with the ruins of an ancient church, was opened in 1836 and gives accommodation for 320 persons, 175 seats being free. The living, value £150, is in the gift of trustees and is held by the Reverend C. Heath, M.A., Vicar. St. Mark's, King Edward's Road. First stone laid March 31, 1840, consecrated July 30, 1841. Cost about £4,000 and accommodates 1,000, about a third of the seats being free. A vicarage, value £300, patrons, trustees, vicar, Reverend R.L.G. Pidcock, M.A. St. Martin's. There is no authentic date by which we can arrive at the probable period of the first building of a church for the parish of Birmingham. Hutton supposed there was a church here about AD 750, but no other writer has ventured to go past 1280, and as there is no mention in the Domesday Book of any such building, the last supposition is probably nearest the mark. The founder of the church was most likely Sir William de Birmingham, of whom there is still a monumental effigy existing, and the first endowment would naturally come from the same family, who, before the erection of such church, would have their own chapel at the manor house. Other endowments there were from the Clodshills, notably that of Walter de Clodshill, in 1330, who left 20 acres of land, 4 messuages, and 18d. Annual rent for one priest to say Mass daily for the souls of the said Walter, his wife Agnes, and their ancestors. In 1347, Richard de Clodshill gave 10 acres of land, 5 messuages, and tens. Yearly for another priest to say Mass for him and his wife, and his father and mother, and all the faithful departed. In 1428, Richard, grandson of the last named, left 20s. By his will, and bequeathed his body to be buried in his own chapel, within the parish church of Birmingham. Besides the Clodshill chantry, there was that of the Guild of the Holy Cross, but when Henry Roman VIII laid violent hands on all ecclesiastical property, 1535, that belonged to the Church of St. Martin was valued at no move than £10 ones. From the few fragments that were found when the present building was erected, and from Dugdale's descriptions that has come down to us, there can be little doubt that the church was richly ornamented with monuments and paintings, colored windows and encaustic tiles, though its income from property would appear to have been meager enough. Students of history will readily understand how the fine old place came gradually to be but little better than a huge barn, the inside walls whitewashed as was the wont, the monuments mutilated and pushed into corners, the font shoved out of sight, and the stained glass windows demolished. Outside, the walls and even the tower were cased in brick by the churchwardens, 1690, who nevertheless thought they were doing the right thing. As among the records of the lost Stanton collection, there was one, dated 1711, of moneys expended in public charities by ye inhabitants of Birmingham, WTH in 19 years last past, viz. Encasing, repairing, and c. Ye Old Church 1919 £1.9-1/2. Adding to ye communion plate of ye said, Church 275 ounces, of new silver 16/6. repairing ye highways, leading to ye town WTH in these 9 years 01. Subscribed by ye inhabitants towards erecting a new church, now consecrated, and parsonage house 1311, in all 5132, £12 3-12. In the matter of architectural taste, the ideas of the church wardens seem curiously mixed. For while disfiguring the old church, they evidently did their best to secure the erection of the splendid new church of St. Philip's, as among other entries there were several like these. 28 PDS, 2s, WCH Mr. JNO. Holt has collected in Oxford towards building ye new church. Rev'd, £30 from Sir Charles Holt, Baronet, for the use of the E of the new church. From time to time, other alterations were made, such as new roofing, shutting up the clerestory windows, piercing the walls of the chancel and the body of the church for fresh windows attaching a vestry, and see the churchyard was partly surrounded by houses, and in 1781, iron palisadoes were affixed to the wall. In this year also 33 ft. of the spire was taken down and rebuilt. In 1807, the churchyard was enlarged by the purchase of 5 tenements fronting Speisel Street, belonging to the governors of the Free Grammar School, for £423, and the commissioners having cleared the bull ring of the many erections formerly existing there, the old church in its hideous brick dress was fully exposed to view. Noble and handsome places of worship were erected in other parts of the town, but the old mother church was left in all its shabbiness until it became almost unsafe to hold services therein at all. The bitter feelings engendered by the old church rate wars had doubtless much to do with this neglect of the parish church, but it was not exactly creditable to the Birmingham men of '49, when attention was drawn to the dangerous condition of the spire, and a general restoration was proposed, that what one gentleman has been pleased to call the lack of public interest should be made so manifest that not even enough could be got to rebuild the tower. Another attempt was made in 1853, and on April 25, 1854, the work of restoring the tower and rebuilding the spire, at a cost of £6,000, was commenced. The old brick casing was replaced by stone, and on completion of the tower, the first stone of the new spire was laid June 20, 1855, the topping being successfully accomplished November 22 following. The height of the present spire from the ground to the top of the stonework is 185 ft, 10.12 in, the tower being 69 ft, 6 in, and the spire itself 116 ft, 4.12 in, the vane being an additional 18 ft, 6 in. The old spire was about 3 in. Lower than the present new one, though it looked higher on account of its more beautiful form, and its thinner top only surmounted by the weathercock now to be seen at Aston Hall, the clock and chimes were renewed at a cost of £200 in 1858. The tunes played being God Save the Queen, Her Majesty visited Birmingham that year, Rule Britannia, Blue Bells of Scotland, Life Let Us Cherish, the Easter Hymn, and 2 other hymns. 20 years after, in 1878, after a very long period, 9 years of inaction, the charming apparatus was again put in order, the chimes being the same as before, with the exception of Auld Lang Syne, which is substituted for God Save the Queen, in consequence of the latter not giving satisfaction since the bells have been repaired vide, male. The clock dial is 9 ft, 6 in diameter. The original bells in the steeple were doubtless melted in the troublesome days of the Commonwealth, or perhaps removed when Bluff Hal sequestered the church's property, as a new set of 6 total weight 53 cwt. 1 QR, £15, were hung in 1682. During the last century these were recast, an addition made to the peal, which now consists of 12. Treble cast in 1772, weight not noted. Second, ditto third, weighing 2/16/4, 3/27/5, 0/26, 2/12/7, 3/12/8, 3/9, 1/17/10, 3/11, 3/16 tenor, 0. The 9th bell was recast in 1790. 4th and 5th have also been recast, by Blues and Son, in 1870. In the metal of the tenor, several coins are visible, one being a Spanish dollar of 1742. The following lines appear on some of the bells. On 7th, you singers all that prize your health and happiness, be sober, merry, and wise, and you will the same possess. On 8th, To honor both of God and King, our voices shall in concert ring. On 10th, our voices shall with joyful sound make hills and valleys echo round. On tenor, let your ceaseless changes raise to our great Maker still new praise. The handsome appearance of the tower and spire, after restoration, contrasted so strongly with the dowdy appearance of the remainder of the church that it was little wonder a more determined effort should be made for a general building. And this time, 1872, the appeal was no longer in vain. Large donations were given by friends as well as by many outside the pale of the church, and Dr. Wilkinson, the rector, soon found himself in a position to proceed with the work. The last sermon in the old church was preached by Canon Miller, the former rector, Oct. 27, 1872, and the old brick barn gave place to an ecclesiastical structure of which the town may be proud, noble in proportions, and more than equal in its Gothic beauty to the original edifice of the Lords de Birmingham, whose sculptured monuments have at length found a secure resting place in the chancel of the new St. Martin's. From east to west, the length of the church is a little over 155 ft, including the chancel, the arch of which rises to 60 ft, the width, including nave, 25 ft, and north and south aisles is 67 ft. At the transepts, the measure from north to south gives 104 ft. Width. The consecration and reopening took place July 20, 1875, when the church, which will accommodate 2,400 seats are free, was thronged. Several stained windows have been put in, the organ has been enlarged, and much done in the way of decoration since the rebuilding, the total cost being nearly £25,000. The living £1,048 net value is in the gift of trustees and has been held since 1866 by the Reverend W. Wilkinson, D.D. Hun, Canon of Worcester, Rural Dean and Surrogate. The burial ground was closed deck. 9, 1848. St. Mary's, Accox Green, was opened Oct. 17, 1866. The cost of erection was £4,750, but it was enlarged in 1882 at a further cost of £3,000. There are 720 sittings, 420 being free. The net value of the living in the gift of trustees is £147, and the present vicar is the Reverend F.T. Swinburne, D.D. St. Mary's, Aston Brook, was open deck. 10, 1863. It seats 750 half-free and cost £4,000, was the gift of Josiah Robbins, Esquire and family, perpetual curacy, value £300. The site of the parsonage, built in 1877 at a cost of £2,300, was the gift of Miss Robbins. Present incumbent, Reverend F. Smith, M.A. St. Mary's, Moseley. The original date of erection is uncertain, but there are records to the effect that the tower was an addition made in Henry Roman VIII. Reign, and there was doubtless a church here long prior to 1500. The chancel is a modern addition of 1873. The bells were recast about same time, the commemorative peal being rung June 9, 1874, and on June 8, 1878, the churchyard was enlarged by the taking in of 500 square yards of adjoining land. The living, of which the vicar of Bromsgrove is the patron, is worth £280 and is now held by the Reverend W. H. Colmore, M.A. Of the 500 sittings, 150 are free. St. Mary's, Selly Oak, was consecrated September 12, 1861, having been erected chiefly at the expense of Gr. Elkington and J. F. Leadsom, Eskers. There are 620 sittings, of which 420 are free. The living is in the gift of the bishop and trustee, is valued at £200, and the present vicar is the Reverend T. Price, M.A. St. Mary's, Whitall Street, was erected in 1774, and in 1857 underwent a thorough renovation, the reopening services being held August 16. There are 1,700 sittings, of which 400 are free. The living is a vicarage, with an endowment of £172 with parsonage, in the gift of trustees, and is now held by the Reverend J. S. Owen. St. Matthew's, Great Lister Street, was consecrated October 20, 1840, and has sittings for 1,400, 580 seats being free. The original cost of the building was only £3,200, but nearly £1,000 was expended upon it in 1883. 5 trustees have the gift of the living, value £300, which is now held by the Reverend J. Byachmore, vicar. The Mission Room, in Lupin Street, is served from St. Matthew's. St. Matthias's, Wheeler Street, commenced May 30, 1855, was consecrated June 4, 1856. Over £1,000 was spent on renovations in 1879. The seats, 1,150, are all free. The yearly value of the living is £300, and it is in the gift of trustees. The vicar is the Reverend J. H. Haslam, M. St. Michael's, in the cemetery, Warstone Lane, was opened Jan. 15, 1854, the living nominal value, £50, being in the gift of the directors, will accommodate 180 seats being free. St. Michael's, Northfield, of the original date of erection there is no trace, but it cannot be later than the 11th century, and Mr. Allen Everett thought the chancel was built about 1189. The 5 old bells were recast in 1730 by Joseph Smith of Edgbaston and made into 6. The present building was erected in 1856-7 and has seating for 800, all free. The living, valued at £740, is held by the Reverend R. Wilda M.A., and connected with it is the Chapel of Ease at Bartley Green. St. Michael's, Soho, Handsworth, was opened in 1861. It has 1,000 sittings, one half of which are free. The living is valued at £370, is in the gift of the rector of Handsworth, and is now held by the Reverend F. A. McDonough. St. Nicholas, Lower Tower Street. The foundation stone was laid sept. 15, 1867. The church was consecrated July 12, 1868, and it has seats for 576 persons, the whole being free. The bishop is the patron of the living, value £300, and the vicar is the Reverend W. H. Connor, M.A. St. Nicholas, King's Norton. This church is another of the ancient ones, the register dating from 1547. It was partially re-erected in 1857 and more completely so in 1872, more than £5,000 being expended upon it. The Dean and Chapter of Worcester are the patrons of the living, net value £250, and the vicar is the Reverend D.H.C. Preedy. There are 700 sittings, 300 of which are free. St. Oswald's, situated opposite Small Heath Park, is an iron structure, lined with wood. It will seat about 400, cost £600, and was opened Aug. 10, 1882, being for the present in charge of the clergyman attached to St. Andrew's. St. Patrick's, Highgate Street, erected in 1873 at a cost of £2,300 as a school chapel attached to St. Albans and ministered unto by the Revs. J.S. and T.B. Pollock. 800 seats, all free. St. Paul's, in St. Paul's Square, the first stone was laid May 22, 1777, and the church was consecrated June 2, 1779, but remained without its spire until 1823, and was minus a clock for a long time after that. The east window in this church has been classed as the A1 of modern painted windows. The subject, the conversion of St. Paul, was designed by Benjamin West and executed by Francis Eggington in 1789-90. In May 1876, the old discolored varnish was removed and the protecting transparent window reglazed so that the full beauty and finish of this exquisite work can be seen now as in its original state. Of the 400 sittings, 900 are free. The living is worth £300 in the gift of trustees and is held by the Reverend R.B. Burgess, M.A., vicar. St. Paul's, Lozells. The first stone was laid July 10, 1879, and the building consecrated September 11, 1880. The total cost was £8,700, the number of sittings being 800, of which one half are free. Patrons, trustees. Vicar, Reverend E.D. Roberts, M.A. St. Paul's, Moseley Road, Balsall Heath foundation stone laid May 17, 1852, the building being opened that day 12-month. Cost 500 and has sittings for 1,300, of which number 465 are free. The Vicar of King's Norton is the patron of the living, value £300, and it is held by the Reverend W. B. Benison, M.A. St. Peter's, Dale End, was begun in 1825 and consecrated Aug. 10. 1,827, having cost £19,000. Considerable damage to the church was caused by fire, Jan. 240 1,831. There are 1,500 sittings, all free. The living is valued at £260, is in the gift of the bishop, and is held by the Reverend R. Dell, M.A. Vicar. St. Philip's. The parish of St. Philip's was created by Special Act 7 Ann, c. 34, 1708, and it being the first division of St. Martin's, the new parish was bound to pay the rector of St. Martin's £15 per year and £7 to the clerk thereof, besides other liabilities. The site for the church, long called the New Church, and churchyard, as near as possible 4 acres, was given by Mrs. Phillips, which accounts for the saint's name chosen. George I gave £600 towards the building fund, on the application of Sir Richard Gough, whose crest of a boar's head was put over the church, and there is now in the form of a vane as an acknowledgment of his kindness. Other subscriptions came in freely, and the £5,000, first estimated cost, was soon raised. See St. Martin's. The building was commenced in 1711 and consecrated on October 4, 1715. But the church was not completed until 1719. The church was repewed in 1850, great part restored in 1859-60, and considerably enlarged in 1883-84. The height of the tower is 140 ft, and there are 10 bells, 6 of them dating from the year 1719 and the others from 1761. There is accommodation for 2,000 persons, 600 of the seats being free. The net value of the living is £868, the bishop being patron. The present rector, the Reverend H.B. Bowlby, M.A., Hun, Canon of Worcester and surrogate, has been with us since 1875. St. Saviour's, Saltley, was consecrated July 23, 1850. The cost of building was £6,000. There are 810 seats, 560 being free. The living is V.N. Lude at £240 and is in the gift of Lord Norton. The present vicar is the Reverend F. Williams, B.A. St. Saviour's, Villa Strest, Hockley. Cornerstone laid April 9, 1872. Consecrated May 1, 1874. Cost £5,500 and has seats for 600, all free. The living, value £250, is in the gift of trustees and is now held by the Reverend M. Parker, Vicar. St. Cilley's Church Street, Lozells, was consecrated January 10, 1854, the first stone having been laid June 2, 1852. It has since been enlarged and has now 1,100 sittings, 430 being free. The living, value £450, is a perpetual curacy, in the gift of trustees, and is held by the Reverend G. C. Baskerville, M.A. The Mission Room in Burberry Street is served from St. Silas's. St. Stephen's, Newtown Row, was consecrated July 23, 1844. The building cost £3,200. There are 1,150 sittings, of which 750 are free. The living is valued at £250, is in the gift of the bishop and the crown alternately, and is now held by the Reverend P. Reynolds, Vicar, who also provides for the Mission Room in Theodore Street. St. Stephen's, Selly Hill, was consecrated August 18, 1871, the first stone having been laid March 30, 1870. The patrons are the bishop and trustees. The living is valued at £200. It is a perpetual curacy, and the incumbent is the Reverend R. Stokes, M.A. Of the 300 sittings, 100 are free. St. Thomas's, Holloway Head, first stone laid Oct. 2, 1826, consecrated Oct. 22, 1829, having cost £14,220. This is the largest church in Birmingham, there being 2,600 sittings, of which 1,500 are free. In the Chartist riots of 1839, the people tore up the railings round the churchyard to use as pikes. The living, value £550, is in the gift of trustees, and is held by the Reverend T. Halstead, rector and surrogate. St. Thomas in the Moors, Cox Street, Balsall Heath. The church was commenced to be built, at the expense of the late William Sands Cox, Esquire, in the year 1868, but on account of some quibble, legal or ecclesiastical, the building was stopped when 3 parts finished. By his will Mr. Cox directed it to be completed, and left a small endowment. This was added to by friends, and the consecration ceremony took place Aug. 14, 1883. The church will accommodate about 600 persons. St. Thomas the Martyr of this church, otherwise called the Free Chapel, which was richly endowed in 1350, see Memorials of Old Birmingham by Talman Smith, and to which the commissioners of Henry Roman VIII, in 1545, said the inhabitants did much resort. There is not one stone left, and its very site is not known. Sturchley Street School Church was erected in 1863, at a cost of £1,200, and is used on Sunday and occasional weekday evenings. Places of worship dissenters. 100 years ago, the places of worship in Birmingham and its neighborhood, other than the parish churches, could have been counted on one's fingers, and even so late as 1840, not more than 4 dozen were found by the census enumerators in a radius of some miles from the Bull Ring. At the present time, conventicles and tabernacles, Bethels and Bethesdas, mission halls and meeting rooms are so numerous that there is hardly a street away from the center of the town, but has one or more such buildings. To give the history of half the meeting places of the 101 different denominational bodies among us would fill a book, but notes of the principal dissenting places of worship are annexed. Antinomians. In 1810, the members of this sect had a chapel in Bartholomew Street, which was swept away by the L&N Railway Co. when extending their line to New Street. Baptists prior to 1737, the particular Baptists do not appear to have had any place of worship of their own in this town. What few of them there were traveling backwards and forwards every Sunday to Bromsgrove. The first home they acquired here was a little room in a small yard at the back of 38, High Street, now covered by the Market Hall, which was open dog. 24, 1737. In March of the following year, a friend left the particulars a sum of money towards erecting a meeting house of their own, and this being added to a few subscriptions from the Coventry particulars, led to the purchase of a little bit of the cherry orchard, for which £13 was paid. Hereon a small chapel was put up, with some cottages in front, the rent of which helped to pay chapel expenses, and these cottages formed part of Cannon Street, the land at the back being reserved for a graveyard. The opening of the new chapel gave occasion for attack, and the minister of the new meeting, Mr. Bowen, an advocate of religious freedom, charged the Baptists, particular though they were, with reviving old Calvinistic doctrines and spreading antinomianism and other errors in Birmingham, with the guileless innocence peculiar to polemical scribes, past and present. Mr. Dissenting Minister Bowen tried to do his friends in the Bull Ring a good turn by issuing his papers as from a consistent churchman. In 1763, the chapel was enlarged, and at the same time a little more land was added to the graveyard. In 1780, a further enlargement became necessary, which sufficed until 1805, when the original buildings, including the cottages next the street, were taken down to make way for the chapel so long known by the present inhabitants. During the period of demolition and re-erection, the Cannon Street congregation were accommodated at Carr's Lane, Mr. T. Morgan and Mr. John Angel James, each occupying the pulpit alternately. The new chapel was opened July 16, 1806, and provided seats for 900, a large pew in the gallery above the clock being allotted to the string band, which was not replaced by an organ until 1859. In August 1876, the corporation purchased the site of the chapel, the graveyard, and the adjoining houses, in all about 1,000 square yards in extent, for the sum of £26,500, the last Sunday service being held on October 5, 1879. The remains of departed ministers and past members of the congregation interred in the burial yard and under the chapel were carefully removed, mostly to Witton Cemetery. The exact number of interments that had taken place in Cannon Street has never been stated, but they were considerably over 200, in one vault alone more than 40 lead coffins being found. The site is now covered by the central arcade. Almost as old as Cannon Street Chapel was the one in Freeman Street, taken down in 1856, and the next in date was Old Salem, built in 1791, but demolished when the Great Western Railway was made. In 1785, a few members left Cannon Street to form a church in Needless Alley, but soon removed to Bond Street, under Mr. E. Edmonds, father of the well-known George Edmonds. In the year 1870, 52 members were dismissed to constitute a congregation at Newhall Street Chapel, under the Reverend A. O'Neill. In the same way, a few began the church in Graham Street in 1828 on Emancipation Day, Aug. 1, 1838. The first stone was laid of Heneage Street Chapel, which was opened June 10, 1841. In 1845, a chapel was erected at Shirley, and on Oct. 24, 1849, the circus in Bradford Street was opened as a Baptist chapel. Salem Chapel, Frederick Street, was opened Sept. 14, 1851. Wycliffe Church, Bristol Road, was commenced Nov. 8, 1859 and opened June 26, 1861. Lombard Street Chapel was started Nov. 25, 1864. Christ Church, Aston, was opened April 19, 1865. The chapel in Balsall Heath Road was opened in March 1872. That in Victoria Street, Small Heath, June 24, 1873, and in Great Francis Street, May 27, 1877. When the Cannon Street Chapel was demolished, the trustees purchased Graham Street Chapel and schools for the sum of £14,200, other portions of the money given by the corporation being allotted towards the erection of new chapels elsewhere. The Graham Street congregation divided, one portion erecting for themselves the Church of the Redeemer in Hagley Road, opened May 24, 1882, while those living on the Handsworth side built a church in Hampstead Road, opened March 1, 1883, each building costing over £10,000. The first stone of the Stratford Road Church, the site of which, valued at £1,200, was given by Mr. W. Middlemore, was laid on the 8th of June, 1878, and the building, which cost £7,600, was opened June 3, 1879. Mr. Middlemore also gave the site, value £2,200, for the Hagley Road Church, £6,000 of the Cannon Street money going to it, and £500 to the Stratford Road Church. The Baptists have also chapels in Guildford Street, Hope Street, Lodge Road, Longmore Street, Great King Street, Spring Hill, Warwick Street, Yates Street, as well as at Erdington, Harborne, Kings Heath, Selly Oak, Quinton, and C. Catholic Apostolic Church, Summer Hill Terrace. This edifice, erected in 1877, cost about £10,000 and has seats for 400. Christian Brethren. Their head meeting house is at the Central Hall, Great Charles Street, other meetings being held in Bearwood Road, Birchfield Road, Green Lanes, King Street, Balsall Heath, New John Street, Wenman Street, opened in June 1870, and at Aston and Erdington. Christadelphians meet at the Temperance Hall, Temple Street. Church of the Saviour, Edward Street, built for George Dawson on his leaving the Baptists, the first turf being turned on the site July 14, 1846, and the opening taking place Aug. 8, 1847. Congregational. How the Independents sprang from the Presbyterians, and the Congregationalists from them, is hardly matter of local history, though Carr's Line Chapel has sheltered them all in rotation. The first building was put up in 1747-48, and, with occasional repairs, lasted full 50 years, being rebuilt in 1802, when the congregation numbered nearly 900. Soon after the advent of the Reverend John Angel James, it became necessary to provide accommodation for at least 2,000, and in 1819, the chapel was again rebuilt in the form so well known to the present generation. The rapidity with which this was accomplished was so startling that the record inscribed on the last late affixed to the roof is worth quoting, as well on account of its being somewhat of a novel innovation upon the usual custom of foundation stone, memorial stone, and first stone laying and fixing. Memoranda: on the 30th day of July, 1819, the first stone of this building was laid by the Reverend John Angel James, the minister. On the 30th day of October in the same year, the last slate was laid by Henry Len of Holland, the builder, in the presence of Stedman Thomas Whitwell, the architect, Laus Do. In 1875-76, the chapel was enlarged, refronted, and in many ways strengthened and improved at a cost of nearly £5,000, and it now has seats for 2,250 persons. Ebenezer Chapel, Steelhouse Lane, which will seat 1,200, was opened Dec. 9, 1818. Its first pastor, the Reverend Jehoiada Brewer, was the first to be buried there. The first stone of Highbury Chapel, which seats 1,300, was laid May 1, 1844. And it was opened by Dr. Raffles in the following October. Palmer Street Chapel was erected in 1845. The first stone of the Congregational Church in Francis Road was laid Sept. 11, 1855, the opening taking place Oct. 8. 1856. The first stone of the Moseley Road building was laid July 30, 1861, and of that in the Losels, March 17, 1862, the chapel at Small Heath was commenced Sept. 19, 1867, and opened June 21, 1868. That at Saltley was began June 30, 1868, and opened Jan. 26, 1869. The chapel in Park Road, Aston, was began Oct. 7, 1873. The church on Soho Hill, which cost £15,000, was commenced April 9, 1878, and opened July 16, 1879. The memorial stones of the church at Sutton Coldfield, which cost £5,500, and will seat 640, were laid July 14, 1879, the opening taking place April 5, 1880. The Westminster Road, Birchfield, church was commenced Oct. 21, 1878, was opened Sept. 23, 1879, cost £5,500, and will seat 900. Both of these buildings have spires 100 ft. high. The foundation stone of a chapel at Solihull, to accommodate 420, was laid May 23, 1883. Besides the above, there is the Tabernacle Chapel, Parade, chapels in Bordesley Street, Gooch Street, and St. Andrew's Road, and others at Accox Green, Erdington, Handsworth, Olton, Yardley, and C. Disciples of Christ erected a chapel in Charles Henry Street in 1864, in Geach Street in 1865, in Great Francis Street in 1873. Free Christian Church, Faisley Street schoolrooms were opened here in 1865 by the Birmingham Free Christian Society, which were enlarged in 1868 at a cost of about £800. Funds to build a church were gathered in succeeding years, and the present edifice was opened April 1, 1877, the cost being £1,300. Jews. The Hebrew Synagogue in Bletcher Street was erected in 1856, at a cost of £10,000. Methodists. The primitive Methodists, for some time after their first appearance here, held their meetings in the open air or in hired rooms, the first chapel they used being that in Bordesley Street, opened March 16, 1823, by the Wesleyans, which they entered upon in 1826. Other chapels they had at various times in Allison Street, Balloon Street, in G Street, and C. Gooch Street Chapel was erected by them at a cost of over £2,000. The first stone being laid August 23, 1852, and is now their principal place of worship. Their services being also conducted in chapels and mission rooms in Aston Newtown, Garrison Lane, Long Acre, Lord Street, Morville Street, Wells Street, Whitmore Street, the Cape, Selly Oak, Perry Bar, Sparkbrook, and Sturchley Street. The Methodist New Connection have chapels in Heath Street, Kirwick's Lane, Ladywood Lane, Moseley Street, and Unnett Street. The first stone of a chapel for the Methodist New Congregational Body was placed July 13, 1873, in Eichnold Street West. The Methodist Reformers commenced to build a chapel in Bishop Street, November 15, 1852. The Methodist Free Church has places of worship in Bath Street, Cuckoo Road, Munt Street, Rocky Lane, and at Washwood Heath. New Church. The denomination of professing Christians, who style themselves the New Church, sometimes known as the New Jerusalem Church, and more commonly as Swedenborgians, as early as 1774 had a meeting room in Great Charles Street, from whence they removed to a larger one in Temple Row. Here they remained until 1791, when they took possession of Zion Chapel, Newhall Street, the ceremony of consecration taking place on the 19th of June. This event was of more than usual interest, inasmuch as this edifice was the first ever erected in the world for new church worship. The rioters of 1791, who professed to support the national church by demolishing the dissenting places of worship, paid Zion Chapel a visit and threatened to burn it. But the eloquence of the minister, the Reverend J. Proud, aided by a judicious distribution of what cash he had in his pocket, prevailed over their burning desires, and they carried their torches elsewhere. On the 10th of March, 1793, however, another incendiary attempt was made to suppress the new church. But the fire was put out before much damage was done. What fire and popular enmity could not do, however, was accomplished by a financial crisis, and the congregation had to leave their Zion and put up with a less pretentious place of worship opposite the wharf in Newhall Street. Here they remained till 1830, when they removed to Summer Lane, where a commodious church, large schools, and minister's house had been erected for them. In 1875, the congregation removed to their present location in Wretham Road, where a handsome church has been built, at a cost of nearly £8,000, to accommodate 500 persons, with schools in the rear for as many children. The old chapel in Summer Lane has been turned into a clubhouse, and the schools attached to it made over to the school board. The new church's new church, like many other modern-built places for dissenting worship, has tower and spire, the height being 116 ft. Presbyterians, it took a long time for all the nice distinctive differences of dissenting belief to manifest themselves before the public got used to Unitarianism, Congregationalism, and all the other isms into which nonconformity has divided itself. When Birmingham was as a city of refuge for the many clergymen who would not accept the Act of Uniformity, it was deemed right to issue unto them licenses for preaching. And before the First Baptist Chapel, or the New Meeting, or the Old Meeting, or the Old Meeting, erected in 1689, were built, we find, 1672, that one Samuel Willis, styling himself a minister of the Presbyterian persuasion, applied for preaching licenses for the schoolhouse. And for the houses of John Wall, and Joseph Robinson, and Samuel Taylor, and Samuel Dooley, and John Hunt, all the same being in Birmingham, and William Fincher, another minister of the Presbyterian persuasion, asked for licenses to preach in the house of Richard Yarnold, in Birmingham, his own house, and in the houses of Thomas Gispoon, William Wheely, John Pemberton, and Richard Careless in Birmingham, and in the house of Mrs. Yarrington on Bodeswell Heath. In Bradford's map, 1751, Carr's Lane Chapel is put as a Presbyterian chapel, the new Meeting Street building close by being called Presbyterian Meeting. It was of this Presbyterian chapel in Carr's Lane that Hutton wrote when he said it was the road to heaven, but that its surroundings indicated a very different route. Perhaps it was due to these surroundings that the attendants at Carr's Lane came by degrees to be called Independents and the new Meeting Street folks Unitarians, for both after a time ceased to be known as Presbyterians. The Scotch Church, or, as it is sometimes styled, the Presbyterian Church of England, is not a large body in Birmingham, having but 3 places of worship. The first presbytery held in this town was on July 6, 1847. The foundation stone of the church in Broad Street was laid July 24, 1848. The church at Camp Hill was opened June 3, 1869. And the one in New John Street West was began July 4, 1856, and opened June 19, 1857. Salvation Army. The invasion of Birmingham by the soldiers of the Salvation Army was accomplished in the autumn of 1882, the General Mr. Booth putting in an appearance March 18, 1883. They have several rendezvous in the town, one of the principal being in Farm Street, from whence the soldiers frequently sally out, with drums beating and colors flying, much to their own glorification and other people's annoyance. Unitarians. The building, known for generations as the Old Meeting, is believed to have been the first dissenting place of worship erected in Birmingham, and, as its first register dates from 1689, the chapel most likely was built in the previous year. It was doubtless but a small building, as in about 10 years, 1699, a lower meeting house was founded in Meeting House Yard, nearly opposite Rhea Street. The premises occupied here were gutted in the riots of 1715, and the owner promised the mob that it should no more be used as a chapel. But when Calmer he repented, and services were held until the new meeting house in Moore Street was opened. The rioters in 1715 partly destroyed the old meeting, and those of 1791 did so completely, as well as the new meeting, which, began in 1730, was opened in 1732. For a time, the congregations united and met at the amphitheater in Livery Street, the members of Old Meeting taking possession of their re-erected chapel, October 4, 1795. New Meeting being reopened April 22, 1802. The last named building remained in the possession of the Unitarians until 1861, when it was sold to the Roman Catholics. The last services in Old Meeting took place March 19, 1882. The chapel and graveyard, comprising an area of 2,760 square yards, being sold to the L and NWR Co. for the purpose of enlarging the central station. The price paid by the railway company was £32,250, of which £2,000 was for the minister, and £250 towards the expense of removing to private vaults the remains of a few persons whose friends wished that course. A portion of Witton Cemetery was laid out for the reception of the remainder, where graves and vaults have been made in relative positions to those in the old graveyard, the tombstones being similarly placed. A new church has been erected in Bristol Street for the congregation, with Sunday schools, and c. £7,000 being the sum given for the site. In 1839, Hurst Street Chapel was built for the Unitarian Domestic Mission. May 1 same year, the first stone was laid of the Newhall Hill Chapel, which was opened July 10, 1840. The Church of the Messiah, Broad Street, was commenced Aug. 12, 1860 and opened Jan. 1, 1862. This church, which cost £10,000 and will seat nearly 1,000, is built over a canal, one of the strangest sites ever chosen for a place of worship. In connection with this church, there is a chapel in Lawrence Street. Welsh chapels. The Welsh Calvinistic Methodists meet in the Little Chapel, bottom of Hockley Hill, and also in Granville Street, near Bath Row. The Welsh Congregationalists, Independents, assemble at Wheeler Street Chapel, opened May 1, 1839. Wesleyan's. The first Wesleyan chapel in Birmingham was opened by John Wesley, March 21, 1764, the building having been previously a theater. Cherry Street Chapel, opened July 7, 1782, was rebuilt in 1823. Bradford Street Chapel was opened in 1786, Belmont Row in 1789, and Bath Street in 1839. In 1825, a chapel was built in Martin Street, which was converted into a school on the opening, Nov. 10, 1864, of the present edifice, which cost £6,200. Newtown Row Chapel was built in 1837, and Great Hampton Street and Annette Street Chapels in 1838, the latter being enlarged in 1844. Branston Street Chapel was opened April 18, and Moseley Road, May 1, 1853. The Bristol Road Chapel was opened January 18, 1854, and that in King Edward's Road, January 18. 1859, the first stones were laid for the chapels in Villa Street April 21, 1864, Handsworth Oct. 21, 1872, Selly Oak Oct. 2, 1876, Peel Street, August 30, 1877, Cuckoo Road, June 10, 1878, Netchells Park Road Oct. 25, 1880, Mansfield Road Feb. 19, 1883. Besides the above, there are chapels in Coventry Road, in G Street, Knutsford Street, Lichfield Road, Lord Street, New John Street, Monument Road, and Warwick Road, as well as mission rooms in several parts of the town and suburbs. Accox Green, Erdington. Harborne, Kings Heath, Northfield, Quinton, and C have also Wesleyan chapels. The Wesleyan Reformers meet in Floodgate Street and in Upper Trinity Street. Miscellaneous. Lady Huntingdon's followers opened a chapel in King Street in 1785 and another in Peck Lane in 1842, both sites being cleared in 1851, and a third in Gooch Street, Oct. 26, 1851. The believers in Joanna Southcote also had chosen spots wherein to pray for their leader, while the imposture lasted. The celebrated Edward Irving opened Mount Zion Chapel, March 24, 1824. God's Free Church, in Hope Street, was established June 4, 1854. Zor Chapel was the name given to a meeting room in Cambridge Street, where a few undenominational Christians met between 1830 and 1840. It was afterwards used as a schoolroom in connection with Winfield's factory. Wriothesley Street Chapel was originally built as a Jewish synagogue, at a cost of about £2,000. After they left, it was used for a variety of purposes, until acquired by William Murphy, the anti-Catholic lecturer. It was sold by his executors, Aug. 2nd, 1877, and realized £645, less than the cost of the bricks and mortar, though the lease had 73 years to run. Places of worship Roman Catholics from the days of Queen Mary, down to the last years of James Roman II's reign, there does not appear to have been any regular meeting place for the Catholic inhabitants of Birmingham. In 1687, a church, dedicated to St. Mary Magdalene and St. Francis, was built somewhere near the site of the present St. Bartholomew's, but it was destroyed in the following year, and the very foundation stones torn up and appropriated by Protestant plunderers. It was 100 years before the next church, St. Peter's, near Broad Street, was erected, and the Catholic community has increased but slowly until the last 30 years or so. In 1848, there were only 7 priests in Birmingham and but 70 in the whole diocese. There are now 29 in this town and about 200 in the district, the number of churches having increased, in the same period, from 70 to 123, with 150 schools and 17,000 scholars. The following are local places of worship. Cathedral of St. Chadde Chapel, dedicated to St. Chad, who was about the only saint the Kingdom of Mercia could boast of, was opened in Bath Street, Dec. 17, 1809. When His Holiness, the Pope, blessed his Catholic children hereabouts with a bishop, the insignificant chapel gave place to a cathedral, which, built after the designs of Pugin, cost no less than £60,000. The consecration was performed, July 14, 1838, by the Right Reverend Dr., afterwards Cardinal Weissman, the district bishop, in the presence of a large number of English noblemen and foreign ecclesiastical dignitaries, and with all the imposing ceremonies customary to Catholic celebrations of this nature. The adjoining houses detract much from the outside appearance of this reproduction of medieval architecture, but the magnificence of the interior decorations, the elaborate carvings, and the costly accessories appurtening to the services of the Romish Church more than compensate therefor. Pugin's plans have not even yet been fully carried out. The second spire, that on the north tower, 150 ft. high, being added in 1856, the largest he designed still waiting completion. 5 of a peal of 8 bells were hung in 1848, and the remainder in 1877, the peculiar and locally rare ceremony of blessing the bells being performed by Bishop Ullathorne, March 22, 1877. Oratory, Hagley Road, founded by the Fathers of the Order of St. Philip Neri, otherwise called Oratorians. The Father Superior is the Reverend Dr. H. Newman, born in 1801, once a clergyman of the Church of England, the author of the celebrated tract XC. Now His Eminence Cardinal Newman. St. Anne's, Alcester Street, in 1851, some buildings and premises originally used as a distillery were here taken on a lease by the superior of the oratory, and opened in the following year as a mission church in connection with the Congregation of the Fathers in Hagley Road. In course of time, the property was purchased, along with some adjacent land, for the sum of £4,500, and a new church has been erected at a cost of £6,000. The foundation stone was laid Sept. 10th, 1883, and the opening ceremony took place in July 1884, the old chapel and buildings being turned into schools for about 1,500 children. St. Catherine of Siena, Horse Fair, the first stone was laid Aug. 23, 1869, and the church was opened in July following. St. Joseph's, Nechells, was built in 1850, in connection with the Roman Catholic Cemetery. St. Mary's, Hunter's Lane, was opened July 28, 1847. St. Mary's Retreat, Harborne, was founded by the Passionist Fathers and opened Feb. 6, 1877. St. Michael's, Moore Street, was formerly the Unitarian New Meeting, being purchased, remodeled, and consecrated in 1861. St. Patrick's, Dudley Road, was erected in 1862. St. Peter's, Broad Street, built in 1786 and enlarged in 1798, was the first Catholic place of worship erected here after the sack and demolition of the church and convent in Masshouse Lane. With a lively recollection of the treatment dealt out to their brethren in 1688, the founders of St. Peter's trusted as little as possible to the tender mercies of their fellow townsmen, but protected themselves by so arranging their church that nothing but blank walls should face the streets, and with the exception of a doorway, the walls remained unpierced for nearly 70 years. The church has lately been much enlarged, and the long-standing rebuke no more exists. In addition to the above, there are the convents of the Sisters of the Holy Child in Hagley Road, Sisters of Notre Dame in the Crescent, Little Sisters of the Poor at Harborne, Our Lady of Mercy at Handsworth, and others connected with St. Anne's and St. Chad's, besides churches at Erdington and C. Police, though the court leet provided for the appointment of constables, no regular body of police or watchmen appear to have existed even 100 years ago. In February 1786, the magistrates employed men to nightly patrol the streets, but it could not have been a permanent arrangement, as we read that the patrol was resumed in October 1793, and later on, in March 1801, the magistrates solicited the inhabitants' consent to a reappointment of the night watch. After a time, the commissioners of the streets kept regular watchmen in their employ, the Charlies, occasionally read of as finding sport for the young bloods of the time, but when serious work was required, the justices appear to have depended on their powers of swearing in special constables. The introduction of a police force proper dates from the riotous time of 1839, for immediately after those troublous days, Lord John Russell introduced a bill to the House of Commons granting special powers for enforcing a rate to maintain a police force here, under the command of a commissioner to be appointed by the government. The force thus sought to be raised, though paid for by the people of Birmingham, were to be available for the whole of the counties of Warwick, Worcester, and Stafford. Coercive measures were passed at that period even quicker than government can manage to get them through nowadays, and notwithstanding Mr. Those. Atwood's telling little Lord John that he was throwing a lighted torch into a magazine of gunpowder, and that if he passed that bill he would never be allowed to pass another, the act was pushed through on the 13th of August, there being a majority of 13 in favor of his lordship's policy of policing the Brums into politeness. The dreaded police force was soon organized under Mr. Commissioner Burgess, who was paid the small salary of £900 a year, and became not only tolerated but valued. It was not till some years after, and then in the teeth of much opposition, that the corporation succeeded in getting into their own hands the power of providing our local guardians of the peace. Mr. Inspector Stevens was the first chief superintendent, and in March 1860 his place was filled by the promotion of Mr. George Glossop. In April 1876, the latter retired on an allowance of £400 a year, and Major Bond was chosen June 2nd. The Major's term of office was short as he resigned in Dec. 1881, Mr. Farndale being appointed in his stead. In May 1852, the force consisted of 327, men and officers included. Additions have been made from time to time, notably 50 in August 1875, and so early in 1883, the total rank and file now being 550, equal to one officer for every 700 of population. February 8, 1876, the unpopular public house inspectors were appointed, but 2 years' experience showed they were not wanted, and they were relegated to their more useful duties of looking after thieves and pickpockets, instead of poking their noses into private business. In 1868, £200 was expended in the purchase of guns, pistols, and swords for the police and officers at the jail. The Watch Committee, in May 1877, improved the uniform by supplying the men with spiked helmets, doubtless to please the Major, who liked to see his men look smart, though the military appearance of the force has been greatly improved since by the said spikes being silvered and burnished. Political uniancy, reform leagues. Polling districts. The 16 wards of the borough are divided into 131 polling districts. Polytechnic. This was one of the many local literary, scientific, and educational institutions which have been replaced by our Midland Institute, free libraries, and see it was founded in April and opened in October 1843. And at the close of its first year, there were the names of very nearly 500 members on the books, the rates of subscription being 6 is per quarter for participation in all the benefits of the institution, including the lectures, library, classes, baths, and C with the People's Instruction Society, the Athenic Institute, the Cars Lane Brotherly Society, said to have been the first mechanics institution in Britain. The Polytechnic in its day did good work. Poor law and poor rates local history does not throw much light upon the system adopted by our early progenitors in their dealings with the poor. But if the merciless laws were strictly carried out, the wandering beggars, at all events, must have had hard lives of it. By an act passed in the reign of Henry Roman VIII, it was ordered that vagrants should be taken to a market town, or other convenient place, and there to be tied to the tail of a cart, naked and beaten with whips, until the body should be bloody by reason of the punishment. Queen Elizabeth so far mitigated the punishment that the unfortunates were only to be stripped from the waist upwards to receive their whipping, men and women, maids and mothers, suffering alike in the open street or marketplace. The practice being, after so using them, to conduct them to the boundary of the parish, and pass them on to the next place for another dose. And it was not until 1791 that flogging of women was forbidden. The resident or native poor were possibly treated a little better, though they were made to work for their bread in every possible case. By the new Poor Act of 1783, which authorized the erection of a workhouse, it was also provided that the guardians of the poor should form a board consisting of 106 members, and the election of the first board, July 15, 1783, seems to have been almost as exciting as a modern election. In one sense of the word, they were guardians indeed, for they seemed to have tried their inventive faculties in all ways to find work for the inmates of the house, even to hiring them out, or setting them to make worsted and thread. The guardians would also seem to have long had great freedom allowed them in the spending of the rates. As we read, it was not an uncommon thing for one of them, if he met a poor person badly off for clothes, to give an order on the workhouse for a fresh rig out. In 1873, the board was reduced to 60 in number, the first election taking place on the 4th of April, with the usual local result that a proper political balance was struck of 40 liberals to 20 conservatives. The workhouse, parish offices, children's homes, and will be noted elsewhere. Poor law management in the borough is greatly complicated from the fact of its comprising 2 different parishes and part of a third. The parish of Birmingham works under a special local act, while Edgbaston forms part of King's Norton Union, and the Aston portion of the town belongs to the Aston Union, necessitating 3 different rates and 3 sets of collectors. And if a poor man in Moseley Road needs assistance, he must see the relieving officer at the parish offices in the center of the town. If he lives on one side of Highgate Lane, he must find the relieving officer at King's Heath. But if he happens to be on the other side, he will have to go to Gravelly Hill or Erdington. Not long ago, to obtain a visit from the medical officer for his sick wife, a man had to go backwards and forwards more than 20 miles. The earliest record we have found of the cost of relieving the poor of the parish is of the date of 1673, in which year the sum of £309 was thus expended. In 1773, the amount was £6,378, but the pressure on the rates varied considerably about then. As in 1786, it required £11,132, while in 1796 the figures rose to £24,050. According to Hutton, out of about 8,000 houses, only 3,000 were assessed to the poor rates in 1780, the inhabitants of the remaining number being too poor to pay them. Another note shows up the peculiar incidence of taxation of the time, as it is said that in 1790 there were nearly 2,000 houses under £5 rental and 8,000 others under £10, none of them being assessed, such small tenancies being first rated in 1792. The rates then appear to have been levied at the uniform figure of 6d. In the pound on all houses above £6 yearly value, the ratepayers being called upon as the money was required in, and about 1798, the collector making his appearance 16 or 18 times in the course of the year. The guardians were not so chary in the matter of out-relief as they are at present, for in 1795 there were at one period 2,427 families, representing over 6,000 persons, old and young, receiving out-relief. What this system, and bad trade, led to at the close of the Long War is shown in the returns for 1816-17, when 36 poor rates were levied in the 12 a month. By various acts of Parliament, the overseers have now to collect other rates, but the proportion required for the poor is thus shown. Rate amount paid to cost of in and other parochial year, in collected corporation, out relief expenditure, SD. £1,851.40. 796, 573, 824, 399, 1861, 38, 986, 443, 685, 878, 1871, 32, 116, 268, 293, 104, 871, 1881. 48, 193, 458, 520, 880, 058. The amounts paid over to the corporation include the borough rate and the sums required by the school board, the free libraries, and the district drainage board. In future years, the per rate, so-called, will include, in addition to these, all other rates leviable by the corporation. The per rates are levied half-yearly, and in 18,481,862 and 1868 they amounted to fives per year, the lowest during the last 40 years being threes. In 1860, 1870, 1871, and 1872 being the next lowest, threes, 2d, per year. The number of persons receiving relief may be gathered from the following figures. Highest lowest year, no daily no. Daily 1,876, 687, 058 1,877, 240, 377 1,878, 877, 242 1,879, 651 829 1,880, 195, 598 1,881, 064, 180. Not long ago, it was said that among the inmates of the workhouse were several women of 10 to 45 who had spent all their lives there, not even knowing their way into the town. Population. Hutton calculated that about the year 750 there would be 3,000 inhabitants residing in and close to Birmingham. Unless a very rapid thinning process was going on after that date, he must have been a long way out of his reckoning, for the Doomsday Book gives but 63 residents in 1085 for Birmingham, Aston, and Edgbaston. In 1555, we find that 37 baptisms, 15 weddings, and 27 deaths were registered at St. Martin's, the houses not being more than 700, nor the occupiers over 500 in number. In 1650, it is said, there were 15 streets, about 900 houses, and 5,472 inhabitants. If the writer who made that calculation was correct, the next 80 years must have been days of progress. Indeed, for in 1700 the town is said to have included 28 streets, about 100 courts and alleys, 2,504 houses, 1 church, 1 chapel, and 2 meeting houses, with 15,032 inhabitants. In 1731 there were 55 streets, about 150 courts and alleys, 3,719 houses, 2 churches, 1 chapel, 4 dissenting meeting houses, and 23,286 inhabitants. The remaining figures, being taken from census returns and other reliable authorities, are more satisfactory. Year, inhabitants, houses: 1,740, 1,660, 114, 1,773, 804, 369, 1,778, 252, 042, 1,781, 295, 382, 1,791, 653, 681, 1,801, 760, 659, 1. The inhabitants are thus divided as to sexes. Year, males, females. Totals: 1,861, 996, 080, 076, 1,871, 636, 151, 787, 1,881, 540, 234, 774. The increase during the 10 years in the several parts of the borough shows. Part of Birmingham, Edgbaston, Aston, and Parish. Parish. Borough. Totals: 352, 778, 644, 774, 1,871, 015, 442, 330, 787, increase 337, 336, 314, 987. These figures, however, are not satisfactorily correct, as they simply give the totals for the borough, leaving out many persons who, though residing outside the boundaries, are to all intents and purposes Birmingham people. And voluminous as census papers usually are, it is difficult from those of 1871 to arrive at the proper number, the districts not being subdivided sufficiently. Thus, in the following table, Handsworth includes Soho and Perry Bar, Harborne Parish includes Smethwick, Balsall Heath is simply the local included district, while King's Norton Board is mostly Selly Oak and C. Places. Inhabitants. Aston Parish, 998 Aston Manor, 948 Balsall Heath, 615 Handsworth, 042 Harborne Parish, 263 Harborne Township, 105 Kings Norton Parish, 21, 845 Yardley Parish, 360. For the census of 1881, the papers were somewhat differently arranged, and we are enabled to get a nearer approximation, as well as a better notion of the increase that has taken place in the number of inhabitants in our neighborhood. Place Accox Green, 492, 796 Aston Manor, 948, 844 Aston Parish, 998, 287 Aston Union, 808, 869 Balsall Heath, 615 734 Birchfield, 544, 792 Castle. Bromwich Erdington, 883 153 Handsworth, 042 903 Harborne 105, 433 Kings Heath, 982 984 Kings Norton 845, 178 Kings Norton Union, 143 Knoll, 371, 514 Moseley, 374, 224 Northfield, 609, 190 Olton Perry. Bar 683, 314 Quinton 010, 145 Saltley. Selly Oak 854, 089 Smethwick, 158, 076 Solihull, 739, 301 Ward End Water Orton Witten Yardley, 360, 741. The most remarkable increase of population in any of these districts is in the case of Aston Manor, where in 50 years the inhabitants have increased from less than 1,000 to considerably more than 50,000. In 1831, there were 946. In 1841, the number was 2,847. In 1851, it was 6,429. In 1861, it reached 16,337. In 1871, it had doubled to 33,948. In 1881, there were 53,844. Included among the inhabitants of the borough in 1880, there were males, females, totals, foreigners 288, 147 Irish, 488, 584, 72 Scotch, 667 Welsh, 575, 742, 317 colonial born at sea. Of the English-born subjects of Her Majesty, here 271,845 were Warwickshire lads and lasses, 26,625 came out of Staffordshire, 504 from Worcestershire, 10,158 from Gloucestershire, 7,941 from London, 622 from Shropshire, and 4,256 from Lancashire. All the other counties being more or less represented. The following analysis of the occupations of the inhabitants of the borough is copied from the Daily Post and is arranged under the groups adopted by the Registrar General. Occupations of persons. Males, females total. Persons engaged in general or local government. 145, 224 Army and Navy clerical profession, and their subordinates legal ditto medical ditto teachers 395. 907 literary and scientific engineers and surveyors artists, art workers musicians, and C1 127 engaged in exhibitions, shows, games. And C. Domestic service 444 13, 875 15, 319 other service 0, 584, 234 commercial occupations 172 6, 594 engaged in conveyance of men, goods, and messages, 442 839 11, 281 engaged in agriculture, engaged about animals, workers, and dealers in books. Prints and maps 888 2, 316 machines and implements 189 385 14, 574 houses, furniture, And decorations, 780 209 13, 990 carriages and harness 748 3, 214 ships and boats chemicals, and their compounds tobacco and pipes food, and lodging 126 124 10 247 textile fabrics 229 2, 149 dress, 894 12, 946 19, 840 various animal substances 1, 481. 2. 175 ditto vegetable substances, 277 237 4, 514 ditto mineral substances 36 933, 582 46, 515 general or unspecified commodities, 542 631 18, 173 refuse matters without specific occupations, 691 116, 892. 162 583 children under 5 years, 911 29, 130 358, 044 total, 540 206, 234 400,774. The comparative population of this and other large towns in England is thus given. Pop, ink, PR cent, of ink. London 707, 133,254,260 452, 870 13, 89 Liverpool, 834 493, 305 56, 429 11, 35 Birmingham, 774 343, 787 56, 893. 16, 52 Manchester, 445 351, 189 13, 256 3. 70 Salford, 0 77 124, 801 69, 276 55. 64 Leeds, 158 259, 212 66, 946 25. 81 Sheffield, 943 239, 946. 72 997 30. 38 Bristol, 185 182, 552 24, 633 13. 47 Bradford, 544 145, 830 57, 614 39. 50 Nottingham, 934, 621 91, 343 105. 81 Hull, 980. 121, 892 31, 088 25. 62 Newcastle, 822 128, 443 23, 379 17. 96 Portsmouth, 671 113, 569 23, 102 20, 35 Leicester, 350, 220 39, 130. 41 05 Oldham, 658, 629 37, 029 45. 11 Sunderland, 927, 242 20, 685 90, 40 Brighton, 062, 011 19, 051 21, 11 Norwich, 437, 386, 051. 7 50 Wolverhampton, 850, 291, 569 12. 46 Plymouth, 700, 758, 942 7, 10. Portugal House C, the Royal Post Office's Charles I must be credited with founding the present post office system, as in 1635 he commanded that a running post or two should be settled to run night and day between London and Edinburgh, to go thither and come back again in 6 days, and to take with them all such letters as shall be directed to any post town in or near that road. Other running posts were arranged to Exeter and Plymouth, and to Chester and Holyhead and C, and gradually all the principal places in the country were linked on to the main routes by direct and cross posts. It has often been quoted as a token of the insignificance of Birmingham that letters used to be addressed, Birmingham, near Walsall. But possibly the necessity of some writer having to send here by a cross-country route, via Walsall, will explain the matter. That our town was not one of the last to be provided with mails is proved by Robert Girdler, a resident of Edgbaston Street in 1652, being appointed the government postmaster. Where the earlier post offices were situated is uncertain, but one was opened in New Street Oct. 11, 1783, and it is generally believed to have been the same that existed for so many years at the corner of Bennett's Hill. As late as 1820 there was no Bennett's Hill, for at that time the site opposite the theater was occupied, on the side nearest to Temple Street, by a rickyard, with accommodation for the mail coaches and stabling for horses. Next to this yard was the residence of Mr. Gottwaltz, the postmaster, the entrance doorway being at first the only accommodation allowed to the public, and if more than 4 persons attended at one time, the others had to stand in the street. When Bennett's Hill was laid out, the post office was slightly altered, so as to give a covered approach on that side to the letterbox and window, the mail coaches being provided and horsed by the hotel keepers to whom the conveyance of the mails was entrusted, the mail guards or mail postmen, remaining government officials. The next office was opened Oct. 10, 1842, on premises very nearly opposite, and which at one period formed part of the new Royal Hotel. The site is now covered by the colonnade, the present convenient, but not beautiful, Central Post Office, in Paradise Street, being opened Sep. 28, 1873. There are 65 town receiving offices, 52 of which are money order offices and savings banks and 13 telegraph stations, and 103 pillar and wall letterboxes. Of sub-offices in the surrounding districts there are 64, of which more than half are money order offices or telegraph offices. For the conduct of the central office, Mr. S. Wallaker, the postmaster, has a staff numbering nearly 300, of whom about 250 are letter carriers and sorters. The Central Postal Telegraph Office in Cannon Street is open day and night, and the Central Post Office in Paradise Street from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday. The latter office is open only from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., but letters are dispatched by the night mails as on other days. The head parcels post office is in Hill Street, on the basement floor of the Central Post Office, from which there are 4 collections and deliveries daily. Postal notes in 1748 letters were conveyed from here by post on 6 days a week, instead of 3 as previously. To help pay the extra expense, it was enacted that any person sending letters by private hands should be liable to a fine of £5 for every letter. In 1772, a letter sent by express post was charged at the rate of 3d per mile, with a 6d fee for each stage and twos. 6d. For the sending off mails for the continent were made up fortnightly, and once a month for North America. In 1780, when James Watt was at Truro and Bolton at Birmingham, it took 13 days for the one to write to and get an answer from the other, and on one occasion a single letter was 11 days on the road. A local penny post was commenced September 4, 1793, but there was only 1 delivery per day, and the distance was confined to 1 mile from the office. The postage on letters for London was reduced to 7d. December 1, 1796. But and for many years after, if more than 1 piece of paper was used, the cost was doubled. In 1814, the postage of a letter from here to Warwick was 7d. The system of franking letters was abolished in 1839. This was a peculiar privilege which noblemen, members of Parliament, and high dignitaries possessed of free postage for all their correspondence, and very strange use they made of the privilege sometimes, one instance being the case of 2 maidservants going as laundresses to an ambassador who were thus franked to their destination. This privilege cost the post office about £100,000 a year. The penny postage system of Rowland Hill came into operation January 10, 1840. In 1841 there were only 2 deliveries per day in the center of the town, and but 1 outside the mile circle, an extra penny being charged on letters posted in town for delivery in the outer districts. The collection of 1,000,000 postage stamps for the Queen's Hospital closed Sep. 5, 1,859 halfpenny stamps for newspapers were first used in 1870. The telegraphs were taken to by the post office in 1876. The first soiree and celebration thereof being held at Bristol Street Board School, Jan. 29, 1877, the Inland Parcels Post came into operation on August 1, 1883. The number of parcels passing through our local office being about 4,000 the first day, such trifles as beehives, umbrellas, shoes, scythes, baskets of strawberries, and C being among them. The number of valentines posted in Birmingham on Cupid's Day of 1,844 was estimated at 125,000, the majority for local delivery, being about 20,000 more than in the previous year. Power that the letting of mill power would be a great advantage to hundreds of the small masters, whose infinitude of productions added so enormously to the aggregate of our local trade, was soon twigged by the early owners of steam engines. The first engine to have extra shafting attached for this purpose was that made by Newcomen for a Mr. Twigg in Water Street. The premises are covered by Muntz's Metal Works now, who, in 1760, advertised that he had power to let. Presentations No local antiquarian has yet given us note of the first public presentation made by the inhabitants of this town, though to the men they have delighted to honor, they have never been backward with such flattering and pleasing tokens of goodwill. Some presentations have been rather curious, such as gold-plated buttons and ornate shoe buckles to members of the royal family, in hopes that the patronage of those individuals would lead to changes in the fashion of dress, and so influence local trade. The gift of a sword to Lord Nelson, considering that the said sword had been presented previously to a volunteer officer, was also of this nature. The dissenters of the town gave 100 to the 3 troops of light horse who first arrived to quell the riots in 1791, and a similar sum was voted at a town's meeting, each officer being presented with a handsome sword. Trade should have been good at the time, for it is further recorded that each magistrate received a piece of plate valued at 100 guineas. Since that date there have been hundreds of presentations, of greater or lesser value, made to doctors and divines, soldiers and sailors, theatricals and concert hall men, lawyers and prize-fighters, with not a few to popular politicians and leading literary men, and see Lord Brougham. Then plain Mr., being the recipient at one time, July 7, 1812, James Day of the Concert Hall, at another 0 CT, 11,878. The Tipton Slasher was thus honored early in 1865, while the Hun, and Very Reverend Grantham York, D.D., was gifted at the latter end of 1875. Among the presentations of later date have been those to Dr. Bell Fletcher, Mr. Gamgee, Mr. W. P. Goodall, and other medical gentlemen; to Canon O'Sullivan, the late Reverend J. C. Barrett, and other clergymen; to Mr. Edwin Smith, Secretary of Midland Institute; to Mr. Schnadhorst of the Liberal Association; to Mr. Jesse Collings, for having upheld the right of free speech by turning out of the town hall those who differed with the speakers; and to John Bright in honor of his having represented the town in Parliament for 25 years. On April 30, 1863, a handsome silver repoussé table was presented to the Princess of Wales on the occasion of her marriage, the cost, £1,500, being subscribed by inhabitants of the town. Price of bread at various times during the present century. The 4-pound loaf has been sold here as follows, at 412d. In 1852, at 7-1/2d. In 1845, at 912d. In June 1857 and June 1872, at L0d. In December 1855, June 1868, and December 1872, at L012d. In February 1854, December 1855, December 1867, and March 1868 at 11d. In December 1854, June 1855, and June 1856 at LL1/2d. In November 1846, May and November 1847, and May 1848 at 1s, and onwards to 1s, 5-1/2d. In August 1812, and again in July 1816, and may God preserve the poor from such times again. See hard times. Prices of provisions, and see in 1174, wheat and barley sold at Warwick for 212d, per bushel, hogs at 1s, 6d, each, cows salted down at 2s each, and salt at 145d, per bushel. In 1205 wheat was worth 12 pence per bushel, which was cheap, as there had been some years of famine previous thereto. In 1390 wheat was sold at 13d, per bushel, so high a price that historians say there was a dearth of corn at that period. From accounts preserved of the sums expended at sundry public feasts at Coventry anno 1452 to 1464, we find that 2s. 3d was paid for 18 gallons of ale, 2s, 6d, for 9 geese 5d, for 2 lambs 5d, for a calf L0d, For 9 chickens, 3d, for a shoulder of mutton, 1s, 3d, for 46 pigeons, 8d, for a strike of wheat and grinding it, and see an Act of Parliament, 24 Henry Roman 8. It was passed in 1513 that beef and pork should be sold at a halfpenny per pound. In 1603 it was ordered that 1 quart of best ale, or 2 of small, should be sold for 1 penny. In 1682 the prices of provisions were, a fowl 1s, a chicken 5d, a rabbit 7d, eggs 3 for 1d, best fresh butter 6d, per lb, ditto salt butter 312d, mutton 1s, 4d, per stone of 8 lb, beef 1s, 6d. Per stone, lump sugar 1s per lb, candles 312d per lb, coals 6d, per sack of 4 bushels, ditto charcoal 1s, 2d, best 8d, the smallest. Wheat averaged 50s per quarter, but the greatest part of the population lived almost entirely on rye, barley, oats, and peas. Cottages in the country were let at about 20s per annum. In 1694 a pair of shoes cost 3s, 6d, a pair of stockings 1s, 4d, 2 shirts 5s. 4d, leather breeches 2s, coat, waistcoat, and breeches 16s, a coffin 5s, a shroud and a grave for a poor man 3s, L0d. In November 1799, the quartern loaf was sold in London at 1s, L012d, and in this town at 1s. 4d, the farmers coming here to market having to be protected by constables for months together. Priory history gives us very little information respecting the hospital or priory of St. Thomas the Apostle, and still less as the church or chapel of St. Thomas the Martyr. The site of the priory was most probably where the old square was laid out, though during the many alterations that have latterly been made not a single stone has been discovered to prove it so. A few bones were found during the months of Aug. and Sept. 1884, and it is said that many years back a quantity of similar remains were discovered, while cellars were being made under some of the houses in Ball Street, and one late writer speaks of cellars or crypts, which were hastily built up again. From these few traces, it is not unlikely that the chapel existed somewhere between the Minories and Steelhouse Lane, monkish chants probably resounding where now the members of the Society of Friends sit in silent prayer. Ancient records tell us that in 1285 3 persons, William of Birmingham, Thomas of Maidenhack, and Ranulph of Rugby, gave 23 acres of land at Aston and Saltley, then spelt Salutali for the endowment of the Hospital of St. Thomas the Apostle. But that rather goes to prove the previous existence of a religious edifice instead of dating its foundation. In 1310, the Lord of Birmingham gave an additional 22 acres, and many others added largely at the time, a full list of these donors being given in Talman Smith's Memorials of Old Birmingham. In 1350, 70 acres in Birmingham parish and 30 acres in Aston were added to the possessions of the priory, which by 1547, when all were confiscated, must have become of great value. The principal portions of the priory lands in Aston and Saltley went to enrich the Holt family, one, if not the chief, recipient being the brother-in-law of Sir Thomas Holt. But the grounds and land surrounding the priory and chapel appear to have been gradually sold to others, the Smallbroke family acquiring the chief part. The ruins of the old buildings doubtless formed a public stone quarry for the builders of the 17th century, as even Hutton can speak of but few relics being left in his time, and those he carefully made use of himself. From the mention in an old deed of an ancient well called the Sightwell, probably Saint's Well, the priory grounds seem to have extended along Dale End to the Butts, Stafford Street, where the water was sufficiently abundant to require a bridge. It was originally intended to have a highly respectable street in the neighborhood named St. Thomas Street, after the name of the old priory, a like proviso being made when John Street was laid out for building. Prisons before the incorporation of the borough, all offenders in the manor of Aston were confined in Bordesley Prison, otherwise Tart's Hole, from the name of one of the keepers, situate in High Street, Bordesley. It was classed in 1802 as one of the worst jails in the kingdom. The prison was in the backyard of the keeper's house, and it comprised 2 dark, damp dungeons, 12 feet by 7 feet, to which access was gained through a trapdoor, level with the yard, and down 10 steps. The only light or air that could reach these cells, which sometimes were an inch deep in water, was through a single iron-grated aperture about a foot square. For petty offenders, runaway apprentices, and disobedient servants, there were 2 other rooms, opening into the yard, each about 12 feet square. Prisoners' allowance was 4d per day and a rug to cover them at night on their straw. In 1809, the use of the underground rooms was put a stop to, and the churchwardens allowed the prisoners a shilling per day for sustenance. Those sentenced to the stocks or to be whipped received their punishments in the street opposite the prison, and, if committed for trial, were put in leg irons until called for by the runners. The place was used as a lockup for some time after the incorporation, and the old irons were kept on show for years. The old debtors' prison in 1802 was in Phillip Street, in a little back courtyard, not 14 feet square, and it consisted of one damp, dirty dungeon, 10 feet by 11 feet, at the bottom of a descent of 7 steps, with a sleeping room about same size over it. In these rooms, male and female alike were confined, at one time to the number of 15, each being allowed 3d per day by their parishes, and a little straw on the floor at night for bedding, unless they chose to pay the keeper 2s a week for a bed in his house. In 1809, the debtors were removed to the old courthouse, where the sleeping arrangements were of a better character. Howard, the prison philanthropist, visited the Phillip Street prison in 1782, when he found that the prisoners were not allowed to do any work, enforced idleness, as well as semi-starvation, being part of the punishment. He mentions the case of a shoemaker who was incarcerated for a debt of 15s, which the keeper of the prison had to pay through kindly allowing the man to finish some work he had begun before being locked up. In these enlightened days, no man is imprisoned for owing money, but only because he does not pay it when told to do so. See also, dungeon and jails. Privateering. Most likely, there was some truth in the statement that chains and shackles were made here for the slave ships of former days, and from the following letter written to Matthew Bolton in October, 1778, there can be little doubt, but that he at least had a share in some of the privateering exploits of the time, though living so far from a seaport. One of the vessels our little brig took last year was fitted out at New York, and in a cruise of 13 weeks has taken 13 prizes, 12 of which are carried safe in, and we have advice of 200 hogsheads of tobacco being shipped as part of the prizes, which if now here would fetch us £10,000, and c. Progress of the town. The borough surveyor favors us yearly with statistics giving the number of new buildings erected, or for which plans have been approved, and to show how rapidly the town is progressing in extent, we give a few of the figures. The year 1854 is memorable in the building trade, as there were 2,219 new houses erected, the average for years after not being 1,000. In 1861, the number was but 952. In 1862, 1,350. In 1863, 1,694. In 1864, 1,419. In 1865, 1,056. In 1,866, 1,411. In 1867, 1,408. In 1868, 1,548. In 1869, 1,709. In 1870, 1,324. In 1871, 1,076. In 1872, 1,265. In 1873, 993. The building report for the last 10 years is thus tabulated: 1,875, 1,876, 1,877, 1,878, 1,879, 1,880, 1,880, 1,882, 1,883. Houses 3,395, 2,903, 2,700. 1,205, 1,197, 1,301, 1,236, 666, 938, and shops, churches, chapels, schools, manufactories, and 107, 102, warehouses, miscellaneous, 42, 101, alterations, 167, 290, 225, 222, 180, 163. 158. 3,608, 3,117, 3,053, 1,660, 1,625, 1,659, 1,594,963, 1,235. Under the heading of miscellaneous are included such erections as libraries, public halls, clubs, arcades, slaughterhouses, cowsheds, and all other necessary and useful buildings appertaining to human hives, but which need not be particularized. Probate. The Probate Registry Office is at number 15, Old Square. Promenades. When Corporation Street is finished, and its pathways nicely shaded with green-leaved trees, it will doubtless be not only the chief business street of the town, but also the most popular promenade. At present, the gay votaries of dress and fashion principally honor New Street, especially on Saturday mornings. Hagley Road, on Sunday evenings, is particularly affected by some as their favorite promenade. Proof House. The foundation stone of the Proof House, Banbury Street, was laid October 4, 1813. The yearly number of gun, rifle, and pistol barrels proved at the establishment averages over 500,000. C. Trades. Property. The Birmingham Property Owners and Ratepayers Protection Association was formed in May 1872. Out of 70,000 separate assessments, the owners pay the rates in more than 50,000 cases. Provident Dispensaries. C. Dispensaries. Provident Societies. C. Friendly, benevolent, and provident institutions. Provincialisms. Like the inhabitants of most other parts of the country, Birmingham people are not without their peculiarities of speech, not so strongly characterized perhaps as those of the good folks of Somersetshire, or even some of our neighbors in the Black Country, but still noticeable. For instance, few workmen will take a holiday. They prefer a day's out or play. They will not let go or abandon anything, but they loose it. They do not tell you to remove, but be off. They prefer to pay it twice, in lieu of in 2 installments. The use of the word her in place of she is very common, as well as the curious term just now, for an indefinite time to come, as her'll do it just now, instead of she will do it soon. In vulgar parlance, this book is not your own or our own, but yourn or earn, or it may be hisn or hern. In pronunciation as well, though perhaps not so markedly, our people are sometimes peculiar, as when they ask for a stomp or put out their tongue, and c, stress being often laid also on the word, and, as well as upon syllables not requiring it, as dictionary, volunteers, and c. Public buildings. The Guildhall in New Street and the Roundabout House in High Street were at one time the only public buildings in the town, besides the parish church, the lockups, and the pinfold. The Market Cross, public office, workhouse, and c. came after, and it is only of late years we have been able to boast of town hall, market hall, parish office, council house, and all the other establishments so necessary to the dignity of a town ranking as 3rd largest in the kingdom. The huge piles that have been erected during the last dozen years or so are of so varied a character that it becomes somewhat difficult to draw a line between those which are strictly of a private nature and the so-called public buildings, under which heading perhaps even railway stations, banks, and theaters might properly come. The following are some of the chief edifices not noted elsewhere. County Court. The new County Court, at the corner of Corporation Street and Newton Street, was erected from the plans of Mr. J. Williams at a cost of about £20,000. It is built of Hollington stone, in Italian style, though, like that other government-built edifice, the new post office, it is of too heavy an appearance. The 2 entrances for the general public are in Newton Street, the registrar's and principal courts being on the 1st floor, though neither are near large enough for the business intended to be practiced therein. The entrance to the judges' rooms is in Corporation Street, under a portico with Doric columns. Drill Hall. In 1880, a company was formed, with a capital of £5,000 in £20 shares, for the purpose of building a drill hall and suitable headquarters for the local volunteers. A site in Thorpe Street, containing 2,287 square yards, was taken on lease for 99 years at 100 rental, and very suitable premises have been erected, the frontage to the street, 183 ft. Allowing the formation of a lofty drill hall, 180 ft. Long by 85 ft. Wide, at the rear of the usual and useful offices and rooms required. The latter comprise on the ground floor an orderly room and strong room, sergeant major's office, armory, clothing store, non-commissioned officers' room, private's meeting room, sergeant major's and staff sergeant's quarters, and stables. On the 1st floor there are an officers' meeting room, a sergeant's meeting room, long galleries, and C, the whole building being characteristically laid out for military purposes. Fire engine stations the Central Fire Brigade Station, which is in telephonic communication with all the police stations. The theaters, various public buildings, and chief manufactories is situated in the Upper Priory, between the Old Square and Steelhouse Lane, and is easily distinguishable by the large red lamp outside its gate. There are here kept ready for instant use 3 manual and 1 steam engine, the latter being capable of throwing 450 gallons of water per minute to a height of 120 feet, the other also being good specimens of their class. Each manual engine has on board its complement of hose, branches, the brass pipes through which the water leaves the hose, standpipes for connecting the hose with the water mains, and C, while at its side hang scaling ladders in sections which can readily be fitted together to reach a considerable height. The engine house also contains a tender to the steam machine, a horse hose cart, a hand hose cart, and a number of portable hand pumps. It is with these hand pumps that the majority of the fires in Birmingham are extinguished, and one of them forms a portion of the load of every engine. Several canvas buckets, which flatten into an inconceivably small space, are also taken by means of which, either by carrying or by passing from hand to hand, the reservoirs of the pump can be kept filled, and a jet of water be made available where, perhaps, it would be difficult or impossible to bring hose. The hose kept at the station amounts to a total length of 487-1/2 yards, of which about 1,700 yards is always kept on the engines, hose carts, tender, and fire escapes ready for instant use. The remainder forms a reserve to allow for repairs, drying, and sea between the engine house, and the street is a commodious house for the assistant superintendent, with a very pleasant yard on the roof of the engine house. Adjoining the engine house on the other side is the stable, where 5 splendid horses are kept. In the yard stand 3 fire escapes, each fitted with a box containing hose, standpipes, and branches, so that it may be utilized for extinguishing fires independent of the engines. The total strength of the brigade is 25, including the superintendent, Mr. A.R. Tozer, the assistant superintendent, Mr. J. Tivayatdil, 2 engineers, and an assistant engineer. 18 of the brigade reside at the central station, the others being quartered at the 7 divisional police stations and at the fire station in Bristol Street, opposite the Bell Inn, at each of which places are kept an escape or an hose cart and 1 or 2 hand pumps with the needful hose and appliances. The cost of the buildings in the Upper Priory, including the site, 1,500 square yards at 7 guineas per yard, was about £20,000, there being in addition to the offices and stables, a waiting room, in which 2 men are on duty night and day, a drill ground 153 ft. long by 40 ft. wide, an engine room large enough for 6 engines, good-sized recreation rooms, baths, and C, the residences are erected upon the flat system, and have a special interest in the fact that they constitute the first important introduction of that style of building in Birmingham. The advantages and the drawbacks, if any, of the system may here be seen and judged of by all who are interested in the matter. On the ground floor there are 3 residences, each having a living room, which may be used as a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms adjoining. A semicircular open staircase gives access to the flats, and on the first floor there are 4 residences, one being formed over the firemen's waiting room and office. On this floor, additional bedrooms are provided for men with families requiring them, and the second floor is a reproduction of the first. On the top of all there is a flat upon which are erected 5 wash houses, the remainder of the space being used as a drying ground or playground for children, the whole enclosed with iron palisades. In the basement, there is a lock-up cellar for each of the residences. Fish marquetry, rather plain-looking erection, of the open shed style of architecture, was put up at the corner of Bell Street in 1870, the foundation stone being laid July 14. It has since been enlarged, and is now much more ornamental as well as being useful. The estimated cost of the alterations is put at £16,000, including fittings. The original area was only 715 square yards, but to that has been added 909 square yards, and Bell Street, to which it will have a frontage of 240 feet, which will be widened to 16 yards, is to be covered with iron and glass roof. Lease Lane is also to be widened for access to the market. Lincoln's Inn this is a huge block of offices erected in Corporation Street, opposite the County Court, in 1883, and which, like its London namesake, is intended for the accommodation of solicitors, accountants, and other professional gentlemen. There are a number of suites of offices surrounding an inner court, 66 ft. By 60 ft. With from 2 to 8 rooms each, the street frontages in Corporation Street and Dalton Street being fitted as shops, while there is a large room under the court, 48 ft. By 42 ft. Suitable for a sale room or other purpose. The outside appearance of the block is very striking, having a large entrance gateway with a circular bay window over it, surmounted by a lofty lower. The tower has 4 clock faces, pinnacles at the angles, and a steep slate roof and is 120 feet high. There are also 2 flanking towers, at the extreme ends of the front. These have canted bay windows below them, and their pediments are surmounted by figures representing Mercury and Athene. The space on each side between the central and the flanking tower is divided into 3 bays, having ornamental dormers above them, and being divided by niches, which will serve to hold allegorical figures of the arts. The windows are ornamented by tracery, and the facade is enriched by a free use of carving. The architect is Mr. W. H. Ward, and the cost of the pile about £22,000. Market Hall. The foundation stone was laid Feb. 28, 1833, and it was opened for business Feb. 14, 1835. The building, which is constructed of freestone from the designs of Mr. Edge, cost about £30,000, though considerable sums have since been spent on it. The large vaults constructed under the hall in 1875 coat about £4,000. It contains an area of 39,411 square feet, being 365 feet long, 108 feet broad, and 60 feet high, and was originally planned to give stall room for 600 dealers. The liquor shop, house, and vaults beneath, at corner of Bell Street, were let on lease by auction, Nov. 1833, for 100 years, for the sum of £5,400 and a 20s. Yearly rental. In 1876, the corporation gave £15,000 to resume possession, afterwards reletting the premises at £800 a year, with a further £100 for the vaults. The street commissioners, when retiring from office, placed in the center of the hall a fountain of very appropriate design, uncovered deck. 24, 1851, and ornamented with bronze figures characteristic of Birmingham manufactures, but which has been removed to Highgate Park. A clock was put above the spot where the fountain stood, in April 1852, which cost £60. Market Hall was erected in Prospect Row in 1837, but was very little used as such. A few years back it was partly turned into a depot for American meat, but is now simply used for warehouses. Masonic Hall. The first stone of this building, situated at the corner of New Street and Ethel Street, was laid Sept. 30, 1865. The ceremony of dedication taking place April 26, 1870. Municipal buildings. The advancement of the town in trade and prosperity, population, and wealth made it necessary years ago for our local governors to look out for a central spot on which could be gathered the many offices and officers appertaining to the corporation of a large town like Birmingham. They were fortunate in being able, in 1854, to secure so eligible a site in such a central position, and with such commanding elevation as the one at the corner of Ann Street and Congreve Street, though at first glance the acquisition would appear to have been a costly one. The price of the land and reversion thereto was £39,525, but during the years that elapsed before the ground was cleared ready for building, 1872, the interest brought that sum up to nearly £70,000. The total area was 11,540 square yards, of which 4,455 square yards were thrown into the streets. Thus, though the original price was but 68s. 6d. per yard, by the time the buildings were erected the actual site cost over £9 per yard. The plans were approved Feb. 11, 1873, the contract for building being £84,120, but during the course of erection many important additions and alterations were made to the original plans, raising the cost to £144,743. Part of the ground was originally intended to be covered with assize courts, but have been devoted to the erection of a magnificent art gallery. And c. So that more than £250,000 will ultimately have been spent on the spot. The foundation stone was laid by the then mayor, Mr. Joseph Chamberlain, June 17, 1874, and the erection took about 5 years, the hoarding being removed July 18, 1879. The design of the municipal buildings is essentially classical, but not of any particular style, Mr. Yeovil Thomason, the architect, having given free rein to his own conceptions of what was required in a modern erection of the nature of a local Parliament House. The south, or principal front, to Ann Street, has a length of 296 feet, the frontage to Congreve Street is 122 feet, and that to Eden Place is 153 feet. From the ground to the top of the main cornice, the height is 65 feet. The pediment over the central entrance is 90 feet high, the stone cornice of the dome 114 feet, and the top of the finial 162 feet, the dome rising behind the central pediment from the main staircase. Looked at from a distance, the features of the building that at first strike the spectator are the carved groups of life-sized figures in the 6 pediments. The Ann Street and Congreve Street frontages have a pediment at each end, of semicircular shape, and the Eden Place frontage has one at the end where it joins the principal front. The pediment in the center of the south front is triangular in shape, and contains a group of sculptured figures representing Britannia rewarding the Birmingham manufacturers. In the other pediments, the groups represent manufacture, commerce, literature, art, and science. Under the central pediment, and within a semicircular arch over the central entrance, is a large and beautiful figure subject in mosaic, executed by Messrs. Salviati and Co. of London. Besides the central entrance, which is reached through a portico supported by square and round columns, and is reserved for the use of the town council and state occasions, there are 4 entrances to the building, one at each end of the principal front, one in Eden Place, and the other within the gateway, which runs through the Congreve Street wing into the courtyard at the back. By the last-mentioned staircase access is obtained by the general public to the council chamber. The building contains 94 rooms of various sizes, 3 of the largest devoted to occasions of ceremony, and the rest to the uses of the different departments of the corporation work. The central of the 3 reception rooms is 30 feet square, and is divided from the other 2 by an open screen of marble columns, both rooms being 64 ft. By 30 ft. The council chamber is 39 ft. Wide, and including the gallery for spectators, is 48 ft. Long, the fittings and furniture being of the most substantial character as well as ornamental. In various parts of the building accommodation has been found for the town clerk, the borough treasurer, surveyor, analyst, chief constable, and every other department of corporation work. The furnishing of the council chamber and the other parts of the municipal buildings amounted to £15,603, the laying in of the gas and water services being £418 additional. Oddfellows Hall. Before the New Street Railway Station was erected, there was an Oddfellows Hall in King Street. The first stone of the present building in Upper Temple Street was laid early in 1849, the opening ceremony taking place Dec. 3 same year. The principal room, or hall, will accommodate about 1,000 persons, the remaining portion of the premises being let off in offices. Parish offices, the meeting place of the Board of Guardians, and their necessary staff of officers, has from the earliest days of poor law government been the most frequented of any of our public buildings. Formerly, the headquarters were at the workhouse in Lichfield Street, but when that institution was removed to Birmingham Heath, the large building at the corner of Suffolk Street and Paradise Street was built for the use of the parish officers, possession being taken thereof Feb. 26, 1853. 30 years seems but a short period for the occupation of such a pile of offices, but as it has been necessary several times to enlarge the workhouse, as well as to collect very much larger sums from the ratepayers, it is but in the natural order of things that the overseers, guardians, and all others connected with them should be allowed more elbow room. A parish palace, almost rivaling our municipal buildings in magnificence of ornate architecture, has therefore been erected at the junction of Edmund Street and Newhall Street, where poor unfortunate people going to the workhouse, and whose ultimate destination will possibly be a pauper's grave, may have the gratification of beholding beautiful groups of statuary sculpture, Corinthian columns of polished granite, pilasters of marble, gilded capitals, paneled ceilings, colored architraves, ornamental cornices, encaustic tiles, and all the other pretty things appurtening to a building designed in a severe form of the style of the French Renaissance, as an architectural paper critic calls it. Ratepayers will also have pleasure in taking their money to and delivering it over in one of the most convenient suites of poor law offices in the kingdom, possibly deriving a little satisfaction from the fact that their descendants in less than 100 years' time will have to build another such suite of offices, or buy this over again, as the guardians only hold the site, 1,700 square yards, upon a 99 years lease at a yearly rental of £600, sevens, per yard. The building contract was for £25,490, besides extras, the architect being Mr. W. H. Ward, and the fittings, internal decoration and furnishing was estimated at about £5,000 more, though possibly as the chairs in the boardroom are put down at £5 each. If other articles be in proportion, both sums will be materially increased. The work was commenced in June 1882, the memorial stone being laid February 15th the following year. The building, which has 5 stories, stands on 3 sides of a square courtyard and faces into Edmund Street, Newhall Street, and a new thoroughfare made in continuation of Bread Street. In general character, the 3 faces are alike, the masonry being rusticated in coxbench stone to the line of the second floor, the chiseling finishing with an entablature, and the remaining 2 stories included in one order of Corinthian red granite pillars, which support the main entablature. The front in Edmund Street, 105 feet in length, is symmetrically divided by a central tower, on either side of which the Corinthian pillars are discontinued until the 2 corners are almost reached, where they support pediments. The tower, which for a distance above the root is square, contains 4 clock faces and supports an octagonal story, covered by a paneled stone dome, surmounted in turn by a lantern and its finial. The height of the tower from the level of the street is 105 feet, the slated towers over the lateral pediments being smaller. The Newhall Street facade, 160 feet long, is broken into 3 portions of nearly equal length, and the middle portion is treated differently from the other 2. Above the line of the second floor entablature, the windows, instead of being in a double row in correspondence with the stories, are in this middle section of the facade carried almost to the height of the columns, and the section is surmounted in its center by an ornamental pedestal, which bears a group of sculpture, and at its extremes by slated flagstaff towers, whose sides are concave. The purpose of these larger windows is the effectual lighting of the boardroom, which is of the height of 2 stories. The length of the Bread Street front is 90 feet. The boardroom is 60 feet long, 36 feet wide, and 24 feet high, the room being lighted by 2 sunburners suspended from the ceiling panels and is handsomely decorated throughout. The offices of the Registrar of Births, Marriages, and Deaths are entered from Newhall Street, and there is a special waiting room for the use of marriage parties whilst they are preparing to go before the registrar, a provision which will no doubt be fully appreciated by many blushing maidens and bashful bachelors. Public office. The office for the meetings of the justices was at one time in Dale End, and it was there that Jack and Tom were taken in November 1780, charged with murdering a butcher on the road to Coleshill. The first stone of the public office and prison in Moore Street was laid September 18, 1805, the cost being estimated at £10,000. It was considerably enlarged in 1830, and again in 1861, and other improving alterations have been made during the last 3 years, so that the original cost has been more than doubled, but the place is still inadequate to the requirements of the town. Smithfield Market, laid out by the street commissioners in 1817, at a cost of £6,000 as an open market, has been enlarged by taking in most of the ground bordered by Jamaica Row, St. Martin's Lane, and Moat Lane, and is nearly all covered in for the purposes of a wholesale market, the work being commenced in November 1880. The main entrance is in the center of the St. Martin's Lane front and consists of a central roadway for carts and wagons, 15 ft. Wide and 24 ft. high, together with a wide entrance on either side for foot passengers. The main piers supporting the large archway are of stone, but the arch itself is constructed of terracotta, richly molded and carved. Over the archway are two sculptured figures in red terracotta, representing Flora and Pomona. The whole of the carving and sculptured work has been executed by Mr. John Rotties. The archways are fitted with massive wrought iron gates, manufactured by Messrs. Hart, Son, Paird, and Co. The entrances in Jamaica Row and Moat Lane have arched gateways and gates to match, though much higher to allow of the passage of laden wains. The Market Superintendent's office is on the left of the man entrance. Greatest part of the St. Martin's Lane front is occupied by the new Woolpack Hotel and the remainder by shops. The buildings, which are from the designs of Messrs. Osborne and Reading, are designed in the style of the English Renaissance of the Stuart period and are constructed of red brick with red terracotta dressings. At each end of the St. Martin's Lane front are circular turrets with conical roof, flanked by ornamental gables, and in the center is a gable with octagonal turret on each side. Temperance Hall, the foundation stone of this building, which is in Upper Temple Street, was laid Jan. 12, 1858, and it was opened Oct. 11 following. The Cobden, though the property of a private company, who have 20 other establishments in the town, the Cobden, in Corporation Street, may rank as a public building if only from its central position and finished architecture. It was opened by John Bright, Esquire, Aug. 29, 1883, and cost about £10,000. In style, it may be said to be French Gothic of early date, with Venetian features in the shape of traceried oriel windows, and c. the frontage being of Corsham down and Portland stone. Town Hall. For many years the pride and the boast of Birmingham has been its noble Town Hall, which still remains the most conspicuous building, as well as the finest specimen of architecture, in the town. It was erected by the street commissioners, who obtained a special act for the purpose in 1828 to enable them to lay a rate to pay for it. The architect was Mr. T. Handsome, of the firm of Messrs. Handsome and Welch, who, by a curious provision, were also bound to be the contractors. Their original estimate was £17,000, with extras, which would have raised it to about £19,000, but so far were their figures out that £30,000 were expended prior to the first meeting being held in the hall, and that sum had been increased to £69,520 when the building was finally completed in 1850 by the addition of the pillars and pediments at the back. The foundations and solid parts of the structure are built of brick, the casing or outside of the walls, the pillars, and the ornamental portions being of Anglesey marble, given to the contractors by the owner of Penmean Quarries, Sir Richard Bulkeley, Bart. The building was commenced April 27, 1832, and opened Sept. 19, 1834, being used for the festival of that year, the first public meeting held in the hall being on Nov. 28th. The outside measurements of the hall are length 175 ft, breadth 100 ft, height 83 ft, viz. Basement 23 ft, columns 36 ft, cornice 9 ft, and pediment 15 ft. The 40 columns are each 3-1/2 ft. Diameter. The hall or great room is 145 ft. Long, 65 ft. Broad, and 65 ft. High. Including the orchestra, it will seat a few over 3,000 persons, while it is said that on more than one occasion 10,000 have found standing room. Considerable sums have been spent in trying to improve the ventilation and lighting of the hall, as well as in redecorating occasionally, the medallions of eminent composers and other worthies being introduced in 1876. For description of Town Hall organ, see organs. Windsor Street Gas Works with its immense gas holders, retort houses, its own special canal and railway approaches, covers an area of about 26 acres, extending almost from Dartmouth Street to Aston Road. Though there can be no grand architectural features about such an establishment certain, parts of the works are worthy of note. The two principal gas holders and the new retort house being among the largest of their kind in the world. The holders, or gasometers as they are sometimes called, are each 240 ft. in diameter, with a depth of 50 ft. The telescope arrangement allowing of a rise of 170 ft, giving a containing capacity equal to the space required for 6,250,000 cubic feet of gas. The new retort house is 455 ft. long by 210 ft. wide, and will produce about 9 million cubic feet of gas per day, the furnaces being supplied with coal and cleared of the coke by special machinery of American invention, which is run upon rails backwards and forwards from the line of coal trucks to the furnace mouths. The quantity of coal used per week is nearly 4,000 tons, most of which is brought from North Staffordshire, and the reserve coal heap is kept as near as convenient to a month's supply, or 16,000 tons. The machinery for the purification of the gas, the extracting of the ammoniacal liquor, tar, and residuals, which make the manufacture of gas so remunerative, are of the most improved description. Workhouse, the first mention of a local institution, thus named, occurs in the resolution passed at a public meeting held May 16, 1727, to the effect that it was highly necessary and convenient that a public workhouse should be erected in or near the town to employ or set to work the poor of Birmingham for their better maintenance, as the law directs. This resolution seems to have been carried out, as the workhouse in Lichfield Street, which was then a road leading out of the town, was built in 1733, the first cost being £1,173, but several additions afterwards brought the building account to about £3,000. Originally, it was built to accommodate 600 poor persons, but in progress of time, it was found necessary to house a much larger number, and the overseers and guardians were often hard put to for room, which perhaps accounts for their occasionally discussing the advisability of letting some of their poor people out on hire to certain would-be taskmasters as desired such a class of employees. In the months of January, February, and March 1783, much discussion took place as to building a new workhouse, but nothing definite was done in the matter until 1790, when it was proposed to obtain an act for the erection of a poorhouse at Birmingham Heath, a scheme which Hutton said was as airy as the spot chosen for the building. Most likely the expense, which was reckoned at £15,000, frightened the ratepayers, for the project was abandoned, and for 50 years little more was heard on the subject. What they would have said to the £150,000 spent on the present building can be better imagined than described. The foundation stone of the latter was laid Sept. 7, 1850, and the first inmates were received March 29, 1852, in which year the Lichfield Street establishment was finally closed, though it was not taken down for several years after. The new workhouse is one of the largest in the country, the area within its walls being nearly 20 acres, and it was built to accommodate 3,000 persons, but several additions in the shape of new wards, enlarged schools, and extended provision for the sick, epileptic, and insane have since been made. The whole establishment is supplied with water from an artesian well, and is such a distance from other buildings as to ensure the most healthy conditions. The chapel, which has several stained windows, is capable of seating 800 persons, and in it, on May 9, 1883, the Bishop of Worcester administered the rite of confirmation to 31 of the inmates, a novelty in the history of Birmingham Workhouse, at all events. Full provision is made for Catholics and nonconformists desiring to attend the services of their respective bodies. In connection with the workhouse may be noted the cottage homes and schools at Marston Green, commenced in October 1878, for the rearing and teaching of a portion of the poor children left in the care of the guardians. These buildings consist of 3 schools, 14 cottage homes, workshops, infirmary, headmaster's residence, and each of the homes being for 30 children, in addition to an artisan and his wife, who act as heads of the family. About 20 acres of land are at present thus occupied, the cost being at the rate of £140 per acre, while on the buildings upwards of £20,000 has been spent. Public houses. The early closing act came into operation here November 11, 1864, and the 11 o'clock closing hour in 1872. The rule from 1864 having been to close at 1 and open at 4 a.m. prior to that date, the tipplers could be indulged from the earliest hour on Monday till the latest on Saturday night. Mr. Joseph Chamberlain and his friends thought so highly of the Gothenburg scheme that they persuaded the town council into passing a resolution Jan. 2, 1877, that the corporation ought to be allowed to buy up all the trade in Birmingham. There were 46 who voted for the motion against 10, but when the right Hon. J.C.'s monopolizing motion was introduced to the House of Commons, March 13, 1877. It was negatived by 52 votes. Pudding Brook. This was the sweetly pretty name given to one of the little streams that ran in connection with the moat round the old manor house. Possibly it was originally Puddle Brook, but as it became little more than an open sewer or stinking mud ditch before it was ultimately done away with, the last given name may not have been inappropriate. Quacks. Though we cannot boast of a millionaire pill maker like the late Professor Holloway, we have not often been without a local well-to-do quack. A medical man named Richard Aston, about 1815-25, was universally called so, and if the making of money is proof of quackery, he deserved the title, as he left a fortune of £60,000. He also left an only daughter, but she and her husband were left to die in the workhouse, as the quack did not approve of their union. Quakers, peaceable and quiet as the members of the Society of Friends are known to be now, they do not appear to have always borne that character in this neighborhood, but the punishments inflicted upon them in the time of the Commonwealth seem to have been brutish in the extreme. In a history of the Diocese of Worcester, it is stated that the Quakers not only refused to pay tithes or take off their hats in courts of justice, but persisted in carrying on their business on Sundays, and scarcely suffering a service to be conducted without interruption, forcing themselves into congregations, and proclaiming that the clergymen were lying witnesses and false prophets, varying their proceedings by occasionally running naked through the streets of towns and villages, and otherwise misbehaving themselves, until they were regarded as public pests and treated accordingly. In the year 1661, 54 Quakers were in Worcester jail, and about the same time 7 or 8 others were in the lockup at Evesham, where they were confined for 14 weeks in a cell 22 ft. square and 6 ft. high, being fed on bread and water and not once let out during the whole time, so that people could not endure to pass the place. Female Quakers were thrust with brutal indecency into the stocks, and there left in hard frost for a day and night, being afterwards driven from the town. And this went on during the whole of the time this country was blessed with Cromwell and a republican government. See Friends. Quaint customs. The practice of heaving or lifting on Easter Monday and Tuesday was still kept up in some of the back streets of the town a few years back, and though it may have died out now with us, those who enjoy such amusements will find the old custom observed in villages not far away at Handsworth. Clipping the church was the curious fad at Easter time, the children from the national schools, with ladies and gentlemen too, joining hands till they had surrounded the old church with a leaping, laughing, linked living ring of humanity, great fun being caused when some of the link loosed hands and let their companions fall over the graves on St. John's days. When the ancient feast or wake of Dorighton Chapel was kept, it was the custom to carry bulrushes to the church, and old inhabitants decorated their fireplaces with them in the prosperous days of the Holt family, when Aston Hall was the abode of fine old English gentlemen. Instead of being the lumber room of those Birmingham rogues the baronets abominated, Christmas Eve was celebrated with all the hospitalities usual in baronial halls. But the opening of the evening's performances was of so whimsical a character that it attracted attention even 100 years ago, when queer and quaint customs were anything but strange. An old chronicler thus describes it. On this day, as soon as supper is over, a table is set in the hall. On it is set a brown loaf with 20 silver threepences stuck on the top of it, a tankard of ale with pipes and tobacco, and the 2 oldest servants have chairs behind it to sit in as judges if they please. The steward brings the servants, both men and women, by one at a time, covered with a window sheet, and lays their right hand on the loaf, exposing no other part of the body. The oldest of the 2 judges guesses at the person, by naming a name, then the younger judge, and lastly the oldest again. If they hit upon the right name, the steward leads the person back again, but if they do not, he takes off the window sheet, and the person receives a threepence, makes low obeisance to the judges, but speaks not a word. When the second servant was brought, the younger judge guessed first and third, and this they did alternately till all the money was given away. Whatever servant had not slept in the house the previous night forfeited his right to the money. No account is given of the origin of this strange custom, but it has been practiced ever since the family lived there. When the money is gone, the servants have full liberty to drink, dance, sing, and go to bed when they please. Railways. London and Northwestern. The first proposal for converting Birmingham with the outer world by means of a railway seems to have originated in 1824. As we read of the share book, for a Birmingham and London line being opened here on December 14 of that year. There was a great rush for shares, 2,500 being taken up in 2 hours, and a £7 premium offered for more. But as the scheme was soon abandoned, it is probable the scrip was quickly at a discount. Early in 1830, 2 separate companies were formed for a line to the metropolis, but they amalgamated on September 11, and surveys were taken in the following year, Broad Street being chosen as the site for a station. The bill was introduced into the House of Commons February 20, 1832, but the Lords rejected it in June. Another bill, with variations in the plans, was brought in the session of 1833, and it passed on May 6, the work being commenced at the London end in July and at Birmingham in June of the following year. The line was to be 112.12 miles long and estimated to cost £2,500,000, but the real cost amounted to £4,592,700, of which £72,868.18. 10d. was spent in obtaining the act alone. The line was opened in sections as completed, the first train running from Euston to Boxmoor, 24.12 miles, on July 20, 1837. The average daily number of persons using the line during the first month was 1,428, the receipts being at the rate of £153 per day. On April 9, 1838, the trains reached Rugby, and on Aug. 14, the line was completed to Daddeston Row, the directors taking a trial trip on the 20th. There were only 17 stations on the whole line, over which the first passenger train ran on Sept. 17, the prospectus of the Grand Junction Railway, for Liverpool and Manchester, was issued May 7, 1830, and the line from Vauxhall Station to Newton, where it joined the Manchester and Liverpool line, was opened July 4, 1837. The importance of this line of communication was shown by the number of passengers using it during the first 9 weeks, 18,666 persons traveling to or from Liverpool, and 7,374 to or from Manchester, the receipts for that period being £41,943. The Birmingham branch of the South Staffordshire Railway was opened Nov. 1, 1847. The Birmingham and Shrewsbury line, Nov. 12, 1849, and between Dudley and Walsall, May 1, 1850. The Store Valley line was partially brought into use from Monument Lane, Aug. 19, 1851, the first train running clear through to Wolverhampton, July 1, 1852. The line to Sutton Coldfield was opened June 2, 1862, and the Harborne line, for which the act was obtained in 1866, was opened Aug. 10, 1874. The act for the construction of the Birmingham and Lichfield line, being a continuation of the Sutton Coldfield Railway, passed June 23, 1874. It was commenced late in October, 1881, and it will shortly be in use. The bill for the Dudley and Oldbury Junction line passed July 15, 1881. A new route from Leamington to Birmingham was opened in Sept 1884, shortening the journey to London. Midland, the Derby and Birmingham Junction line was opened through from Lawley Street, Aug. 12, 1839. The first portion of the Birmingham and Gloucester line, between Barnt Green and Cheltenham, was opened July 1, 1840, coaches running from here to Barnt Green to meet the trains until Dec. 15, 1840, when the line was finished to Camp Hill, the Midland route being completed and opened Feb. 10, 1842. The first sod was cut for the West Suburban Line Jan. 14, 1873, and it was opened from Granville Street to King's Norton April 3, 1876. This line is now being doubled and extended from Granville Street to New Street at an estimated cost of £280,400, so that the Midland will have a direct run through the town. Great Western, the first portion of the Oxford and Birmingham Railway, between here and Banbury, was opened Sept 30, 1852, the tunnel from Moore Street to Monmouth Street being finished on June 6 previous. The original estimated cost of this line was but £900,000, which was swelled to nearly £3 million by the bitter fight known as the Battle of the Gauges. The line from Snow Hill to Wolverhampton was opened Nov. 14, 1854. The first train to Stratford-on-Avon was run on Oct. 9, 1860. The Oxford, Worcester, and Wolverhampton line was opened in May 1852. The broad gauge was altered in 1874. Railway jottings. The London and Birmingham line cost at the rate of £23,000 per mile, taking nearly 5 years to make, about 20,000 men being employed, who displaced over 400 million cubic feet of earth. The Grand Junction averaged £16,000 per mile, and at one time there were 11,000 men at work upon it. Slate slabs were originally tried for sleepers on the Birmingham and London line. The first railway carriages were built very like to coaches, with an outside seat at each end for the guard, though passengers often sat there for the sake of seeing the country. The fares first charged between Birmingham and London were 30s, by first class and 20s. Second class open carriages by day trains 32s, 6D first class and 25s, second class by night. In 1841 the fares were 30s, first 25s, second and 20s, 3D, third class they are now 17s, 4D 13s, 6D and 9s, 5D. Booking was a perfectly correct term when the lines were first used, as when passengers went for their tickets they had to give their names and addresses, to be written on the tickets and in the book containing the counterfoils of the tickets. The day the Grand Junction line was opened was kept as a general holiday between here and Wolverhampton, hundreds of tents and picnic parties being seen along the line. The directors of the Birmingham and Gloucester line ordered 11 locomotives from Philadelphia at a cost of $85,000, and it was these engines that brought their trains to Camp Hill at first. In comparison with the engines now in use, these Americans were very small ones. The trains were pulled up the incline at the Lickey by powerful stationary engines. On the completion of the London line, the engineers who had been employed presented George Stephenson at a dinner held here with a silver tureen and stand worth 130 guineas. This celebrated engineer made his last public appearance at a meeting in this town of the Institute of Mechanical Engineers, July 16, 1848, his death taking place on the 12th of the following month. The L&NWR Co. have 46,000 men in their employ. The GWR has the longest mileage of any railway in England, 276-1/2 miles. The L&NWR, 1,774 miles. The Midland, 1,225 miles. The returns of the L&NW, Midland, and GWR companies for 1,878 showed local traffic of 936,000 tons of goods, 693,000 tons of coal, coke, and other minerals, 20,200 loads of cattle, and 7,624,000 passengers. The South Tunnel in New Street was blocked April 18, 1877, by a locomotive turning over. In October 1854, an engine fell over into Great Charles Street. The unused viaduct between Bordesley and Banbury Street belongs to the G.W.R. Co. and was intended to connect their lines with the other companies. It now stands as a huge monument of the railway mania days. The extensive carrying trade of Crowley & Co. was transferred to the L. and NWR Co. May 17, 1873. Railway stations. As noted on a previous page, the first railway stations were those in Duddeston Row, Lawley Street, Vauxhall, the Camp Hill, but the desirability of having a central station was too apparent for the companies to remain long at the outskirts, and the L&NWR Co. undertook the erection in New Street of what was then, and will soon be again, the most extensive railway station in the kingdom, making terms with the Midland for part use thereof. The work of clearance was commenced in 1846, the estimated cost being put at £400,000, 39,000 being paid to the governors of the grammar school for land belonging to them. Several streets were done away with, and the introduction of the station may be called the date point of the many town improvements that have since been carried out. The station and the tunnels leading thereto took 7 years in completion, the opening ceremony taking place June 1, 1853. The iron and glass roof was the largest roof in the world, being 1,080 ft, long with a single span of 212 ft, across at a height of 75 ft. from the rails. This immense span has since been surpassed, as the roof of the St. Pancras Station, London, is 243 ft, from side to side. The roof of Lime Street Station, Liverpool, is also much larger, being 410 ft wide, but it is in two spans. The station has been since greatly enlarged, extending as far as Hill Street, on which side are the Midland booking offices. The tunnels have been partially widened or thrown into open cuttings, additional platforms constructed, and miles of new rails laid down, one whole street, Great Queen Street, being taken bodily into the station for a carriage drive. The station now covers nearly 12 acres, the length of platforms exceeding 1-1/2 miles. The cost of this enlargement was over £500,000. As in the case of New Street Station, the introduction of the Great Western Railway caused the removal of a very large number of old buildings. But the monster wooden shed, which did duty as the Snow Hill Station for many years, was as great a disgrace to the town as ever the old tumble-down structures could have been that were removed to make way for it. This, however, was remedied in 1871 by the erection of the present building, which is extensive and convenient, the platforms having a run of 720 feet, the span of the roof being 92 feet. Rateable values. In 1815, the annual rateable value of property in the borough was totaled at £311,954. In 1824, the amount stood at £389,273, an increase of £77,319 in the 10 years. In 1834, the return was £483,774, the increase being £94,501. In 1814, it was £569,686, or an increase of £85,912. In 1854, the returns showed £655,631, the increase, £85,934, being little more than in the previous decennial period. The next 10 years were those of the highest prosperity the building trade of this town has ever known, and the rateable values in 1864 went up to £982,384, an increase of £326,763. In 1870, a new assessment was made, which added over £112,000 to the rateable values, the returns for 1,874 amounting to £1,254,911, an increase in the 10 years of £272,527. In 1877, the returns gave a total of £1,352,554. In 1878, £1,411,060, an increase in the 1 year of £58,506. But since 1878, the increase has not been so rapid, the average for the next 3 years being £36,379. And, as will be seen by the following table, the yearly increase of values during the last 3 years is still less in each of the several parish divisions of the borough. Birmingham Parish £985,080, £1 990, £1,445 1,001. 541, yearly increase 483364096. Edgbaston Parish £179,328, £180,327 181. 552, yearly increase 474225. Aston, part of parish £355,788, £362,330, £7 365. 875, yearly increase 419549538. Total rateable value of the borough £1,520,179, £1,530,000, £4,109 1. 548, 968, yearly increase 379912859. Rainfall. The mean annual rainfall in the 11 years ending with 1,871 in this neighborhood was 29.51 inches. In the following 11 years, 36.01 inches. the two heaviest years being 1872 with 47.69 inches, and 1882 with 43.06 inches. The depth of rain registered in the last 3 months of 1882, 14.93 inches, was the largest for any 3 consecutive months ever recorded by our painstaking meteorologist, the late Mr. T.L. Plant of Moseley. Ravenhurst, the old house at Camp Hill, which gave names to Hurst Street and Ravenhurst Street, leading in the direction of the mansion, where in 1810 there were found a number of coins and tokens of the period of Queen Elizabeth and Charles I, as well as sundry Scotch bawbees. Rhea, this little river takes its rise among the Lickey Hills, and from certain geological discoveries made in 1883, there is every reason to believe that, in Saxon days, it was a stream of considerable force. The name Rhea or Rhea is of Gaelic derivation, and, with slight alteration, it is the name of some other watercourses in the kingdom. From time to time, alterations have been made in the course of the Rhea, and prior to the introduction of steam, its waters were used extensively for mill power, dams, fleams, and chutes interfering with the free running in all directions. Long little better than an open sewer, there is a prospect that, within a few years, it may be cleansed and become once more a limpid stream, if the sanitary authorities will but find some more convenient site as burial place for unfortunate canines and felines. Rebellion of 1745, the first news of the rebellion and of the landing of the young pretender reached here Aug. 19, 1745. The Scotch did not come so far as Birmingham, but though thousands of swords were made here for bonny Prince Charlie, some little preparation was made to receive them. At a meeting held October 5, 1745, it was proposed to form a regiment of volunteers against them, and Sir Lister Holt found 250 horses to pursue the unfortunate pretender, whose great-grandfather had been the guest of Sir Lister's ancestor. Rebespoking fun at our town is no new game, as may be seen by the following local rebus, by Dardanus, copied from the Gentleman's Magazine of 1752. Take 3/4 of a creature which many admire, that's often confined in a castle of wire, 3/4 of a herb that the garden doth yield, and a term used by husbandmen ploughing the field, with that part of a swine which is now much in fashion, and a town you'll discover in this brave English nation. The answer was Burr D, Minty, G, and Ham Birmingham, the scribe who poetically replied, ending up by saying that it was a town that in trading excels half the nation, because, Jove be thanked, there is no corporation. Recorders. The first recorder appointed for the borough was Mr. Matthew Davenport Hill, whose name is so intimately connected with the history of reformatory and industrial schools. Mr. Arthur Robarts Adams, Q.C., who succeeded Mr. M.D. Hill on his resignation in January 1866, was a native of the county and had acted as deputy recorder for some years. He died in an apoplectic fit while out shooting deck. 1877, in Bagley Wood, near Oxford, in his 65th year. The present recorder is Mr. John Stratford Dugdale of Blythe Hall, Coleshill. Recreation grounds. Early in 1854, Joseph Sturge set apart a field in Wheely's Lane as a public playground for children, and this must rank as the first recreation ground. The last is the disused burial ground of St. Mary's Church, which, after an expenditure of about £1,500, was thrown open to the public as St. Mary's Garden, October 16, 1882. See Parks. Red Book. Quite a local institution is the yearly publication known as the Birmingham Red Book, which was first issued in 1865. Reformatories. See Industrial Schools. Reform League's the first local affair of this kind that we have note of, though likely enough there had been reform clubs before that date, seems to have originated at a meeting of some dozen or so gentlemen at the Royal Hotel, Deck 14, 1829. On the 25th of Jan. 1830, a public meeting to organize a kind of local political body was held at Beardsworth's repository, and it is chronicled that about 15,000 persons were present. The result was the formation of the celebrated Birmingham Political Union, though the full name was the General Political Union between the lower and middle classes of the people. The Union's Petition of Rights was issued Dec. 13, and the Declaration of Council Dec. 20, 1830. This is not the place to enter upon a history of the doings of the political union, which was dissolved by mutual consent of the leaders May 10, 1834. But there can be no doubt that it did have considerable influence on the political changes of the period. In 1848, an attempt was made to resuscitate the old union, though the promoters of the new organization called it the Political Council. And in 1865, another league or union was started, which has a worldwide fame as the caucus. Indeed, it may be safely said the town has never, during the past 60 years or so, been without some such body, the last appointed being the Reform League, started Sept. 2, 1880, by the Reverend Arthur O'Neill and his friends, to agitate for a change in the constitution of the House of Lords. Reform meetings, we have had a few big meetings of the kind one time and another, and give the dates of the principal. Newhall Hill used to be the favorite spot, and the first meeting held there was on January 22, 1817. On July 22, 1819, there were 60,000 there, and a member was chosen to represent the town in Parliament. C. Newhall Hill. The meeting of October 3, 1831, had only 150,000 persons at it, but May 7 in following year saw 200,000 on the hill. The great reform meetings at Brookfields were on August 27, 1866 and April 22, 1867. A procession to and demonstration at Soho Pool, Aug. 4, 1884, at which 100,000 persons are said to have been present, is the last big thing of the kind. Regattas, usually the A1 amusement of places blessed with sea or river space, but introduced to us, Aug. 2, 1879, on the reservoir, by the YMCA, whose members had to compete with some crack rowers from Evesham, Shrewsbury, Stratford, Stourport, and Worcester. Registers. At what date a parish register was first kept here is not known, but Mr. Hamper, the antiquarian, once found some old parts stowed away under the pulpit staircase, and he had them bound and preserved. There are very few perfect registers in this neighborhood, though Aston can boast of one dated from 1544, Kings Norton 1547, Handsworth 1558, Northfield 1560, Castle Bromwich 1659, and mostly 1750. The Registration Act was passed Aug. 17, 1836. Register offices. The custom of hiring servants at statute fairs and mops still exists in theory if not in practice, in several parts of the adjoining counties, but thanks to the low scale for advertising, such a system is not needed now. The introduction of register offices was a great improvement, the first opened in Birmingham being at 26 St. John Street, then a respectable neighborhood, in January 1777, the fee being 6d. For registering and 3d. For an inquiry. There are a number of respectable offices of this kind now, but it cannot be hidden that there have been establishments, so-called, which have been little better than dens of thievery, the proprietors caring only to net all the half-crowns and 18 pences they could extract from the poor people who were foolish enough to go to them. Rejoicing, days of great were the rejoicings in Birmingham, October 9, 1746, when the news came of the Battle of Culloden. The capture of Quebec in 1759 was celebrated here on December 3, by a narrow illumination. The peace-loving Quakers, however, had to rejoice over broken windows, for the mob smashed them, one unfortunate friend having to provide 115 squares of glass before his lights were perfect again. We were loyal in those days, and when we heard of our gallant boys thrashing their opponents, up went our caps, caring not on whose heads lay the blood guiltiness. And so there was shouting and ringing of bells on May 20, 1792, in honor of Admiral Rodney and his victory. The next great day of rejoicing, however, was for the Peace of Amiens in 1802, and it was notable the more especially from the fact of Soho works being illuminated with gas, for the first time in the world's history used for such a purpose. In 1809, we put up the first statue in all England to the hero of Trafalgar, and we made the 6th of June the day to rejoice over it, because, forsooth, it happened to be the Jubilee Day of George III. What he had done for us to rejoice about would be hard to tell. Even more difficult is the query why we were so gleeful and joyous on February 1, 1820, when his successor was proclaimed. George Roman IV. Coronation was celebrated here by the public roasting of oxen and an immense dinner party in front of Beardsworth's repository. Religious curiosities. Among all its multifarious manufactures, it would have been strange indeed if Birmingham had not produced something new in religious matters, and accordingly we find that in 1840 some of our advanced townsmen had formed themselves into a universal community society of rational religionists. We have not met with a copy of their rules, though Tid Pratt registered them as of a friendly society, under cap. 4. Will. Roman 4. But the county magistrates, at the November quarter sessions, would not pass them nor seal them. Of late years, there have been introduced amongst us several other curiosities in the way of religious bodies, like the theists, the polytheists, the positivists, the secularists, the Latter-day Saints, and others. Religious societies. In addition to those noted elsewhere, there have been many societies formed here which may come under this heading, such as the Lay Association for the Refutation of Infidelity, founded in 1839. The Protestant Association, commenced in 1847. The Christian Evidence Society began in 1869. The Church Defense and Reform Association, formed in 1871, the Protestant and Church Association, inaugurated May 23 of same year, and c. Repository. Before the building of the town hall, there was no place in which a town's meeting could be held, except the public office in Moore Street, besides Beardsworth's repository. As its name implies, it was originally built as a sale room for horses and carriages, but some of the most important meetings known in Birmingham history have been held within its walls. Grand banquets were often laid out there. Popular lecturers have discoursed, and popular pugilists exhibited their prowess in the same arena, and the building has even been used as a barracks. Republicanism. In 1873, a small band of Brummagem bouncers patriotically provided us with a real Republican club, and proud of the feat announced the world-stirring fact to the hero of Capoeira. The simple, honest-hearted general, who knew not the guile of their hearts, was deluded into wishing them success. 10 years have passed since Mio Caro Cattle secured Garibaldi's autograph, but still Victoria remains Queen of Great Britain, Empress of Hindustan, and the best-beloved sovereign on the earth. Reservoirs, canals, and Roach Pool. Restaurants. Our grandfathers knew them not. They took their chop or steak at their inn or hotel, or visited the tripe houses. Indeed, Joe Alday's tripe shop in Union Street, opened about 1839-40, may be called the first restaurant established here, as it was the favorite resort of many town councilors and leading men of the town. A vegetarian restaurant was opened in Paradise Street in July 1881, and 1883 saw the commencement of another novelty in the line, a fish restaurant in the Old Warwick Passage, luncheon bars. Rifle clubs. The Midland Rifle Club was started in 1875, the Staffordshire Rifle Association dating from 1861. Both clubs used the range at Sandwell Park, by permission of the Earl of Dartmouth. At the international match at Creedmoor, New York, in 1881, the representatives of this neighborhood scored high numbers, Corporal Bates, of the M.R.C., taking the only first prize secured by visitors in the open competitions of the U.S. associations. Rights of Man. An effigy of Tom Paine, author of The Rights of Man, was paraded through the streets, Feb. 12, 1793, and ignominiously burned in the evening. Ringers. The St. Martin's Society of Change Ringers, date from 1755, and have always held high rank among the bell ringers of the country. Many old newspapers have chronicled their mighty doings with bobs and treble bobs, caters and sinks, in all their courses and changes. In Southey's Doctor, Volume 1, p. 303, mention is made of 8 Birmingham youths who ventured upon a peal of 15,120 bob major, but after ringing for 8 hours and a half were so fatigued that the caller brought them round at the 14,224th change, perhaps the longest peal that had ever been rung. On February 28, 1881, the ringers achieved a true peal of Stedman sinks, containing 9,238 change, in 634 hours, being the longest peal ever rung in that method, and noteworthy as the composition of H. Johnson, Senner, and rung in honor of his 72nd birthday. In former days, the local ringers were also famed for their skill with handbells, one celebrated performer being Elijah Roberts, an extraordinary adept, who died in 1865. One of this worthy's feats was the ringing, at Liverpool, ch. 23, 1837, a peal comprising of Kent treble bob maxi hour C bells. Riots in times past the Brums had a bad name for rioting, and when the list is looked over many may think it not undeserved in July. 1715, the old meeting house was destroyed in a riot in 1737. The nail-makers from Worcestershire marched into this town and forced the ironmongers to sign a paper, allowing an advance in prices. Some bigoted brutes got up an anti-Methodist movement in 1751, which culminated in a general riot on Oct. 19, the pulpit and seats being taken out of the meeting house and burnt. The history of the Birmingham riots of 1791 is world-known, and there is no necessity to repeat the disgraceful tale. The damage was estimated at £60,000. The sufferers recovered only £27,000 on pounds Oct. 24, 1793, caused by the enforced collection of the rates levied to pay damages done in riots of 1791. 2 more lives lost. June 22, 1795. On account of scarcity of food and the high prices thereof. Soldiers called out, and they gave 2 unfortunates leaden food enough to kill them. May 28, 1810, 2 women fell out over the price of some potatoes, others joined in and a scrimmage ensued. Constables came and men mauled them, and the result of the unruly wagging of those 2 women's tongues was a riot, which lasted 4 days. 3 men were sentenced to grow potatoes at Botany Bay the rest of their lives. March 22, 1813, the chapels in Bond Street, Belmont Row, and Ladywell Walk, with the Jews' synagogue in Severn Street, were damaged by a riotous mob. The Jabot riots in 1816 were primarily caused by the proprietor of Jabot's Herald publishing an address showing that a man, wife, and 6 children could live on 6s a week. Some cheap food was presented to the printer in the shape of potatoes, with which his windows were smashed. Claims for damages arising out of the Chartist riots of 1839 were made to the amount of £16,283, of which £15,027 were allowed, and rates were made on the 100 of Hemlingford for £20,000 to cover the same and the expenses attendant thereon. It was a curious coincidence that the rioters of 1839 should have chosen July the 15th for their fiery pranks. The roughs of 1791, having on the same day of the same month, burnt Huttons and other houses. At the Warwick Assizes, Aug. 8, 1839, Jeremiah Howell, Francis Roberts, and John Jones were sentenced to be hung. Thomas Aston had sentence of death recorded against him, and 13 other hotheads were ordered various terms of imprisonment for taking part in the mischief at Snow Hill Flour Mills, June 29, 1847, arising out of the seizure of sundry short weights. The Murphy riots commenced on Sunday, June 16, 1867, when William Murphy, the anti-papal lecturer, delivered his first oration. The police had to clear Carr's Lane with their cutlasses, and Park Street was nearly demolished. An Irishman who threatened Morris Roberts in his public house was shot by him on the 17th, and the act was declared to be justifiable. There was a disgraceful row, which may well be classed under this heading, at St. Albans Church, Oct. 13, 1867, in consequence of some ecclesiastical excommunicatory proceedings. The Navigation Street riot of roughs, in which police officers Lynes and Fletcher were stabbed, took place March 7, 1875. Lynes died on the 24th and was buried at Aston the 29th. The sum of £840 14s was gathered to support his wife and daughter. Assizes held in the following July may be called the roughs' reprisals, as one was sentenced to death, 4 to penal servitude for life, 6 to 15 years each. 3 of them were flogged as well, 1 to 10 years, 1 to 7 years, and 4 to 5 years each. A conservative demonstration held at the lower grounds, October 13, 1884, was broken into and disturbed by liberals, who held a meeting outside and then breached the walls, spoilt the fireworks, and added another to the long list of Birmingham riots. Ritualism, though there has been many instances of local clergymen adopting practices which usually come under the name of ritualistic, we have had but one martyr to the cause, in the person of the Reverend R. W. Enrat, of the Church of the Holy Trinity, Bordesley. Among the numerous practices of which complaint was made against him were the following: the use of lighted candles, the wearing of the alb and chasuble, the ceremonial mixing of water and wine, the making of the sign of the cross towards the congregation, the use of wafers instead of bread, standing with his back to the congregation during the prayer for consecration, not continuing to stand the whole time during the prayer, elevation of the cup and paten more than is necessary, causing the Agnus Dei to be sung immediately after the consecration, standing instead of kneeling during the confession, and kissing the prayer book. Remonstrance, monition, and inhibition not being sufficient to teach him the error of his ways, Mr. Enrat was committed for contempt Nov. 20, 1880, and taken to Warwick Jail on the 27th. He was released soon after Christmas, and another vicar filleth his place. Roach Pool. In the years 1825-26, the proprietors of the old Birmingham Canal purchased about 130 acres of land, partly in Edgbaston and partly in Birmingham parishes, for the purpose of forming reservoirs or feeders for their canal. Part of the area included Roach Pool, through which the boundary line ran, and the pleasant path then by its side is now 15 ft, or 16 ft, underwater. In rags, Edgbaston is an allusion to this. In Rotten Park no more doth Roach Pool smile. Its humble mirror, wherein the stars were once content to gaze on their reflected forms, is buried now some fathoms deep. Yea, with the humble path that led beside its banks. Roads same of the roads leading into and out of Birmingham in the olden days were little better than deep ruts, which were more or less leveled about the middle of last century. The making of the Great Holyhead Coke Road also graded some of the steeper spots as well as the lowest, but the modern town improvements must be credited as the greatest factor in the leveling of the roads, none of which, however, were macadamized until 1818. The total length of highways, taken to and repairable by the corporation at the commencement of 1884, amounted to 185.12 miles, there being other 12.12 miles undeclared. 10 years ago the figures stood at 143 and 40 respectively, but as during the last 6 years, owners of property have been paying at the rate of 17,820 per annum for completion of the streets and highways so as to bring them in charge of the corporation, the undeclared roads will soon be few and far between. To keep the roads fit for traveling on requires about 60,000 tons of stone per year. Rogues, thieves, and vagabonds, according to some calculations made by the late Reverend Micaiah Hill, sect to the town mission, there were, on a given day, in 1880, 1,272 known thieves and bad characters at large in the town, of whom 177 were under 16 years of age. There were 71 houses kept by receivers of stolen goods, 118 others known to be frequented by the criminal classes, and 188 houses of ill fame, in which 262 women were found on the same day. Rolling mills there was one at Nechells as early as 1690, though the exact date of the erection of nearly all these places is a matter of the greatest uncertainty. The first steam rolling mill, with the exception of the one at Soho, was put up at Bradley Iron Works. Rotten Park. In the list of the tenants of Edward Birmingham, whose estate was confiscated circ. 1536, there appears the name of John Prady, as farmer of the office of keeper of the park called Rotten or Roten Park, with all the profits thereof, and the Windeful wood and lopwood, building timber excepted. Rowley Rag. The fusibility of basalt having been theoretically demonstrated, Mr. Henry Adcock, C.E., in 1851 took out letters patent for the manufacture of a number of articles from the Rowley ragstone. Furnaces were erected at Messrs. Chance Brothers, and the experiment thoroughly carried out, a number of columns, windowsills, doorways, steps, and other architectural pieces being the result. The process, however, was too expensive and had to be given up. A number of the articles were used in the erection of Edgbaston Vestry Hall, where the curious may inspect them if so inclined. Royal visitors. It is believed that Richard Roman III was the guest of Baron de Birmingham in November, 1189, and possibly King John may have visited the manor, as he was more than once in the immediate neighborhood, 120608, but with those exceptions, Charles I was the first sovereign who honored us with a visit. He was at Aston Hall, October 16 and 17, 1642, and on the 18th he went to Packington. He was also in the neighborhood on Friday, July 13, 1644. Queen Henrietta Maria, his consort, was hereabouts on July 10, 1643, passing from Walsall to meet Prince Rupert at King's Norton. Charles Roman II does not appear to have been nearer than at Erdington. Prince Rupert paid his memorable visit April, 1643. In 1742, the Duke of Cumberland, with his forces on their way to Scotland, encamped on Meriden Heath, near Packington Park. October 21, 1765. Edward, Duke of York, was here and grumbled at the inconvenient ballroom in which he danced, an event which probably led to the erection of the Royal Hotel. The Duke of Gloucester, May 4, 1805, slept at the Royal, and in the following July, King George Roman III was expected to lay the foundation stone of Christ Church, but was too ill to come, and the next royal visitors were his granddaughter and our most gracious Queen Victoria and her mother, the Duchess of Kent, who on August 4 and 5, 1830, inspected some of our principal manufactories. On a similar errand came the late Prince Consort, November 29, 1843, his next visit being made Nov. 12, 1849, to see the exposition of art and manufactures at the old Bingley Hall in Broad Street, which occasion Birmingham men proudly believe led to the Great Hyde Park Exhibition of 1851. Her Majesty passed through the town on the 30th of August, 1852, when an address was presented to her. Prince Albert laid the foundation stone of the Midland Institute, November 22, 1855. The Duke of Cambridge, June 1, 1857, planted a tree in Calthorpe Park as part of the opening ceremony. In the following year, June 15, 1858, the Queen and Prince Albert inaugurated the People's Park at Aston, and Her Majesty said it was the finest reception she had ever met with. Prince Arthur, Duke of Connaught, opened the horticultural exhibition at Lower Grounds, June 24, 1872. The Duke of Edinburgh was at the musical festival, Aug. 26, and following days, 1873. The Prince and Princess of Wales visited the town Nov. 3, 1874, and received a most enthusiastic welcome. Prince and Princess Teck were here Dec. 6, 1875, and the Prince and Princess Christian, with the Marquis of Lorne, visited the cattle and dog shows, Dec. 1883. The Prince of Wales having accepted the presidentship of the Agricultural Exhibition Society, it is believed he will again visit the town shortly. Royal visitors from abroad, the great workshops of Birmingham, and especially the Soho works in their day, have, for the last 100 years, attracted many crowned and coroneted heads from other parts of the world, though in many respects it is to be feared our town no longer holds the preeminence in manufacture it once did. The hereditary Prince of Brunswick came here, January 2, 1766. The Empress of Russia inspected Soho in 1776. The Duc de Chartres came on a similar visit, February 22, 1785, and there were newspaper flunkies then as now, for it was gravely recorded that the Duke's horses were stabled at the Swan Inn. His Serene Highness the Stadtholder and the Prince of Orange called at Bolton's, August 8, 1796. The Grand Duke Nicholas, afterwards Emperor of Russia, was here, November 9, 1816. His Serene Highness Prince Nicholas Esterhazy visited us in the month of August, 1821. Prince Louis Napoleon, afterwards Napoleon Roman III, was seen here occasionally while in exile. The King of Portugal went the round of the manufactories, June 26, 1854. Prince Oscar of Sweden, May 8, 1862. The Emperor of Brazil, July 28, 1871. The Sultan of Zanzibar, July 2, 1875. Archduke Randolph, Crown Prince of Austria, and Prince Esterhazy, January 31, 1878. And the Duke of Braganza, Crown Prince of Portugal, in December, 1883. Sabbath breaking in 1776, the churchwardens threatened to punish everyone caught playing at ball on the Sabbath. In 1779, they frequently stopped wagons traveling on that day and fined the owners for so doing. In December 1781, 38 publicans were fined for allowing tippling on Sundays. Sailors' Return. There are several public houses in the town with the sign of the Sailors' Return, but few of the landlords can tell the history of the first so named, which is in Watery Lane, at the bottom of Lawley Street. It is near 100 years ago since old Dr. Spencer was vicar of Aston Church, And though he was fond of hunting and could be a jolly good fellow, occasionally, few parsons have gone to the grave more lamented, for he was a man without cante Christian who never thought himself better than his neighbors, be they rich or poor. His only son was mortally wounded in one of Nelson's battles, but he lived just long enough to give his watch and a few trifles for his father to the sailor who waited on him. 'Twas some time before the old salt got to land, and he had been in another brush with the French and had left a leg behind him. When he delivered his message to the doctor, the latter asked what he could do for him. "Why, sir," said the sailor, "I should like to keep a public house," and he did, the doctor christening it the Sailor's Return. Saltley, so far as our ancient histories can tell us, there was a mansion here long previous to the Conquest, and the diligent antiquarian may still find an old Saltley Hall, though it looks wretchedly neglected and desolate. Saltley is one of the busiest of our suburbs, there being very extensive railway carriage and wagon works here, besides other factories and the corporation gasworks, the population being about 7,000. Sandwell Hall and park seat of the Earl of Dartmouth, who frequently permits the park to be used for public purposes. Of late, however, it has acquired a far greater interest through the discovery of coal underneath its surface. The extension of the coal seams in this direction was long a debatable question, and the originators of the Sandwell Park Colliery Company were deemed by many to be very foolish people to risk their money in such a venture. But after a 4-year suspense, their most sanguine expectations were more than realized, and their shares, which at one period were hardly saleable, ranked amongst the best investments of the country. By their agreement with the owner, the company have the right of mining under an area of 185 acres at a royalty of 6d per ton, with the option of taking a further area of 515 acres at a like royalty. The first sod was cut April 12, 1870, the thick coal being struck May 28, 1874 at a depth of 418 yards, the shaft, which is 10 ft. Diameter, being carried down to a total depth of 440 yards, a quarter of a mile. The second shaft, which was commenced June 24, 1874, is 15 ft. in diameter. The following are the winnings: broach coal 2 ft. 6 in. Thick at a depth of 380 yards, best coal 20 ft. 6 in. Thick at 418 yard, heathen coal 4 ft. Thick at 427 yards, white ironstone of excellent quality at 434 yards and good fire clay 6 ft. Thick under that, besides thin seams of gubbin ironstone and new mine coal. Saturday half-holiday. The introduction of this boon to working men took place in 1851. Mr. John Frierson, of Gas Street, claiming the honor of first giving it to his employees. See excursions. Scandalous schoolmasters, the Reverend Mr. Wills of Birmingham, with several county esquires and gentlemen, were appointed commissioners under an act passed towards the close of the Long Parliament, to summon and examine any public preachers, inefficient ministers, and scandalous schoolmasters who shall be proved guilty of drunkenness, common haunting of taverns or alehouses, dealing with lewd women, frequent quarreling or fighting, frequent playing at cards or dice, profaning the Sabbath day, or do encourage or countenance by word or practice any Whitsun ales, wakes, morris dances, maypoles, stage plays, and and to remove the same where needed. A little quarreling or fighting or playing at cards was apparently no offense. School Board. The first election took place Nov. 28, 1870, there being the following 28 candidates, the first 15 named being the chosen elected by the number of votes attached to their names, viz. Canon O'Sullivan, 35,120. S.S. Lloyd, 30,799. Dr. Burgess, 21,925. Dr. Wilkinson, 19,829. John Goh, 17,481. Reverend F.S. Dale, 17,365. G. Dawson, 17,103. G. Dixon, M.P., 16,897. W. Dale, 16,387. C. Vince, 15,943. J. S. Hopkins, 15,696. W. L. Sargent, 15,683. J. Chamberlain, 15,090. J. S. Wright, 15,007. A. J. Elkington, 14,925. G. Baker, J. A. Cooper, Jesse Collings, Reverend H.W. Kroski, Dr. Sebastian Evans, Reverend H.W. Holland, Kirkwood, G.B. Lloyd, Dr. Merson, W. Middlemore, W. Radford, Raffles, and Archdeacon Sanford. 29,183 voters out of 52,340 recorded their votes. A considerable amount of party feeling was shown in the contest, the candidates being divided, with one or two exceptions, into two distinct classes: the liberals who wanted the Bible read in the schools without explanation or comment, and the churchmen who went in for scriptural teaching. The latter party obtained the majority by electing the whole of the 8 they put in nomination. The liberals, who thought they could run the whole 15, find that by grasping at too much they had lost all the power they had fondly hoped to acquire. The first meeting of the board was held Dec. 15, Mr. Sargent being elected chairman and Mr. S.S. Lloyd vice chairman. During the 3 years' reign of this board, the religious question was a continual bone of contention. The payment of school fees for the teaching of the Bible in denominational schools being denounced in the strongest of terms, in and out of the boardroom, by the irreconcilables, as the nonconforming minority were termed. The practical results of the board's proceedings may be summed up thus. The Education Department decided that school accommodation was required for 15,000 children. The school board borrowed £40,000, received £20,500 from the rates, built 5 schools in Lingard Street, Jenkins Street, Farm Street, Garrison Lane, and Stewart Street, which would hold about 6,000 children, boys, girls, and infants, and engaged 15 teachers, 52 pupil teachers, and 2 assistants. They also allowed the sum of ones per week for every child detained in a certified industrial school, committed by the borough magistrates, enforced in some measure the compulsory clauses of the Education Act, entered into negotiations for the building of 4 other schools, quarreled with the town council, and dissolved without thanking their chairman. The second election of the school board took place Nov. 17, 1873, when 18 persons were nominated, as follow, the 3 last being the unsuccessful candidates: G. Dixon, MP 39, 447 votes, J. Chamberlain 38,901, Miss Sturge 37,260, C. Vince 36,505, J. S. Wright 36,417, R. W. Dale 34,986, G. Dawson 34,301, Jesse Collings 33,877, Canon O'Sullivan 32,087. S.S. Lloyd, 29,783, Dr. Burgess, 24,582, A.J. Elkington, 24,213, W.L. Sargent, 24,207, Reverend F.S. Dale, 23,864, Dr. Wilkinson, 23,157, G. Heaton, 23,140, W.H. Greening, 22,881. And W. Warlow, 19,193. This election was fought with all the rancor of a political contest, Tory and Liberal being pitted against one another in the name of religion, the Book of Books being dragged through the mire of party warfare in the most outrageous manner, discreditable to both sides, and especially so to those teachers of the gospel, who delighted in the almost blasphemous alliterations of Bible and beer, gin and Jesus, and sea, so freely bandied about. The Liberal Party this time gained the ascendancy, their first liberal action being to take away the allowance granted to the industrial schools, and reversing as much as possible the policy of their predecessors. It would be waste of space to comment upon the doings of the board during the past 10 years otherwise than to summarize them. The Liberal Party have maintained their ascendancy, and they have provided the town with a set of schools that cannot be equaled by any town in the kingdom, either for number, magnificence of architecture, educational appliance, high-class teachers, or, which is the most important, means for the advancement of the scholars, to whom every inducement is held out for self-improvement, except in the matter of religion, which, as nearly as possible, is altogether banished from the curriculum. At the end of 1833, the 30 completed schools provided accommodation for 31,861 children, 10,101 boys, 9,053 girls, and 12,707 infants, but the number of names on the books reached nearly 40,000. Other schools are being built, and still more are intended, And as the town increases, so must this necessary expenditure, though, at first sight, the tax on the ratepayers is somewhat appalling. In 1878, the precept was for £46,500. In 1879, £44,000. In 1880, £39,000. In 1881, £42,000. In 1882, £48,000. In 1883, £54,000. In 1884, £55,000. The receipts and expenditure for the half-year ended 25th March, 1884, gives the following items: balance in hand 29th September, 1883 £10,522 ones. 712D. Rates, installment of precept, £27,250. Maintenance grants from Committee of Council on Education, £9,866.18. 4D. School fees, £4,863. 8D. Books and C sold, £223.18. 6D. Rent of board schools, £655.9. Needlework sold, £215.12. 2D. Grant from Science and Art Department, £306 os. 3D total, £16,074 ones. 11D. Scholarships, £114.13. Sundries, £44 os. 3D total income, £54,416. 9 pounds 12D. The following was the expenditure, repayment of loans, and C, £11,016.13. 6D. Maintenance, £30,040.16. 1D pounds, including £23,300, salaries of teachers, scholarships, £126.13. 3D. Compulsion and management, £3,857 £3. 4D. Sundries, £28.4. Amount transferred from capital account, £30 ones. 10D. Balance in hand, 8,905 fours, 912D. Total, £54,416. 9 pounds 12D. A Central 7th Standard Technical School has been originated through the offer of Sir George Dixon to give the use of premises in Bridge Street, rent-free for 5 years, he making all structural alterations necessary to fit the same for the special teaching of boys from the board schools, who have passed the 6th standard, and whose parents are willing to keep their sons from the workshops a little longer than usual. The course of the 2 years' further instruction proposed includes, besides the ordinary code subjects, the 3 R's, mathematic, theoretical, and practical mechanics, freehand, geometry, and model drawing, machine construction and drawing, chemistry, and electricity, and the use of the ordinary workshop tools, workshops being fitted with benches, lathes, and C for the lads' use. The fee is 3D. Per week, and if the experiment succeeds, the school board at the end of the 5 years will, no doubt, take it up on a more extended scale. Eston School Board. The first election took place July 29, 1875, and as in Birmingham, it was fought on the usual political basis, the Liberals gaining the day. The board has 9 schools, with an average attendance of 11,500 children, out of nearly 15,000 on the registers, 187 teachers, and a debt of £110,000. King's Norton Board. The first election took place March 19, 1876. 8 schools have been built since that date. Schools and colleges. What with 30 board schools, about 60 church and chapel schools, and nearly 300 private enterprise schools, Birmingham cannot be said to be short of educational establishments, even for the 100,000 children we have amongst us. At the end of 1881, there were 93,776 children in the borough between the ages of 3 and 13. Next to the Free Grammar School, the oldest public school in the town must be the Lancasterian School, which was opened September 11, 1809, and was rebuilt in 1851. The National School in Pinford Street was opened in 1813, the governors of the Free Grammar School having the privilege of sending 60 children in lieu of rent for the site. The Madras School was formerly at the bottom of King Street. The first infant schools we read of were opened in 1825. The first stone of the Industrial School in Gem Street was laid April 13, 1849. Ragged schools were opened in Vale Street, September 11, and in connection with Bishop Ryder's, September 17, 1862, and in Staniforth Street, January 11, 1868. The schools in the Upper Priory were erected in 1860, those in Camden Drive in 1869. The Unitarian schools, Newhall Hill, were opened in 1833, the New Meeting Street schools in 1844. Winfield's in one sense must be called a public school, though connected with a factory and built, at a cost of over £2,000, for the education of the young people there employed. The respected owner of the Cambridge Street Works, like many other conservatives, was one of the most liberal-minded men, and hundreds owe not only their education, but their present position in life to the care bestowed upon them at this Scholae Roman Catholic school was opened in Bartholomew Street, October 1, 1872. In Bruffham Street, December 27, 1872. And new schools in Shadwell Street, costing about £4,500, June 25, 1883, the Palmer Street Congregational Schools, which cost £2,500, were opened February 12, 1877. The old Wesleyan Chapel in Martin Street was fitted up for schools in 1865. The same body opened schools at Summerhill in 1874, in Eichnild Street West January 1, 1875, and laid the first stone of another school in Sterling Road, September 22, 1880 for the Hebrew National Schools, Hurst Street, were opened May 21, 1844. The Birmingham and Edgbaston Proprietary School, Hagley Road, was the property of a company constituted by deed of settlement, dated February 28, 1839. The cost of the land chosen to build upon and the handsome edifice erected was £10,500, the school being opened in 1841. In 1874, there was originated a Birmingham Higher Education Society, and in 1876 a scheme was adopted for a high school for girls in conjunction with the proprietary school, a company being formed with a nominal capital of £20,000 for the purchase of the property. But the days of the school's prosperity seem to have passed away, and in August 1881 it was bought over by the governors of the Free Grammar School. Blue Coat School, facing St. Philip's Churchyard, founded in 1721 and was erected in 1724, provision having been made in the Act for building St. Philip's Church for securing the necessary land required for the school for a term of 1,000 years at tens per year. The first cost of the building was about £3,000, but many alterations and extensions have since been made thereto, the quaint little statues in the front being put up in 1770. They are the work of Mr. Edward Grubb, and are said to have been portraits of two of the children then actually in the school. The first bequest recorded is that of Mrs. Elizabeth White, who in 1722 left nearly 30 acres of land worth about £250 per year for the support of the school. In 1726, Benjamin Salisbury left 30s per year for the preaching of a sermon at St. Martin's and St. Philip's, and a further 40s per year as a subscription, as did also Thomas Dunscombe in 1729. In 1795, the lord of the manor presented the school with a slice of Birmingham Heath, above 5 acres in extent, which is now let on a long lease at £96 tens per year. In 1806, other land was devised, and from time to time, considerable sums have been invested in like manor and in consols, so that a fair income is derived from these sources, in addition to the voluntary and annual subscriptions. But judging from the past and the admirable way in which the funds have been administered, it may be truly said that if the income were doubled or trebled, so would be the benefits in like proportion. At first opening, 22 boys and 10 girls were admitted, and 10 others of each sex were taught and clothed. The latter system, however, had many inconveniences and was soon discontinued. At present, the average number is 150 boys and 100 girls on the original foundation, 20 being paid for out of Fentham's Trust. Bourne College is situated at Quinton, and is an institution for the education of the sons of Friends belonging to the primitive Methodist denomination. The memorial stones were laid June 6, 1881, and the college was opened October 24, 1882, with accommodation for 70 boys. Church schools St. Albans schools were commenced in 1865. Bishop Ryder's schools were opened in December 1860, and for girls in March 1866. Christ Church schools were built in 1837 at a cost of nearly £4,000. St. George's schools were built in 1842. St. John's, Sparkhill in 1884. St. Mary's, Bath Street in 1824, the present schools dating from January 1847. St. Martin's Church schools were opened Nov. 1846, but were transferred to the school board July 9, 1879. St. Matthew's, Lupin Street, October 20, 1841. St. Paul's, December 18, 1845. The Leg Lane schools being erected in 1869. St. Anne's School, De Rytund, was opened May 31, 1870. St. Mary's, Aston Brook, April 16, 1872. King Edward V's schools for 300 years known as the Free Grammar School, having been founded in 1551, the 5th year of the reign of Edward Roman VI, and endowed with part of the property taken by his reforming father Henry Roman VIII. In 1536, from the religious foundation known as the Guild of the Holy Cross. At the time the charter was granted, Jan. 2, 1552, these lands were valued at about £20 per annum, and so little was it imagined that Birmingham would ever be more than the small hamlet it then was, that a funny tale has come down to the effect that the good people of King's Norton, when offered their choice of similar lands or a sum equal thereto, wisely as they thought chose the bird in hand, and asked for the £20 per year for their school, leaving the Brums to make what they could out of the bare fields once belonging to the Brotherhood of the Holy Cross. Like the majority of so-called charity schools, this foundation was for many generations so managed that the funds went into almost any channel, except the purpose for which it was designed, the free education of the poor. And, even now, it would be an interesting question to find out how many boys are receiving the advantages thereof whose parents are well able to pay for their learning elsewhere. The property of the charity is widely scattered over the town, here a piece and there a piece, but it is rapidly increasing in value from the falling in of leases, the rentals, which in 1827 were about £3,000 per annum, being in 1840 £8,400, in 1860 £12,600, and now £25,000. By the expiration of this century, it will be at least £50,000. The earliest existing statutes are dated October 20, 1676, one of the most comical being that the assistant masters were not to marry. The headmaster's salary in 1676 was fixed at £68.15. With a house and land, in 1738 he was allowed £20 in lieu of the house. In 1788 the salary was increased to £150, in 1726 to £200, in 1816 to £400, and now it is about £1,200. The second master at first received £34.6s, 8d. In 1874 he received £300. The first school was the old Guildhall of the Holy Cross, which was pulled down at the commencement of the 18th century, a new school being erected in 1707 and removed in 1833 to make way for the present edifice, which was erected in 1840 from the designs of Mr. Barry at a cost of £67,000. The school has a frontage of 174 feet with a depth of 125 feet, being 60 feet high. The schoolroom proper is 120 feet by 30 feet and 45 feet high. In the last century, the governors set up branch schools in Shutt Lane, Dudley Street, Freeman Street, London Prentice Street, and other localities. And in 1838 elementary schools were erected in Gem Street, Edward Street, and Meriden Street as preparatory adjuncts to the new street school. Extensive changes have lately been made in the government and management of the grammar school, which can no longer be called a free school. Formerly the governors were self-elected, but by the new scheme, which was approved by the Queen in Council, March 26, 1878, the number is limited to 21, 8 of them being appointed by the town council, 1 by the school teachers, 1 each by the universities of Oxford, Cambridge, and London, and the remaining 9 to be chosen by the governors themselves. The first meeting of the new Board of Governors was held May 15, 1878. The new street school is divided into a high school for boys, a high school for girls, and a middle school, the other schools being respectively called grammar schools. The fees now payable at the Five Ways School, formerly the Proprietary School, and at the new schools at Camp Hill and Albert Road, Aston are 2s. 6d. On admission and £3 annually. To the high schools the entrance fee is 10s, and the tuition fees £9 per annum, to the middle schools 5s, and £3 per annum. The number of children in all the schools is about 2,000, and the fees amount to about £4,000 per annum. There are a number of foundation scholarships, which entitle the successful competitors from the grammar schools to free tuition at the high schools, and 10 exhibitions arising out of the Millwards and Joanna Luch's trusts for the universities, besides yearly class prizes of considerable value. Mason's Scientific College, the foundation of this college, situated in Edmund Street, opposite the Free Library, was laid on the 23rd February, 1875, by Sir Josiah Mason, the founder, who in that manner celebrated his 80th birthday, and it was opened October 1, 1880. The college, which is estimated to have cost £100,000, was built entirely by the founder, who also endowed it with an income of about £3,700 per annum, with the intention of providing instruction in mathematics, abstract and applied, physics, mathematical and experimental, chemistry, theoretical, practical and applied, the natural sciences, geology, metallurgy and mineralogy, botany, zoology and physiology, English, French and German, to which have since been added Greek, Latin, English literature, civil and mechanical engineering, the chemistry, geology, theory and practice of coal mining, and see the entire management is in the hands of 11 trustees, 5 of whom are appointed by the town council, and there is no restriction on their powers, save that they must be laymen and Protestants. The students may be male or female of any creed, or of any birthplace, though preference is given to candidates from Mason's orphanage, and to persons born in Birmingham or Kidderminster, other things being equal. The site contains a little over an acre of land, extending through from Edmund Street, with a frontage of 149 feet, to Great Charles Street, with a frontage of 127 feet. About one half of the area is covered by the present buildings, which were erected from the designs of Mr. J. A. Cossins, who chose the 13th century style, with elaborations of a French character, its stone balconies, lofty gables, oriel and dormer windows, picturesque turrets, and numberless architectural enrichments, forming a contour quite unique in the Birmingham district, though much of its beauty is lost through the narrowness of the thoroughfare. The college is built in 2 blocks communicating by corridors, and contains several lecture and other large rooms, laboratories, classrooms, and so arranged that the attendants on one department in no way interfere with others, there being about 100 apartments altogether, in addition to library, reading rooms, private rooms, and see the report for the year ending Founders' Day, February 23, 1884. Showed the number of students in the day classes during the session to have been 366 viz. 229 male and 137 female students, while in the evening classes there were 118 male and 54 female students, 20 students attending some day as well as evening classes. The number of individual students registered during the session 1882-3 as attending day or evening classes was 518, as against 462 in 1881-82 and 181 in 1880-81. The accounts showed an expenditure for the year of £8,095.12, 2d, of which £4,258 £7. 9d was in respect of the teaching staff. The expenditure exceeded the income by £764 8d, principally on account of additional buildings, repairs, and see the trustees have lately made provision for 9 scholarships, including 2 entrance scholarships of £30 each, one of £30 for students of 1 year's standing, 2 of £30 each for 2-year students, 2 of £20 each for honor students in the examinations of the University of London, and 2 technical scholarships of £30 each, one in the chemical and the other in the engineering department. The 2 last are known as the Tangai scholarships, having been given by Messrs. R. and G. Tang, and funds are being raised for several others. Queen's College, originally established in 1828 as the School of Medicine, being patronized afterwards by William Roman IV. It being known as the Royal School of Medicine and Surgery, under which name it existed until incorporated by Royal Charter in 1843, when it was rechristened as the Queen's College. The first building erected for the use of the Royal School was located in Snow Hill. The ceremony of laying the foundation stone of the present handsome Gothic edifice in Paradise Street being performed August 18, 1843, the chapel being consecrated in the following year. At first there was but a medical department, but at the incorporation, a theological department was added, and for many years, principally through the exertions of Dr. Warnford and Mr. W. Sands Cox. It was one of the most thriving and popular colleges in the kingdom, the courses of study qualifying for degrees at the University of London, and for diplomas of the Society of Apothecaries and the Royal College of Surgeons. While theological students, with the college certificate, could go up for their BA degree, with only a 12 months residence at the university. A department in connection with the arts, manufacture, and commerce was opened in May 1853, and a high school of trade and commerce, for giving an education specially adapted for youths intended for mercantile pursuits, was commenced in the autumn of 1877. An attempt to extend the medical education to female students was made at one time, but the ladies were refused permission to attend the college June 27, 1873. They are still debarred from studying surgery here, and none have as yet entered their names on the list of theological students. In the other departments, greater facilities have been allowed the fair sex, a central high school for girls being opened at the college September 17, 1879, accommodation being provided for 80 pupils. The Museum of Natural History, formed at the college soon after its opening, long one of the town attractions for visitors, was presented to the corporation and formed the nucleus of the heterogeneous collection at Aston Hall. The medical students have the advantage of an extensive anatomical museum, and there is, besides, a library of about 6,000 volumes of the best works and books of reference that could be obtained. Oscott College, the old Roman Catholic College of St. Mary's at Oscott, was first used as such in 1808. The present building was commenced in 1835 and opened May 31, 1838, and is considered one of the chief English seminaries for Catholic students in theology. The chapel is 112 ft, long by 33 ft, wide, and is richly decorated, having side chapels and several handsome memorial windows. The college library is very extensive and includes many very rare, valuable, and ancient works, some choice MSS, and a number of old masters, the latter having been contributed by the late Earl of Shrewsbury. Saltley Training College, which covers nearly 7 acres of land, was instituted in 1847 and was opened at Easter, 1852, for the education of future schoolmasters in connection with the established church. The building cost nearly £18,000 and will accommodate 100 students who undergo a 2 years training, the college being under the inspection of the Committee of Council on Education. Government grants amount to about 2/3 of the income, the balance being raised by public subscription and from fees. In addition to over 50 scholarships tenable by students who pass their examination, there are 4 exhibitions arising from a sum of £2,000 given in October 1874, by the late Mr. Arthur Ryland, for a donor who desired to be anonymous to the governing body of this college, to found a trust for promoting the teaching of teachers the laws of health, and inducing teachers to make that subject one of the things statedly taught in their own schools, and a further £1,000 for 4 exhibitions to students. Severn Street First Day Adult School. The name tells pretty well that this school was commenced by some members of the Society of Friends, though there is really nothing sectarian about it. Established in 1815, in a simple way, and with but few classes, there is hardly an institution in the town that can be compared to it in the matter of practical usefulness, and certainly none at which there has been exhibited such an amount of unselfish devotedness on the part of teachers and superintendents. The report to the end of 1883 stated that during the year the progress of the school had been of an encouraging character. The following statistics were given of the total attendance at all the schools connected with the movement: number of teachers, 57 males, 25 females total, 82, average attendance, 51 males, 23 females total, 74. Elementary teachers, 173 males, 21 females total, 194. Average attendance, 152 males, 19 females total, 171. Number of scholars, 370 males, 653 females total, 4,023. Average attendance, 2,510 males, 510 females total, 3,080. The total number admitted since the men's school commenced in 1845, and the women's in 1848, had been 40,350. In connection with the school, there are a number of organizations of great utility, such as 6 societies, building societies, savings funds, libraries, excursions clubs, and C in the savings fund the balance in hand reached £14,000, while over £18,000 had been paid into the building societies. There are a dozen other adult schools in the town which have sprung from Severn Street. Spring Hill College for the Education and Training of Independent Ministers was first opened in 1838 in the mansion of Mr. George Storer Mansfield at Spring Hill, that gentleman giving certain landed property towards its future support. The present edifice, near Moseley, to which the old name was given, was opened in June 1857, the cost of the building, and c. nearly £18,000, being raised by voluntary contributions. It has room for 36 students. Sunday school's Sunday classes for the teaching of the Catechism, and c. date from a very early period of church history, but Sunday schools as they are now known seem to have been locally organized about 100 years ago, the Sunday after Michaelmas Day in 1784 being marked as a red-letter day on account of there being 24 schools then opened, though the course of instruction went no further than teaching the children to read. In 1789, some young men formed the Sunday Society as an addition thereto, the object being to teach writing and arithmetic to boys and youths of the artisan class. In 1796, the society was extended, other classes being formed, lectures delivered, and and it was then called the Brotherly Society. Mr. James Luccock and Mr. Thowes Carpenter were the leaders, and this is claimed to have been the origin of mechanics institutes. The Unitarians date their Sunday schools from 1787, the Baptists and Methodists from 1795. De Ryton Sunday School was opened by Mr. Palmer in 1808, with but 6 scholars. In a month they were so numerous that part had to be taught in the street. The first prizes given to the children were new Bolton pennies. On Emancipation Day, August 1, 1838, there was a procession of over 3,000 scholars from the Baptist Sunday schools. In 1812, the Birmingham Sunday School Union was organized. The medalists of this town sent out about 800,000 commemoration medals in 1880, when the Sunday School centenary was kept. Nearly 2,000 teachers attend the church schools, and about 2,500 attend dissenting and other schools, the number of children on the books of Sunday schools in Birmingham being estimated at years and under 14 over. Years. Total. Church of England schools, 500, 000 Sunday School Union, 312, 660, 972 Wesleyan and others, 745, 627, 372 Roman Catholic, 200, 950, 150 Unitarian, 359, 961 other schools, 250. 859, 846, 705. Wesleyan College. The 5 memorial stones of a college for training Wesleyan ministers, at the corner of Priory and College Roads, Handsworth, were laid June 8, 1880. The site includes 17.12 acres and cost over £7,000, the total cost of the college when completed and furnished being estimated at £40,000. About 50 students are accommodated at present, but there is room for 30 more. Scraps of local history. A foreign visitor, here in the reign of James Roman II, wrote that our tradesmen were in the habit of spending their evenings in public houses, and were getting into lazy habits, so that their shops were often not opened before 7 a.m. Another intelligent foreigner, Temp Charles Roman II, has left it on record that not only was smoking common among women here, but that the lads took a pipe and tobacco with them to school instead of breakfast, the schoolmaster teaching them at the proper hour how to hold their pipes and puff genteelly. Hutton believed that the scythe blades attached to the wheels of Queen Boadicea's war chariots, A.D. 61, as well as the Britons' swords, were made in this neighborhood. When escaping from Boscobel, in the guise of Miss Lane's servant, Charles Roman II, had to appeal to a blacksmith at Erdington to reshoe his horse. The Knight of the Hammer was a Republican, and His Majesty chimed in with the man's views so readily that the latter complimented his customer on speaking like an honest man. Miss Lane afterwards married Sir Clement Fisher, of Packington, and her portrait may be still seen at the Hall. During the Battle of Waterloo, the Duke of Wellington saw a little fellow in plain clothes riding about on a cob, and beckoning him up told him he was in danger. The little man, however, said he had come to see a fight and meant to stop it out. Shortly after, the Duke, wanting a messenger, employed the rider of the cob to take a message across the field, directing a certain regiment to charge the enemy. This was done, and the Duke took his messenger's card and saw no more of him at that time. But afterwards, finding that the little man was the traveler to a Birmingham buttonmaker, he appointed him to a situation in the Mint at £800 a year. In 1766, it was necessary to have 25 constables ready to protect the farmers coming to market with their corn. The times were so hard with the poor. In the following year, large quantities of rice were purchased by subscription, and one gentleman, it is said, himself gave away half a ton per day for 10 days. In 1853, a premium of £30 was offered for the best design of an illuminated clock, to be erected on the open space in front of Christ Church. A Queen Anne's farthing of rare type was turned up in the Bull Ring in July 1879. The body of William Woodward was found, March 21, 1878, in the branches of a tree in Little Green Lane, he having climbed up there previous to death. The giving of free breakfasts on a Sunday morning to the poor children of the streets was commenced July 4, 1875, at Park Street Ragged Schools. A system of supplying school children with penny dinners is the latest philanthropic movement. The hottest day recorded in our local history was June 23, 1868. The Orsini bombs used in Paris, January 15, 1858, were made in this town. 100 years back, meetings of the inhabitants were called by the tolling of one of St. Martin's bells. The declaration of war, or cessation thereof, used to be proclaimed in the market by the High Bailiff. The 7th Earl of Stirling officiated in this town as a nonconformist minister, simply styling himself the Reverend John Alexander. He died Dec. 29, 1765, and was buried in the old meeting graveyards. His sister, who became countess in her own right, was married to a local manufacturer, William Humphreys. Sessions, the first of the borough quarter sessions, was held July 5, 1839, M.D. Bill, Esquire, Recorder. On the 25th of November, following, the magistrates began to sit daily at petty sessions. Secular Club and Institute the members having bought the remainder of lease, 32 years of number 18, Crescent, for £340, have fitted it up for the purposes of their club, and on June 1, 1877, the foundation stone was laid of a lecture hall at the rear, 70 ft. long by 19 ft. wide. St. George's Hall, Upper Dean Street, was their former meeting place. Sewerage and sanitary works. The disposal of the sewage of a large town away from the sea or tidal rivers has at all times been a source of difficulty, and Birmingham forms no exception to the rule. When it was in reality but the little hardware village it has so often been called, the Ria was sufficient to carry off the surface waters taken to its channel by the many little rills and brooks of the neighborhood. But as the town increased, and house drainage defiled that limped stream, it became necessary to construct culverts, so as to take the most offensive portion of the sewage to a distance from inhabited houses. A great improvement was looked for after the introduction of the waterworks, allowing the use of water-flushed closets in the better class of houses, instead of the old style of accommodation usually provided at the end of the garden. But even this system became a nuisance, especially to residents near the River Tame, the receptacle of all liquid filth from our streets, closets, middens, and manufactories. And legal as well as sanitary reasons forced upon the corporation the adoption of other plans. Our present sanitary system comprises the exclusion, as far as possible, of closet refuse and animal and vegetable matters from the sewers, and secondly, the purification by filtration, and c. of the outpourings of the sewers, after the partial separation therefrom of the more solid constituents. In 1871, when the real sanitary work of the borough may be said to have practically commenced, out of about 73,200 houses, only 3,884 were provided with water closets, the remainder being served by middens, drained and undrained, the greater part uncovered and polluting the atmosphere, while the soakage fouled the earth and contaminated the wells. From these places in 1873, there were removed 160,142 loads of ashes, and c. the number of men employed being 146, and the cost, allowing for sales, over £20,000 or £55 tens per 1,000 of the population. In the following year, the council approved of the Rochdale system, closet pans and ash tubs taking the place of the old style with middens, the contents being removed weekly instead of being left to accumulate for months. At first, the new system was far from perfect and met with much opposition, notwithstanding the certainty of its being a more healthy plan than the old one. But improvements have been made, and it is now generally confessed that the pans and tubs are the right things in the right places. The number of pans in use in 1874 was 3,845. In 1875, 7,674. In 1876, 15,992. In 1877, 22,668. In 1883, 37,287, equal to a collection of 1,900,000 pans per year. The sanitary force now numbers 622 men, who, in addition to the above, removed in 1883, from tubs, middens, and c. 128,966 loads of ashes. The chief depot for this accumulation of refuse and rubbish is at the corporation's wharf in Montague Street, where over £52,000 has been laid out in buildings and machinery for its due disposal. At first, nearly two-thirds of the mass had to be taken by canal into the country, where it was tipped, the expense being so heavy that it entailed a loss of about 6d per ton on the whole after allowing for that part which could be sold as manure. Now, however, the case is different. Extensive machinery has been introduced, and the contents of the pans are dried to a powder, which finds a good market. The ashes and c. are used in the furnaces for the drying process, and the residue therefrom, or clinkers, forms a valuable substance for road-making or building purposes, and c. in the shape of concrete, paving flags, mantelpieces, tabletops, and even sepulchral monuments being constructed with it, so that in a short time the receipts will, it is expected, more than balance the expenditure in this department of local sanitary work. The pollution of the River Tame in past years led to continuous litigation until the year 1877, when, as the result of an exhaustive inquiry, it was determined to form a United Drainage District Board, with powers to construct and maintain intercepting sewers sufficient for carrying the drainage of the whole district, comprising Aston Manor, Balsall Heath, Birmingham, Handsworth, Harborne, Kings Norton, Northfield, Perry Bar, Saltley, and Smethwick. The first meeting of this board was held December 6, 1877, when it took over the sewage farm at Saltley belonging to the corporation, about 262 acres, the plant and stock and c. Up to the present time, end of 1884, nearly £500,000 sterling has been spent by the board, whose farm of 1,500 acres extends from Saltley to Tyburn, 2.5 miles, and who have now to deal with the sewage brought there from 188 miles of main sewers, extending as far as Kings Norton and Selly Oak, Harborne, Smethwick, and see the whole of the black and turgid stream of liquid filth brought down by these sewers is utilized upon the farm, some 200 cubic yards of mud being lifted daily from the settling tanks, to be dug in, while the overflow is taken by carriers to the most distant parts and allowed to filtrate through the soil, until the resulting effluent is as clear as crystal, while immense crops are gathered yearly from the land so treated. An analysis made a little time back of a natural deposit from the town's sewerage formed near the embouchure of several sewers emptying into one of the great arterial mains showed the absence of all ammoniacal salts and a scarcity of phosphates, particularly alkaline phosphates, and at the same time the presence of a large quantity of protoxide of iron, also of zinc, copper, and other metals in the state of oxides and sulfurates. These metallic salts absorb the sulfuretted hydrogen and ammonia generated by decaying vegetable and animal matter, and doubtless so contributes to promote the health of the town. But nevertheless, every precaution should be taken against the possible admission to the house of sewer gas, which at all times is injurious to health. The analyzed deposit contained, when dried, only 1.4% of nitrogen, not as ammonia, and 3.5 of earthy phosphates, but about 11.7 of protoxide of iron, besides zinc, copper, and other metals to the extent of 2 or 3%. The latter named proportions may in some measure account for what becomes of the pins. As in the deposit named, which was nearly solid, those useful little articles were exceedingly conspicuous. Shambles the name given to the meat market in Jamaica Row. In the map of 1731, the Shambles are marked as a long block of buildings, a little higher than opposite the end of Bell Street, and in 1765 they still remained there, forming a kind of middle row among the incongruous collection of tenements, stallages, and that encumbered our Bull Ring down to the gates of the church itself. Ship Inn, the old Ship Inn at Camp Hill, where Prince Rupert had his headquarters in 1643, was pulled down in 1867, the present Ship Hotel being opened February 6, 1868. It was sold in July 1882 for £12,050. Shirley, situated in the parish of Solihull, though but a village with some 100 cottages, has of late become a favorite spot for those fond of a Sunday drive. Shoeblacks, an attempt was made in 1875 to form a shoeblack brigade, but only 10 gentlemen attended the meeting, called June 21, and the business was left to the irregulars. Smallbrook Street, small stream, formerly ran its course along part of this site, proceeding by way of Smithfield Passage to the Moat, and thence through the Mill Pool, back of Bradford Street, to the Rhea. The ancient family of the Smallbrokes held considerable lands in the neighborhood, but whether the street's name came from the Small Brook or the Smallbrokes is a matter of doubt. Smallpox. From the opening of the smallpox hospital in May 1882 to July 10, 1884, the duration of the late epidemic, there were 1,591 cases admitted. Among the 1,384 patients who had been vaccinated, there occurred 59 deaths. Among the 207 unvaccinated, 90 deaths. No revaccinated person died. Snow Hill. There is a difference of 60 ft. between the top level next Bull Street and the bottom of Snow Hill. Soho. Prior to 1756, the country on the Handsworth side of Birmingham was little better than barren heath, the home of canaille and a few beggarly squatters, until Mr. Edward Ruston leased from the lord of the manor the whole of the piece of common that lay between Nineveh and Hockley on the left of the West Bromwich Road. He deepened the channel of Hockley Brook and built a small mill by its side, which, being purchased from him in 1764 by Matthew Bolton, who soon acquired the freehold, also formed the site of the once world-renowned Soho Works. In 1774, according to Swinney's Birmingham Directory, these works consisted of 4 squares of buildings, with workshops, and for more than 1,000 workmen. Many more than that number, however, were afterwards employed on the grounds, and for long years Soho House, as Bolton's residence was called, was the resort of lords and ladies, princes and philosophers, savants and students, to a far greater extent than many of the European courts. Of this home of the steam engine, and the birthplace of inventions too numerous to count, there is now no vestige left, the foundry being removed to Smethwick in 1848, the celebrated Mint, with the warehouses and shopping, being cleared out early in 1850, and the walls razed to the ground in 1853. Soho Hill. The top is 177 ft, higher than at Hockley Bridge, the foot of the hill. Soho Pool was formed by the make of an embankment, 1756-60, impounding the waters of Hockley Brook, and for some years after the demolition of the Soho Works, it was a favorite place for boating and sea. The pool was drained in 1866, and having been filled up, its site will ere long be covered with streets of houses. Solihull, this very pleasant village, but a few miles distant, could boast of a free school for its children at a very early date, for we read of the buildings being repaired in 1573. In 1882, the school was rebuilt, at a cost of about £5,700, and its endowments, some of which were given in the reign of Richard Roman II, are yearly becoming of greater value as building progresses. The present population is nearly 6,000, the rateable value of property being £45,202, from an area of 12,000 acres. The parishes in the Union comprise Baddesley, Balsall, Barston, Bushwood, Elmdon, Knowle, Lapworth, Nuthurst, Packwood, Solihull, Tanworth, and Yardley, including an area of 46,302 acres, a population of 21,000, with a rateable value amounting to £157,000. Spanish Armada. The nobility and gentry of this and adjoining counties, at the time of the threatened invasion by the Spaniards, contributed sums of money sufficient to hire and equip no less than 43 ships of war. Among the names we note the following local subscribers of £25 each: William Kinge and William Calmore, of Birmingham; Richard Middlemore, Edgbaston; Mrs. Margaret Knowles, Nuneaton; Gabriel Poultney, Knowle; Richard Corbett, Murrayden and C. Speaking style. Walk in a footpath leading from Holloway Head to Edgbaston Church. There was a stile at a spot from which an exceedingly clear echo could be raised, and the footpath being partly thrown into a lane, the latter became Speaking Style Lane. The short street or road at present existing preserves the name, but that is all, the echo, the style, and the footpath having vanished long, long ago. Spelling Bee. The first Spelling Bee, held in Birmingham, took place January 17, 1876. Like many other Yankee notions, it did not thrive here, and the humming of those bees soon ceased. Springs. In Hutton's time there was, a short distance from Birmingham, in the manor of Dudeston, and joining the turnpike road to Coleshill, a chalybeate spring of which he speaks very highly, though even then it was neglected and thought but little of. In 1849, Mr. Robert Rawlinson, making inquiries, was told by the town clerk that the chalybeate spring in Dudeston was turned into a culvert by the railway people when the Birmingham and Liverpool Railway was constructed, to the great regret of the inhabitants of the neighborhood, who spoke strongly of the virtues of the water in diseases of the eye. It was suggested in 1862 that an attempt should be made to reopen the spring for public use, but as it was nobody's business, nobody did it. There was, 60 years ago, a spring a little below Saturday Bridge opposite Charlotte Street, which always give forth a constant stream of beautifully clear soft water. Another in Coventry Road, where 25 years or so ago an old man stooping to quench his thirst fell head foremost, and not being able to recover his equilibrium, was drowned, leading to the spring being covered up. Several mineralized springs existed in Gooch Street and thereabouts, and there was one that sprung out close to where Kent Street baths are now. The spring which gives name to Spring Street and Spring Vale, and which has been turned so that its waters run into the sewers, is estimated to discharge 20,000 gallons of pure limpid water per hour. The little stream arising from this spring constituted part of the boundary line between the Birmingham and Edgbaston parishes, and at far less cost than it has taken to waste its water, it could have been utilized for the above-named baths, less than 1,000 yards off, and with a natural fall of 6 ft, or 8 ft. Spring Hill takes its name from a spring now non-existent, but which was once a favorite with the cottagers who lived near to it. Sporting notes it is not for a moment to be admitted that the men of Birmingham in past years were one whit more brutal in their sports than others of their countrymen, but it must be confessed they somehow managed to acquire a shocking bad name to that effect. This, of course, must be laid to the credit of the local supporters of the noble art of self-defense, the Brummagem Bruisers. Bull-baiting and cockfighting were no more peculiar to this neighborhood than parson pelting or woman ducking at Coventry, where the pillory and ducking stool were in use long after they had been put aside in Birmingham. Archery at one period of history was so little of a sporting nature that laws were passed for the erection of shooting butts, the provision of bows and arrows, and the enforcement of constant practice by all young men and apprentices. The monk's mixture of brimstone, charcoal, and saltpetre, however, in course of time left the old English clothyard shaft with its grey goose feather and the accompanying 6-foot bow of yew to be playthings only, or but fit to use in shooting squirrels or other small deer. The Woodmen of Arden is the oldest society, in this county of toxophalates, as the modern drawers of the longbow are called, which society was revived in 1785, the Earl of Aylesford giving a silver bugle horn and his lady a silver arrow as first and second prizes. The members of a local society may in summer months be sometimes seen pacing their measured rounds on an allotted portion of the Edgbaston Botanical Gardens. Athletics. The Birmingham Athletic Club opened the gymnasium in King Alfred's Place in Aug 1866 and hold their annual display and assault at arms in the town hall in the month of March. Certain hours are allotted to the ladies' classes, and special terms are made for young men and schoolboys. Bowling greens and quoit grounds were once favorite places of amusement, many even of the town taverns having them attached. There was one at the Salutation, bottom of Snow Hill, in 1778, and at an earlier date at the Hen and Chickens, in High Street. In 1825, a bowling green was laid out at the corner of Highfield Road and Harborne Road for a very select party of Edgbastonians. There was also one at the Plough and Harrow, and several may still be found in the neighborhood. Chess, aristocratic game as it is far from being unknown here, a chess club having been established half a century back, which has nearly 100 members. Its present headquarters are at the restaurant 1 Lower Temple Street. Cockfighting. Early numbers of Eris's Gazette frequently contained notices of mains fought at Dudeston Hall. Cricket. There was a cricket club in existence here in 1745, and it has been chronicled that a match was being played on the same day on which the Battle of Culloden was fought. Of modern clubs, whose name is Legion, the oldest is the Birmingham C.C., started in 1819, the members including the young elite of the town, who had their field opposite the monument at Ladywood. The Birchfield C.C. was organized in 1840. Among the noteworthy matches of late years are those of the All England 11 against a local 22, at the Lower Grounds, June 5, 1871, the visitors winning, the Australian 11 v. Pickwick and District 22 at Bournebrook, June 24–26, 1878, the game not being finished, the first innings showing 105 runs for the 11 against 123, the Australians v. 11 of England, at Lower Grounds, May 26, 1884, when the Colonials put together 76 against 82 in the first innings, the second innings of 33 against England's 26 being won with 5 players left to bat. Croquet was introduced in 1867, the first code of laws being published in October 1869. Cycling, though quite the rage at the present time, is by no means a modern amusement, as running a race with dandy horses was considered good sport in the days of the 4th Royal George. These vehicles consisted of 2 wheels united tandem fashion, the bar being fitted with saddle-shaped seat, as in the first bicycles, but the motive power was applied through the contact of the rider's feet with the ground. The track at the Lower Grounds measures 501 yards. Football is a game as old as the hills, and there are hundreds of clubs in the town and district, the best meadow for the purpose, at the Lower Grounds, being about 125 yards long by 75 yards broad. The Viston Villa is the chief club. Hare and Hounds. Every suburb and district has its club of harriers or hare and hounds, an annual cross-country amateur championship contest being started in 1879. At the last, Feb. 9, 1884, the Birchfield Harriers scored their 4th victory against the Moseley Harriers twice. Hunting time was when the sight of scarlet coats and hounds was no novelty in Birmingham, but those who would now join in the old English sport of hunting must go farther afield, the nearest kennels being at Atherstone. The announcements of the meets in this and adjoining counties appear regularly in the Midland Counties Herald. Jumping at the Lower Grounds in July 1881, Mr. P. Davine of Belfast jumped 6 ft, 3 in, the highest previous record having been 6 ft, 2-1/2 in, the performance of Mr. M. J. Brooks, Oxford UAC. At Lillie Bridge, March 1874. Lacrosse, a popular Canadian game, was introduced here June 23, 1883, by a team of Canadian amateurs and Iroquois Indians, who exhibited their prowess at the Lower Grounds. Lawn tennis, at first known as lawn racket, was the invention of the late Major Jem, who played the first game in 1865 with his friend Mr. Pereira. Of Great Charles Street. Pedestrianism. Among the earliest noted achievements of local peds is that of George Guest, who, having wagered to walk 1,000 miles in 28 days, finished his task Feb. 1, 1758 with 5 hours to spare. Doing 6 miles in the last hour, he footed at Mr. E. P. Weston. The Walker Par Excellence was at Bingley Hall in April 1876 and at the lower grounds in Jan. 1884 went on his walk of 5,000 miles in 100 days. A 6 days, go-as-you-please match came off at Bingley Hall in Sept. 1882, and a ridiculous exhibition of a similar nature occurred in the following year, when women were induced to walk for the sport of gaping idiots. Pigeon flying has been for several generations the favorite amusement of numbers of our workers, and the flyers have a club of their own, which dates from August 1875. Pigeon shooting is a cruel sport, not much favored in this locality, and now that a cheap clay pigeon has been invented for use in this game, instead of the live birds, it is to be hoped that the disgraceful practice will be confined to the Hurlingham boys. Prize fighting was long the popular sport of high and low life blackguards, and Birmingham added many a redoubtable name to the long list of famous prize fighters, whose deeds are recorded in Fistiana and other chronicles of the ring. Among the most conspicuous of these men of might were Harry Preston, Davy Davis, Phil Sampson, Topper Brown, Johnny and Harry Broom, Ben Cont, Sam Simmons, Bob Brettle, Tass Parker, Joe Nolan, Peter Morris, Hammer Lane, and his brothers, with a host of other upholders of fisticuffs, the record of whose battles will not be handed down to posterity in the pages of Showell's Dictionary of Birmingham, though as a matter of history. It may be noted that the earliest account we have of a local prize fight is of that which took place in Oct. 1782, for 100 guineas a side, between Jemmy Sargent, a professional, and Isaac Perrins, one of the Soho workmen. Jimmy knuckled under after being knocked down 13 times, in as many rounds, by the knock-kneed hammerman Fiam Soho, whose mates, it is said, won £1,500 in bets through his prowess. Attempts have lately been made to revive the old sport, but the sooner the would-be adepts learn that their occupation is gone the better it will be for them, and all men. Racing and steeplechasing was not unknown to the Brums of the 18th century, as the Gentleman's Magazine makes note of the races at Birmingham, May 27 to 29, 1740, but where the old racecourse was situated, it is impossible to tell. Indeed, it is doubtful whether any special course has ever long been in existence, as at various dates we read of races being held at Aston, Bordesley, De Rytund, Walmer Lane, and other places. The Four Oaks Park, adjoining Sutton Park, formerly the property of a private gentleman, was bought by a company in June 1879, for the purpose of laying out a racecourse in this neighborhood, of a similar nature to that of Ascot and other great racing centers. In addition to the hall, the buildings comprise a grandstand, the memorial stone of which was laid June 2, 1880, and a club stand, each 70 ft. By 66 ft., with 2 galleries of seats, refreshment, private, and other rooms. Also a second stand for the general public, 62 ft. By 31 ft., and a press and jockey stand, 53 ft. By 31 ft. The paddock occupies nearly 3 acres, while an area of 115 ft. By 72 ft. is devoted to the ring. The cost of these various buildings and their necessary adjuncts is estimated at about £12,000, the structures themselves, which are built of red brick with stone facings, accommodating 3,000 persons. The course is about 1.5 miles in circumference, and the straight about 5 furlongs in length. The park includes an area of 130 acres, and the first race was run March 1, 1881. No steeplechases have been run on the old Wolverhampton course since 1855, and no flat races since Aug. 1877. Running records. Mr. W.G. George of the Moseley Harriers won a 2-mile handicap at Stamford Bridge, April 24, 1884, in 9 min 17.25 secs. On May 17 same year, he ran 4 miles in 19 min 39.45 secs. On July 28 following, he covered in the hour 11 miles 932 ids, 9 in, being 37 ids, 2 ft, 3 in. Less than the hitherto unsurpassed hour record of the celebrated Deerfoot in 1862. Another of George's feats took place May 1, 1882, when he ran 10 miles in 52 min 56.12 secs. Skating rinks were opened at the lower grounds May 1, 1875, at Bingley Hall, Oct. 2, 1875, at Moseley, Dec. 6, 1876, and at Handsworth, Oct. 8, 1877, and for a time the amusement was exceedingly popular, more than one fortune accruing from the manufacture of patent and other roller skates. One of the most noteworthy feats on the slippery rinks was the skating of 200 miles in 24 hours by a Mr. F. Betteridge at Bingley Hall, Aug. 20, 1878. Swimming. The Birmingham Leander Club commenced their aquatic brotherhood in June, 1877, and the members do themselves honor by gratuitously attending the public baths in the summer months to teach the art of swimming to school board youngsters. The celebrated swimmer, Captain Webb, who was drowned at Niagara, July 24, 1883, visited this town several times, and the athletic club presented him with a gold medal and purse December 4, 1875. Statues, busts, and memorials. For many years, it was sneeringly said that Birmingham could afford but one statue, that of Nelson, in the Bull Ring. But, as the following list will show, the reproach can no longer be flung at us. Rather, perhaps, it may soon be said we are likely to be overburdened with these public ornaments, though to strangers who know not the peculiarities of our fellow townsmen it may appear curious that certain local worthies of the past have not been honored in marble or bronze. At Wood, the figure of Thomas at Wood, in Stephenson Place, New Street, is the work of Mr. John Thomas, who did much of the carving at the grammar school. The cost was about £900, and the statue was unveiled June 6, 1859. Blue coat children. The stone figures of a blue coat boy and girl over the entrance to the school in St. Philip's Churchyard were sculptured by Mr. Edward Grubb in 1770, and Hutton thought they were executed with a degree of excellence that a Roman statuary would not blush to own. In 1881, the appearance of the figures was improved by their being painted in correct colors. Bright. At the time of the Bright celebration in 1883, the Birmingham Liberal Association commissioned Mr. A. Bruce Joy to execute for them a marble statue of Mr. Bright, which the association intend placing in the new art gallery. The statue itself is expected to be finished in 1885, but Mr. Bright has expressed his satisfaction with the model, which represents him standing erect in an attitude of dignified tranquility, easy and natural, with his left hand in the breast of his coat, while the other hangs down by his side, emblematic of the Christian charity so characteristic of our distinguished representative. Bolton. There is a fine bust of Matthew Bolton in Handsworth, and as the owner of the great Soho works certainly did much to advance the manufactures of this town, foreigners have often expressed surprise that no statue has been erected to his memory. Buddha. The bronze statue of Buddha, now in Aston Hall, is supposed to be 2,500 years old, and was found buried among the ruins of a temple at Sutton, on the Ganges, Dec. 6, 1862. It was presented to this town in 1864 by Mr. Samuel Thornton. Chamberlain, J. The memorial at the rear of the town hall bears the following inscription. This memorial is created in gratitude for public service given to this town by Joseph Chamberlain, who was elected town councillor in November 1869, mayor in 1873, and resigned that office in June 1876, on being returned as one of the representatives of the borough of Birmingham in Parliament, and during whose mayoralty many great works were notably advanced, and mainly by whose ability and devotion the gas and water undertakings were acquired for the town, to the great and lasting benefit of the inhabitants. The memorial was designed by Mr. J.H. Chamberlain of the firm of Martin and Chamberlain, and was presented to the town October 26, 1880, during the mayoralty of Mr. Richard Chamberlain. The Medallion of the Right Hun. Gentleman is the work of Mr. Thomas Woolner, R.A. Chamberlain, J.H. the sum of £2,744.13. 6d. Raised by subscription for the founding of a memorial of the late Mr. John Henry Chamberlain, was given to the Midland Institute, with which the lamented gentleman was so intimately connected. Dawsonay public meeting was held Jan. 3, 1877, to decide on a memorial of George Dawson, and the sum of £2,287.13. 9D was subscribed for a statue to be erected at the rear of the town hall, but it was esteemed so poor a portrait that after a little while it was removed in favor of the present statue. A very pleasing bust, which is a very striking likeness and really characteristic portrait, was unveiled at the Church of the Saviour, Aug. 8, 1882. It bears the following inscription: "In loving memory of George Dawson, M.A. Coming to this town in the year 1844, he gathered round him a band of followers, who found in his teaching a fervent religious spirit and a fearless trust in God as our Heavenly Father, in union with an earnest search after truth. To perpetuate such union, they built this church, which he opened August 8, 1847, and in which he ministered until his death. Not in this church only, but throughout the land did he everywhere teach to nations, that they are exalted by righteousness alone to men, to do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. He was born February 24, 1821, and died November 10, 1876. I have fought the good fight." Mr. T.J. Williamson, who executed this bust, was entrusted with the order for the new statue. George Roman IV. The first bronze statue ever cast in Birmingham was that of George Roman IV, the work of Sir Edward Thomason, in 1823. Sir Edward employed the best of talent and spared no pains to turn out a splendid work of art, but he never found a customer for it. The statue is 6 ft. high, weighing 212 tons, and costing over £1,500, but was sold in November 1880 to a gentleman in the neighborhood for £150, little more than the value of the metal. Goldsmith, the statue of Goldsmith, in the hall of the Reference Library, is a plaster cast of the bronze statue manufactured by Messrs. Elkington for the city of Dublin. Hill, the sum of £1,500 was raised by public subscription for the purpose of erecting a statue of Sir Rowland Hill. The work was executed in marble by Mr. P. Hollins, and pending the erection of the new post office buildings, the charge of the statue was accepted by the Exchange Buildings Committee, September 12, 1870, and remained in the Birmingham Exchange until the year 1874, when it was removed to the position in which it at present stands, in the corner of the principal room of the Post Office, Paradise Street. Hill, M.D. A very fine bust of Matthew Davenport Hill, the first recorder for the borough, is placed in the Art Gallery at the Reference Library. James A. bust of the Reverend Angel James may be seen at Aston Hall. King Edward Roman VI. When the old grammar school was taken down, the statue of the king, which had stood in its niche in the front of the old building for generations, was broken to pieces on account of so many gentlemen, including governors, wanting it. As all could not have it, it was destroyed. Mason, the erection of a statue in his honor as proposed in 1870, not meeting with the approval of Sir Josiah Mason, then Mr. The town council paid Mr. E.G. Papworth, the chosen sculptor, a solatium or honorarium of 150 guineas. The worthy knight not being now alive to veto the project, a figure of him has been placed opposite the college in Edmund Street. Murdoch, there is a bust of William Murdoch, the introducer of coal gas as an illuminant, in Handsworth Church. Another would not be out of place in the new gas office. Nelson, the bronze statue of Lord Nelson in the Bull Ring, was executed by Westmacott and uncovered June 6, 1809. The artist received £2,500, but the total cost, raised by subscription, with the pedestal, lamps, and palisading, was nearly £3,000. The corner posts are old cannon from the Admiral's ship the Victory. Peel, the statue of Sir Robert Peel, near the Town Hall, cost £2,000 and was unveiled August 27, 1855. He faced towards Christ Church at first, and was protected from Tories and protectionists by iron railings until March 1878, when his bonds were loosed, and he was allowed to look down New Street. Priestley, the statue of the discoverer of oxygen, near the Town Hall, was uncovered August 1, 1884. The amount subscribed as a Priestley Memorial Fund was £1,820, of which £972 went for the philosopher's stone effigy, about £10 for a tablet on the site of his house at Fair Hill, and £653 to the Midland Institute to found a scholarship in chemistry. Prince Albert and the Queen in 1862, After the death of the prince consort, a memorial committee was formed and a fund raised for a statue, the execution of which was entrusted to Mr. Foley, and it is said to be one of his finest productions. It was placed in the Old Art Gallery and uncovered August 27, 1863. It was in the reading room at the time of the fire, but fortunately escaped injury. The balance of the fund was deemed sufficient for a companion statue of Her Majesty, and Mr. Foley received the commission for it in 1871. At his death, the order was given to Mr. Woolner, who handed over his work to the town in May 1884, the ceremony of unveiling taking place on the 9th of that month. According to the Athenaeum, it is one of the finest portrait statues of the English school, combining a severe yet elegant design with execution of the highest kind, every element being thoroughly artistic. Thousands have seen it alongside the prince's statue in the hall of the reference library, but few indeed have been heard to say they like it. Both statues are ultimately intended to be placed in the council house. Rogers A. Memorial bust of John Rogers, a native of De Rytland and one of the first martyrs of the Reformation, was unveiled in St. John's, October 29, 1883. Schofield, a bust of William Schofield, MP for the borough, is at Aston Hall. Sturge, the statue and most appropriate memorial of Edmund Sturge, at the Five Ways, which cost about £1,000, was undraped June 4, 1862, Messrs. Bright and Schofield, MPs, being present. With a true sorrow that rebuked all feigning, by lone Edgbaston's side stood a great city in the sky's sad reigning bareheaded and wet-eyed. Silent for once the restless hive of labor, save the low funeral tread, or voice of craftsman whispering to his neighbor the good deeds of the dead. Timmins, an almost life-speaking marble bust of Mr. Sam. Timmins was placed in the reference library, April 26, 1876. It was destroyed in the fire, but has been replaced, and few could tell the present bust is not the original one. Tyndale, the Londoners have honored themselves by erecting on the Thames embankment a statue to the memory of the reformer Tyndale, whom we have partly to thank for the English version of the Bible. To help pay for their ornament, it was decided that the names of all towns subscribing £100 or more should be inscribed on the pedestal, and the Bible lovers of Birmingham scraped together 86 £15. 3d. For the purpose, leaving the mayor, Mr. W.M. White, to dip into his own pocket for the remaining 13 £4. 9d. Annette, the granite obelisk in St. Philip's Churchyard, opposite Temple Street, was erected to the memory of Lute, Colonel Annette, who fell at the storming of Sebastopol. It was uncovered June 19, 1857. Watt, one of the finest productions of Francis Chantrey, the sculptor, is generally acknowledged to be the monument in Handsworth Church to James Watt, which was placed there in September 1827. The figure is said to bear a very remarkable resemblance to Mr. Watt, who is represented seated in a Grecian chair, with compasses and open book, as though tracing on the open page. On the front of the pedestal is inscribed, James Watt, born 19 January 1736, died 23 August 1819, Patri Optime Merito, E.M.P. The statue in Ratcliffe Place was subscribed for in 1867, and the figure is very like the portrait of Watt. It was unveiled Oct. 2, 1868. Whately, a marble bust, by Peter Rowlands of J.W. Whately, Esquire, M.D., was placed in the boardroom of the General Hospital, June 1, 1877. Right Mr. John Bright, June 15, 1883, uncovered the statue erected in memory of Mr. J.S. Wright in front of the Council House. The inscription upon it is as follows. John Skiro Wright, born February 2, 1822, died April 13, 1880. In memory of the simplicity, kindliness, and integrity of his life, and of his unselfish, untiring, and patriotic devotion as a public man, this monument is erected by the united gifts of all classes in the town he loved, and for which he labored. Steam engines. The first steam engine, then called a fire engine, used for the purpose of pumping water from coal mines, was put up in 1712 by Newcomen and Calley, at a colliery near Wolverhampton, owned by Mr. Back, the ironwork, and C, being made in Birmingham and taken hence to the pithead. The first of Watt's engines made at Soho was to blow the bellows at John Wilkinson's ironworks at Broseley in 1776. Watt's first pumping engine was started at Bloomfield Colliery, March 8, 1776. Having overcome the rotary motion difficulties, Watt applied steam to tilt hammers and rolling mills in 1781 and to corn grinding mills in 1782, taking out patents in 1784 for the governor, parallel motion, and C, including also specifications for a traveling engine, though it was William Murdoch who first made a practical working model of a locomotive. The first engine worked by steam in this town that we have record of was put up at same works in Water Street in 1760. Steamships. If we do not build steamships in Birmingham, it was James Watt who proposed the use of screw propellers in 1770. W.M. Murdoch who invented the oscillating cylinder in 1785. Watt and Boulton who furnished engines in 1807 for the first regular steam picket in America. And James Watt Jun, who made the first steam voyage on the sea October 14, 1817, crossing the Channel in the Caledonia and taking that vessel up the Rhine. Sturchley Street, about a mile and a quarter northeast of Kings Norton, has a post office, a police station, a board school, and a railway station. Notwithstanding these signs of modern civilization and the near proximity of Cadbury's cocoa manufactory, Sturchley Street is, as it has been for many a generation, a favorite country outing place for weary brums having a chance hour to spend on change of scene. Stocks putting people in the stocks appears to have been a very ancient mode of punishment, for the Bible tells us that Jeremiah, the prophet, was put in the stocks by Pashur, and the jailer who had charge of Paul and Silas at Philippi made fast their feet in a similar way. Whether Shakespeare feared the stocks when he refused to go back to drunken Bidford, after sleeping off the effects of one carouse with the Sippers Club there, is not chronicled, but that the stocks were not unknown to him is evident by their being introduced on the stage in King Lear. The Worcester Journal of Jan. 19, 1863, informs us that this old mode of punishment was revived at Stratford-on-Avon for drunkenness, and a passerby asking a fellow who was doing penance how he liked it. The reply was, "I bean't the first moan as ever were in the stocks, so I don't care a farden about it." Stocks used to be kept at the Welsh Cross, as well as a pillory. And when the corporation closed the old prison in High Street, Bordesley, they took over the stocks which formerly stood alongside the whipping post, on the bank in front of the present GWR station. The last date of this punishment being inflicted in this town is 1844, when the stocks were in the yard of the public office in Moore Street. Storms and tempests. A great storm arose on Wednesday, November 24, 1703, which lasted 3 days, increasing in force. The damage all over the kingdom was immense, and at no period of English history has it been equaled. 15,000 sheep were drowned in one part of Gloucestershire. We have no record of the immediately local Lawson, a storm on March 9, 1778. The windmill at Holloway Head was struck by lightning, the miller was hurt, and the sails shattered. January 1, 1779, there was a violent gale, which, while it wrecked over 300 vessels on our coasts, did great damage as far inland as Birmingham. Snowstorms were so heavy on January 23 and 24, 1814. That all communication between here and London was stopped for 5 days. There was a strong gale September 26, 1853, during which some damage was done to St. Mary's Church. To the alarm of the congregation therein assembled, a very heavy storm occurred June 15, 1858, the day after the Queen's visit, lasting for nearly 3 hours, during which time 3 inches of rain fell, 1/2 in 20 minutes. Some property in Lombard Street was destroyed by lightning. June 23, 1861, and parts of Aston, Digbeth, and the Parade were flooded. Same time there was a terrific thunderstorm, August 26, 1867. The rainfall being estimated at 72 tons per acre during a heavy thunderstorm. June 17, 1875, the lightning set fire to a workshop in Great Charles Street. Killed a woman in Derryton and 14 sheep and lambs at Small Heath in a heavy gale. January 30, 1877, a chimney stack was blown down in Jennings Row, killing 2 men. And a wall was leveled in Harborne Road. On February 20, another poor fellow losing his life during the night of August 2 and 3, 1879, when many parts of the outskirts were flooded in comparatively the shortest time in memory. The residence of W.E. Chance, Esquire, Augustus Road, was struck by lightning, and considerable damage done. But no personal injuries were reported during the storm of October 14, 1881. Much local damage was done. While round Coventry and Tamworth districts, many hundreds of trees were broken or uprooted. In Windsor Park, 960 trees were blown down and more than 1,000 damaged. 146 shipwrecks occurred on the coasts. During a gale December 11, 1883, a large stained glass window of St. Philip's Church was shattered. Part of a house in Charles Henry Street was blown down, 2 persons being killed. A child was killed at Erdington by chimney falling through roof, several persons had limbs fractured, and there was generally a great injury to property. On Sunday, June 15, 1884, St. Augustine's Church, Hagley Road, and the Congregational Chapel, Francis Road, were struck by lightning during a tempest, and the chapel was somewhat injured. Streetsit is not every street that is a street in Birmingham, for, according to the post office street list, besides a dozen or so to which distinctive names have been given, like Cheapside, De Ruytland, Digbeth, Highgate, Islington, and C, and 726 streets called streets, there are in the borough 178 roads, 86 lanes, 69 rows, 19 squares, 11 crescents, 2 quadrants, 5 arcades, 1 colonnade, 5 parades, 484 terraces, 572 places, 26 passages, 20 yards, 47 courts named, and 20 times that number numbered. 16 mounts, 12 of them pleasant. 24 hills, 5 vales, 2 valleys, 23 groves, 4 retreats, 11 villas, 14 cottages, 2 5-dwelling, 179 buildings, 14 chambers, 12 walks, 4 drives, 3 avenues, 5 gullets, 1 alley, and that is needless. 1 5 ways, 1 6 ways, 6 greens, 2 banks, 2 villages, 3 heaths, 3 ends, and 1 no thoroughfare. Sultan Divan, formerly a questionable place of amusement in Needless Alley, but which was bought for £7,500, and opened by the Young Men's Christian Association, January 7, 1875. Sunday in Birmingham. Sunday dogfights have been heard of in this town, but it was 60 years ago, when brutal sports of all kinds were more rife than now. Prior to that, however, many attempts were made to keep the Sabbath holy, for we read that in 1797 the heavy wagons then in use for transport of goods were not allowed to pass through the town, the authorities fining all offenders who were so wicked as to use their vehicles on the Lord's Day. The churchwardens were then supported by the inhabitants, who held several public meetings to enforce the proper observance of the day, but there have been many changes since. In January 1856, a Sunday League for opening museums, libraries, and on the Sabbath was started here. In the last session of Parliament in 1870, there were 18 separate petitions presented from this town against opening the British Museum on Sundays. The Reference Library and Art Gallery commenced to be opened on Sundays, April 28, 1872, and they are well frequented. Sunday labor in the local post offices was stopped Aug. 10, 1873. In 1879, a society was formed for the purpose of delivering lectures, readings, and addresses of an interesting nature. On the Sunday evenings of the winter season, the town hall, board schools, and other public buildings being utilized for the purpose. The first being held in the Bristol Street Schools, Oct. 19, 1879, and very popular have they been, gentlemen of all sects and parties taking part, in the belief that a Sabbath well spent brings a week of content. In 1883, during an inquiry as to the extent of drunkenness on the Sabbath, it was shown that the county of Warwick, including Birmingham, was remarkably clear, as out of a population of 737,188, there had only been 348 convictions during 1882. For Staffordshire, with a population of 980,385, the convictions were 581. Northumberland, 687 convictions out of 434,074. Durham, 1,015 out of 867,586. Liverpool, 1,740, 1 out of 552, 425. Manchester, 1,429 out of 340, 1,508. Sutton Coldfield, on the road to Lichfield, is celebrated even more for its park than its antiquity. The former was left to the town by the Bishop of Exeter, John Harman, otherwise known as Bishop Vesey, who was a native of Sutton and whose monument is still to be seen in the old church. He procured a charter of incorporation in 1528 and also founded the grammar school and other endowed charities, such as the almshouses, the Poor Maiden's Portions, and c. dying in 1555 in his 103rd year. 30 years back, the park contained an area of 2,300 acres, but a small part was sold, and the railways have taken portions, the present extent, park and pools, being estimated at 2,034 acres, the mean level of which is 410 feet above the sea level. A good length of Eichnielde Street, or the Old Roman Road, is distinctly traceable across a portion of the park. King John visited Sutton Manor House in April, 1208. On the 18th of October, 1642, Charles I reviewed his Staffordshire troops here, prior to the Battle of Edgehill, the spot being long known as the King's Standing. The mill dams at Sutton burst their banks July 24, 1668, and many houses were swept away. The population is about 8,000, and the rateable value is put at £50,000, but as, through the attraction of the park, the town is a very popular resort and is rapidly increasing, it may ultimately become a place of importance, worthy of municipal honors, which are even now being sought. The number of visitors to the park in the Whit Week of 1882 was 19,549. Same week in 1883, it was 11,378. In 1884, it was 17,486, of whom 14,000 went on the Monday.